FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series North America pre-show is presented by PS4. The best FIFA 20 pros in the world have been brought together again as the top-ranked competitors from the 6 major regions around the globe will fight to be crowned king of their territory in the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series. So far, 4 winners have been crowned in Europe, Oceania, South America, and Asia. And this weekend, the action continues as the top FIFA 20 players who live in North America will meet on the virtual pitch to see who can lay claim to the title of the best FIFA 20 player on the continent. Welcome to the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series North America. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the start of the 5th edition of the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series. I'm Jimmy Conrad alongside Spencer Owen and Mike LaBelle. And this time around, festivities are happening in North America, and we have 8 of the very best players from this region looking to battle it out to be named the champion, getting the crown of this continent. I'm very excited about it. Now, before we get into the breakdown of this tournament, who's playing and whatnot, I want to get a temperature from my co-hosts about how excited they are about this tournament over the next few days. Mike, I'm going to start with you because we share this region, we share this continent. How are you feeling?
We do indeed, even though there's quite a bit of distance between you and I, maybe a 6-hour flight or so. I see you got the sign behind you, NA all day, and it's hot inside, it's hot outside. Fuego, on fuego, on fuego. I'm ready to get into the action. North America, ooh. I know this community very well.
All right, so Mike thinks it's fuego. Are you feeling the same way, Spencer? I don't know if it's as hot in the UK. What's happening over there?
So, okay, you guys probably will not think it is hot, but this is actually a record-breaking day in the UK. It's 33 degrees, which I think is around 94 Fahrenheit in your guys' money, which I know is not hot for you guys, but for us it's hot, okay? So, yes, very much fuego, Mike. But listen, I'm very much happy to be here. North American regional tournaments are not a sort of tournament I've been involved in quite a few years, since I think FIFA 17 back in the Miami days. So really happy to see what you guys have got to offer. You've been talking up the scene for a long time, Jim. NA all day and all that stuff. Let's see what you got to offer.
Well, we're glad to have you back over here in the NA all-day region. Now let's catch up, everybody, on what's been happening so far. Let's give you some context, because as I mentioned at the very beginning, this is the 5th edition of this very special series. I was a part of Europe, but since then, a couple weeks ago, we've had a lot of tournaments in between. So I'm very excited to see how the players do in this particular region. But Spencer, there's been some great champions prior to this.
There has. Starting off with Europe and the Swede, Ninjas in Pyjamas, Olilito, who won that one. Very convincing display from him. Capped off a really good year. You could call it a breakout year for him. And probably the biggest name on the global scene of the people that have won a Summer Cup so far. And he did it by just continually winning throughout the winners bracket, as did this man from Oceania, Neza. Fantastic stuff from him again. Not needing to drop into that lower bracket, which we'll go on to explain a little bit more, because there is a losers bracket in this format for the USA or North America Cup as well. Moving on to South America, ATL Paulo Neto, the man who represents an MLS club in Atlanta United, but obviously as a Brazilian, took part in the South America Summer Cup, and he did, just like the other two, win going all the way through the winners brackets. There's a little bit of a pattern emerging until we went to Asia, where we did see Blue Argu come through with the win, despite dropping down to the losers/lower bracket, proving the concept. It is possible to work your way back in. You can lose once and still win the whole thing. That's exactly what this man did.
All right, Spencer, we have seen the champions, and Mike as well. I'm not going to forget about you, Mike. Let's talk about the top 5 North American players on the PS4 console.
Absolutely, and as you can see, very, very much so household names, especially when you're looking at Jockson. Fnatic Harry, we're not going to see in action due to having some visa restraints with traveling during this pandemic, but he deserved a spot based on his Global Series ranking. We have Fiddle, we have Viamore, and then Fist Agit Power, who's going to be taking Fnatic Harry's position on the PS4 side.
Moving over to the Xbox side. Once again, it's another man from Complexity that's topping that leaderboard. And this time it's Maxi VIP, 6th in the world. Again, those points are mostly coming from a fantastic performance in the E-Club World Cup with his partner, Jockson. We could see him face off against each other. We've also got GN10 from Brazil, but playing here in the North American region. Tim Tigre from Mexico. And, of course, Squirrel there with 495 points, which earned him his spot in this tournament.
Okay, so we know who is playing, and we know where we're playing it, which is North America. But now we got to figure out how this is all going to go down. How is this going to work? Mike, walk us through the structure here.
Well, as we proceed to give you what you need, here's all that information. We're going to have the top 4 competitors on each console per region. That's Xbox, PlayStation. Days 1 and 2, double elimination groups. We're not going to see the traditional Swiss format. And then day 3, we're keeping that double elimination theme with the final 4 bracket. And all the matches, the games are played over 2 legs in foot friendlies mode. And that works in a traditional sense when we're looking at the competitive ecosystem where we're adding up the aggregate score lines.
I'm going to explain to you exactly how that works with regards to the double elimination as well, using this here. So we've got 3 days. We're starting today, 8 players, 2 groups of 4. Okay, we're going to start off with Group A today. Each group will be formatted as a double elimination bracket, which means you can lose a game and still come through. We're going to have an opening match. If you win that, you go through to the winner's match. If you lose, you drop down to a loser's match. You've got to win that or else you're in real trouble. 2 players will emerge from each group. We will lose 2 from each group as well. Tomorrow we're going to repeat the same process, but for Group B, so different 4 players. And then going into our 3rd day, our championship day, if you like, we're going to have the playoffs bracket, a winner's final, a loser's final for a chance for someone to get themselves back in, and we will culminate with the grand final, where we will crown a winner. The question is, will that be a winner who's come all the way through the winner's bracket again, as we've seen in 3 of the 4 Summer Cups so far?
Yeah. Excited about that. What's at stake, though, money-wise, Mike?
Well, I would usually say moolah, 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 but I'm joined by you, Jimmy Conrad. I know you like cheddar on cheddar on cheddar. And we have the champion getting $10,000. Not a bad weekend. $7,500 per second. 3rd is going to be $5,000 and so forth and so on. So not only is every matchup important for your legacy, for your confidence, and taking that momentum into FIFA 21, as this is the last FIFA 20 event, but your pockets get a little bit thicker.
Well, if you want the chance at some potential cheddar in your life, the awesome people at PlayStation put on weekly online PS4 tournaments all year long and for players of all skill levels. So just go look for the special tab in your FIFA 20 menu, select an upcoming tournament, and away you go. Players will then participate in a Swiss tournament format, and the top 16 finishers per week and the remaining top 64 players by points will qualify for a monthly final, which gives you a chance to earn rewards along the way. So see how far you can go and then come back for the next month and see what new prizes you can win by heading over to compete.playstation.com to sign up. All right. So we've given you some context, but we don't know who's playing who just yet. Spencer, let's talk about the groups, specifically Group A, which is happening today.
You can see the games we're going to start off with, the 2 opening matches, Jockson versus Squirrel, FCC Fiddle against GN10, and listen, Jockson jumps off the page. It's just a fact. He's been one of the most dominant players for the last couple of years, so he's coming in as a pre-tournament favourite, you have to say. Does that mean he's going to have an easy route to the final? Not necessarily. Squirrel can change that by getting a win against Jockson and going through to the winner's match and putting Jockson in a seriously dangerous position off the bat. Will it happen? We don't know. Fiddle versus GN10, our other game, of course. And all these guys deserve to be here, so anyone can beat anyone on the day. That's what I always say.
And we're looking at Group B. I think there's a lot more up for grabs in terms of not as clear-cut favorites. We do have Maxi, who some may argue doesn't get the recognition he deserves, saying that they got a lot of the points from Jockson and being a partnership there at Complexity. Villamor, who I feel is very underrated, but if you talk to the Mexican fan base, they support him heavily. Timbers Tigre, and then, of course, Fist Agipower, who is replacing Fnatic Harry, who had visa issues during this pandemic.
All right. Get to see the groups there. We've seen some of the matchups. Very exciting. Now let's talk about some players to watch. And because I'm a gentleman, I'm going to go first. That is how I roll. And I'm going to start with a man from California who, yes, I know he's on top of the leaderboard. And yes, I know Mike and Spencer are going to give me a hard time. But because I'm a California kid too, I'm a little biased. And I'm going with Jockson. You guys can see it here. He's got the pedigree. And not only that, over the last few months, he has been unbeatable online. We're going to see some highlights of him here with his Complexity teammate, Maxi, who I think is going to be another strong competitor in this competition. Working together to win a trophy. They're going to kiss it quite a few times, which I always enjoy about these highlights. Very excited about that. But yes, Jockson's got the goods. And I just wonder, guys, if he can handle the pressure of being the favorite. It's not the same mentality as being an underdog, but I think we've seen in the past he's okay with it, but you never know. I just wanted to throw that out there. Mike, your turn. Who's your player to watch?
Well, I'm not going to take your bandwagon approach. We're going to look a little more detail into Fiddle, who, of course, started his career, which Jimmy and I were both a part of, where he signed for PSG Esports, and then he moved to his hometown club of FC Cincinnati. And he's been in form this year. He won League Series 1 with the MLS and League Series 2. Was not able to complete the treble with the EMLS Cup, which I feel has left him very motivated. We've seen him perform at Foothead Cups. He's a good online player. He's a good offline player. And as I kind of alluded to, Jimmy and I were both there for when he went from free agent to signing his first professional contract. And it's really cool that I feel like I've been able to see him progress as a player firsthand. And I do think that he's going to do well in this event. I expect him to turn up. And he always brings us some good reactions.
No, I remember him being a little nervous in some ways, and we're like, I don't know if this guy's going to stick. Did he just get lucky to get this contract with PSG? But he's proven everybody wrong, and he continues to have success. So obviously we're pulling for him to do well in this competition. All right, Spencer, your turn. Who's your player to watch?
Okay, so Jim, for similar reasons that you've gone with Jockson, I'm going to go with Maxi VIP. Now, I think Jockson's got a more established reputation, shall we say, in the scene, thanks to him being a fantastic player the last few years. But it's been a massive year for Max Popov, okay? He's a teammate of Jockson, as we talked about. He was just as important a part of that team that won the FIFA 20 E-Club World Cup as Jockson. And I can imagine, and I know this because I've probably said it myself, if I'm being honest, that some people would say that Jockson might have done the kind of hard carrying in that partnership. But I don't think that's fair. And I think this is a great opportunity for Max to kind of silence any critics and say, no, not only am I just as good as Jockson, maybe I'm even better. He's not just had a great E-Club World Cup, he's also qualified for a number of other FUT Champions Cups this year. So it's been a really good year for Max and a great chance for him to top it off with a big win.
Well, I'm glad you brought up Maxi because he's our first player profile of the day, presented by Gillette, because Gillette is the best a man can get.
Oh my God.
Yo, what's up, guys? Castro1021 here, and I am so proud, truly honored that Gillette is getting into the streaming world, which is what I do, because it just shows how much streaming and gaming and FIFA esports has truly grown. Now, we know that football is the best. We know that Gillette's the best. And speaking of the very best, ladies and gentlemen, here with me, I have the number 6 Xbox FIFA 20 player in the world, the main man, the homie, our boy Maxi. How you doing today, bud?
I'm good, man. I'm good. How are you?
How's your pandemic grooming been going, bro?
I don't usually get that much facial hair.
But when you do, you shave it off, man. You grab this bad boy and yoink, 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 yoink. We're about to do a 1v1 mystery ball. All right, I want you to take it easy. I don't want you to go too hard on me because, I'm a little rusty. But we're about to see who will be the best a man can be. For all the youngins, man, that are trying to, grow up and become some of the best FIFA players, what advice you got for them?
The main advice I can give is mentality is the number one thing. Just in general, all types of athletes, whether it be esports or real athletes, a lot of people have the skill, especially all the young players, just cracked on the sticks, a lot of them. But with FIFA, like keeping your head is like the number one thing. So that's why the players with the best mentality usually do the best.
Oh no, don't do no skill moves, man. I ain't ready for no skill moves. No! And there it is, 1-0. Now, Maxi, do you actually play football in real life? What position would you play?
Defensive mid. I'm kind of like a
Defensive
Busquets.
mid. Ooh, little biscuit. So you're saying you're slow. You're ranked #1 in the United States, yeah? What would you say is harder, getting to that #1 spot or staying at that #1 spot?
I'd say staying is probably harder because, of course, like everyone can have one really great year and then they'll end up being first, and then next year the game might be a little different. It might not suit you. So really the biggest skill is being able to adapt every single year and being able to stay on top.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, second half is underway. I am currently down by 2. The next goal is worth three points, so I am going to try my best. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh, that is not the goal you want to concede there.
You got to look good. You got to feel good in order to play good. Am I right, Maxi?
Before tournament, I just kind of put on the same outfit that I usually wear at tournaments, like the same pair of Lucky sweatpants, and then obviously the Complexity hoodie. And then give myself a quick shave, and then just go out there feeling ready.
All right, here we go. All boost. This next goal is worth 3. Comeback season, baby. Let's go.
No. Oh, no. It's coming back.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, well, there you guys have it. 11-6. Maxi defeats me, unfortunately. But you know what, Maxi? Congratulations, buddy. Congrats on a great season, and good luck in the tournament, man.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
If you're looking for some expert opinions on how to style your next look, check out Gillette Style Advisor on Gillette.com. A little beard, a little mustache. Oh, baby.
I can't get enough of Castro getting beat consistently anytime he takes on a pro player. But what I really loved about Maxi's thoughts were mentality. I think it's really important. I think that's what separates the good from the great. Who can deal with adversity? Who can deal with when things don't go very well and don't go to plan? You know, maybe something you've been preparing for a long time, and then it all falls apart. Can you still, put up your chest and get after it and adjust and make changes that will still let you have success? That's the biggest thing for me, and I feel like that's the guys we continue to talk about in this pro scene continuously. Mike, you feel the same way?
I'm just thinking about what put up your chest means. Is that doing more push-ups? I'll do more push-ups for you, Jim.
Like
absolutely
puffing
important.
Them out.
I just say whatever we got to do. I'll work it out. We can work out together. It's cool. But with all these young players, especially, and that's what Maxi was talking about, how there's so much young talent. If you're not mentally ready to go far in events or to get the small margins, you're not going to have success at the highest level. You're always going to be one step short. FIFA is a game that always humbles you, keeps you humble, as you should say, because of these very small margins where you have to be able to work through it.
You know what I find interesting, Spencer, I'm going to throw this to you, is I really enjoy athletes of all kinds that don't blame things when things don't go well, right? They usually just stay quiet and they figure out ways to work through it and to adapt. And I feel like the players that are the most successful in the pro FIFA scene are those types of players.
I mean, 100%, Jim. This is something I've been saying to everyone at Hashtag for many years. In any industry, you can expect things to knock you back that aren't your doing. I mean, look at your case as a professional footballer. In injuries is the best example, right? You can't control when you get an injury often, but you have to be mentally stronger than the injury and not let it beat you. And there's other things that can have the same effect, particularly in like a technological industry that we're in here with esports. None more so than right now when we've got this pandemic and we're actually producing a show here from different parts of the world. So I always say the same thing. You gotta keep your head. You gotta keep your head, because I can guarantee you something will go wrong at some point. That's just luck. What I can also guarantee you is that over a long career, those things will even out. They might happen for you, they might happen against you. But the only real consistent thread is your head and how you keep it, and it will ultimately win you games. If you're stronger mentally than someone else. And that's one of the reasons I've highlighted Max as a player here, because I learned that about him firsthand, interviewing him at the E-Club World Cup. I think his mentality is really strong.
All right, great insight there from Spencer and Mike and Maxi. So make sure you guys are writing this down. All right, now let's take a look at the schedule for today. Very exciting. And the first one up, Jockson, my player to watch, taking on the Squirrel. I want to call him Flying Squirrel. It's one of my favorite dives in the swimming pool off the diving board. And then we have Fiddle taking on GN10. Then we'll have the winners match of these two matches, then the losers, and the decider match. It's all happening here in Group A today. We're very excited about that. And then if you guys want to join the conversation, because we want to hear from you, right? That we don't be quiet. That's what we don't. We don't want to join the conversation with us, please. EA FIFA Esports. That is the handle on Twitter. Use the hashtag Summer Cup Series so that we can read your thoughts and opinions online. Who are you supporting? Let us know on Twitter, because it's all part of it, right? This whole community is something special.
And I'll tell you what, Jimmy, you see this, congratulations to our brother from Japan. Blue United with Blue Agu. You got to give him a lot of credit, and that might be the best series that I've seen up to this point in FIFA 20 towards the end of the year. Definitely the best final, where he was able to come from the loser's bracket, and then it was penalty kicks in the first series, penalty kicks in the second series, back and forth action, and that was against Web Nazari, who was the biggest household name coming out of the Asia region.
And this is a great tweet. I mean, oh God, I can't believe they've said that. I can tell you that iSports Brazil has tagged GN10, okay? I can tell you they've used the hashtag Summer Cup Series, which is something that we want you guys to do. Great use of emotes. They've smashed the emote use. And I think I'm right in saying that there's something starting at around 2:30 in the afternoon on Twitch, which I guess is this show right now. So yeah, basically, I do speak Portuguese, but I don't want to kind of brag. So we'll just go with the nuts and bolts of the information for you there, guys.
Well, the Brazilian fans out there, I'm going to give you a little vamos, porra. You guys know what I'm talking about. All right. Now, speaking of shouts on the social media machines and platforms, I don't know if you guys saw this or not. It was the FIFA 21 trailer. But if you haven't seen it, check it out.
Então, ça marche ça? Ouais.
Allez.
Yo les gars, ça va plus trop aller parce que là, je vais m'occuper de vous là. C'est parti.
Our stories are the same, raised and carried by the people around us. To experience something great is to experience it together.
Bien sûr, comme tous les enfants, j'ai rêvé. J'ai peut-être rêvé un peu plus.
Each of us strive, but it's the team that makes us.
Look this guy, you think he's good?
We've triumphed and conquered, but sometimes we stumble, even fall.
Quando estamos a passar momentos difíceis, temos a família e temos os amigos.
We are confident, controlled, and unified.
Can you do this?
And we made a way. Yeah, we made a way. Oh, what a goal! From who else? Erling Haaland. Still, we made a way.
There's a certain spirit within the city. I want to be someone that the fans know will die on the pitch for them.
Shoulder to shoulder in this game, we never play alone.
Find the biggest T and keep the sticker on the shirt.
Facts.
Moving to the burbs. I ain't say a word. Couple neighbors that was hating, getting on my nerve. Yeah, we made a way. Gotta go through obstacles when they ain't in the way.
We play as one,
Why not?
as a collective, as a team. Find us on the streets, on the grass, or race together. From Madrid to the Mersey, BVB to Paris, we win as one.
And we made a way. Yeah, we made a way. Gotta go through obstacles when they in the way. Still we made a way. Still we made a way. Don't be sweating by that blessing. Hold up. My hype levels are off the charts. I am absolutely buzzing for FIFA 21. Though I think with regard to that trailer, I like when you see little snippets of when these guys were younger when they were playing. Now, Kylian Mbappe, that was like 5 years ago because he's still really, really young. But I enjoy that and seeing the pictures as well. Spencer, what's your favorite part of the trailer?
I mean, I like the fact that they've gone with the whole kind of array of talent are all kind of these young players that you can imagine are going to be dominating football for the next 10 years. You know, it's not just Mbappe. You got Trent, you got Haaland in there, you got João Felix. But for me, it's the Eric Cantona voiceover. You know, you can't beat that man's iconic, and I use the word iconic deliberately because he's going to be an icon now. And in the celebration, you know, he looks around. I want to try and recreate that famous dink he scored for United. So, yeah, Cantona on the track is always going to make it better.
Yeah, Mike, what about you?
I like that they've shifted the direction of the trailer and kind of the vibe and theme in FIFA 21. I always felt that this was inevitable, but for all of us that are football fans, it influences more than just your fandom on and off the pitch. The way that you dress, the way that you talk, the way that you walk, your fashion, your hair, all of the above. It's all encompassing the music you listen to. So I'm happy with the shift of direction. Instead of seeing a lot of the similar covers even that we've seen through the past, this is a brand new year. It feels like it's a brand new year, at least with the types of style and almost the energy around FIFA 21.
Yeah, I love it. I think it's going to be awesome. But for everybody else, what else is going to be awesome is after this break, because we're going to take a brief moment before we get to our first match of this FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series. And it is Jockson, the favorite, in my opinion, my player to watch, taking on Squirrel. Can Squirrel, as the underdog, pull off the upsets? That is what we're going to find out right after this.
If someone asks you what you're made of, don't just tell them, show them. Show them that you're made of proving the doubters wrong. Show them you don't have to raise your fists to beat your enemies. Show them you're stronger when you stand together. And show them, whoever you are, you stand shoulder to shoulder against all forms of prejudice. Because when we show our best side, we don't just play the game, we change it.
The FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series North America is presented by Gillette and brought to you in part by PS4. Okay, everyone, it's that time. You got to link your EA and Twitch accounts if you haven't done so already. because it's time for me to reveal the live viewership rewards for this weekend, which are a Jumbo Rare Players Pack and a Ruud Gullit 94 rated center forward prime icon moments item. Now, all these items will be dropped to certain Twitch viewers with a linked EA and Twitch accounts. And also, as a heads up, drops may take up to 72 hours to appear in your account following the last day of the tournament. That's very important to remember. And again, you can link your account at ea.com/Twitch linking. All right. What is up, everybody? Welcome back. I'm Jimmy Conrad alongside Spencer Owen and Mike LaBelle, and we are getting very excited for the first match of this North American region, this battle to be champion of this continent. It's going to be between Jockson and Squirrel. Let's take a look at the bracket now to catch you guys up on what we're about to witness. And here it is. Group A, Jockson versus Squirrel. I think Jockson's the heavy favorite here, but you cannot sleep on Squirrel. I think Jockson, maybe that first goal becomes super important. We'll get into that in a little bit. But speak about Jockson in particular, he was my player to watch in this first segment. We talked about it early. He's the heavy favorite. He's the leaderboard. He's the best player here. He has the pedigree, though, to back it up. Spencer, are you feeling pretty good that he can get past Squirrel?
Yeah, I mean, no disrespect to Squirrel, of course, but it's our job to pick our favourites. It's our job to look at the stats and the balance of things. And listen, Jockson is as big a favourite as you're going to get. He's not even been a standout player in North America. I'd say he's been a standout player at times in the whole world, particularly at the start and for much of FIFA 19. And he's had moments this year as well. So, yeah, listen, this man's got to be a favourite.
All right, I just had Spencer say that because it made me feel better about picking Jockson as my player to watch. All right, now let's throw it over to Mike. Let's talk a little bit about Squirrel.
Yeah, when we're talking about Squirrel, he's been another one of those young talents, only 18 years old, which is going to be a theme in the competitive FIFA scene. A lot of new faces. He's been around the last few years, but hasn't had a breakthrough year yet. He's made FUT Champions Cups, but we have not seen him be able to advance into a semifinal or reach a final or really have that significant run to make a staple of saying that I'm one of the best, not only in the U.S., but one of the best players in North America, but he's always on the cusp. He's in the conversation, but he just hasn't had those premium quality results yet, such as a Jockson. I don't think there's anyone more successful than Jockson from North America over the last 3 years.
Well, I think we're all pretty familiar with Jockson, given how much success he's had in the pro FIFA scene, but probably a little bit less for his opponent, Squirrel. So let's take a look and learn more about Squirrel now.
I feel like the pressure, I don't really get affected by it typically. Usually in big moments, I kind of just play the same as just any regular game.
Oh no, see ya later.
My name is Josh Bond, I'm 18 years old, and I go by Squirrel in game.
I might lose.
My favorite way to attack on FIFA 20 is trying to get a ball down the line and then cutting it back into the middle to one of my attackers. And then when I'm around the box, I just try to use skill moves and just try to get a shot off. Why I'm a free agent now? Yeah, I'm just waiting for the right team. I'm not a person to rush into things, and I definitely just want to wait for the perfect fit. My favorite skill move this year is definitely the running scoop turn, because I think after you do a running scoop turn, you take a shot. It's like the most accurate shot, the most powerful shot. So you do a running scoop turn, you shoot, and it's like almost a goal every time.
There we are, 2 scoops.
My favorite FIFA player item of all time? I would say 83 Griezmann, non-inform in FIFA 16, because FIFA 16 was kind of my first FIFA that I was really good at, and 83 Griezmann, he was just one of my favorite players that year. I think in FIFA 20, the best player in the world is definitely Fnatic Tex. He's good every year, and this year was no different. Last event in FCC4, I actually got to play Tex, unfortunately, at 2-2, so the game to get out of Swiss. And in the first leg, I kept into 0-0. We both had chances, and then in the second leg, Tex is always just a different demon. In the FIFA 20 Summer Cup, I'm kind of looking forward to playing some of my friends because I know I play Jockson game 1. He's my homie. And I also get to showcase my skills later in the year. And I feel like I'm pretty good right now.
Oh, see ya. Oh, see ya.
I think I can be more consistent at events. I want to do better at events. Hopefully in the next tournaments, I'll be better as a player, so no matter what matchmaking I get, I can take them down.
I think what I love the most about Squirrel's, let's say, analysis of his own game is that he likes to play wide to create space in the middle. I love that. I love that he takes advantage of it. All right, let's do predictions. Mike, I'm going to start with you as someone who shares this continent with me. Who do you like in this one?
You can't go against Jockson. I can keep this simple, but I do think there's going to be plenty of upsets in this tournament. I just can't foresee this opening matchup versus Jockson being one of those upsets.
Okay, Spencer?
Yeah, I mean, the stats don't lie, right? The only thing I will say is that we're talking about a season that kind of discontinued quite a few months ago off these stats. A lot could have changed. You know, how much of these guys practiced over the last few months? There's no reason why someone can't come out of not nowhere, but seeming obscurity and have a really good tournament. Will that be Squirrel? We're going to find out in the next game. But of course, if you're asking me for prediction right now, I have to say Jockson as well.
I love it when you guys pick my player to watch to win the first match. No disrespect to Squirrel. I think he's a good underdog here, and I think he's got an opportunity. If he scores that first goal, maybe that puts Jockson under a little bit of pressure. But that's enough from us. Let's throw it over to our casters, Brandon Smith and Alan Avi, who have the call of this game. Guys, take it away.
Thank you so much, Jimmy. And yes, welcome to the Summer Cup Series for North America. As you can see, I'm absolutely delighted to be joined by Alan Avi for the next 3 days. Alan, thank you so much for taking Richard's role, but Richard will be commentating later today with a very special guest as well. I'll let him introduce him in a little while. But Alan, thanks for joining me in the commentary booth. I know you're all the way over in America right now. How are you feeling coming into this tournament?
First and foremost, it's a pleasure to be here, taking over Richard's position. I'm going to hopefully try to be at Richard's level. He's a beast at what he does. But guys, I'm so excited for today's tournament. I'm from the North American region. I know all of these competitors. Some of them I know on a personal level. I've met them in person. Jockson, who we are about to watch, the top dog coming into this, we live in the exact same apartment complex. He's my teammate. So apologies if I come off a little biased, but he's my guy. He's my teammate. And, you know, I'm excited to be commentating over this game number one.
Well, it must be said as well, you obviously are playing for Team Complexity, and they've got two players in this Summer Cup Series. We're going to be seeing Jockson in our first game of the day in just a while. We're going to be seeing him in just a second. But we've also got Maxi VIP in action tomorrow. Two players have had a fantastic year, Alan.
They have, and Team Complexity up all the way. Xbox, Maxi takes the highest seed. Jockson, he takes this high seed. So they're both the highest ranked competitors. They've shown what they can do. They won the E-Club World Cup title. I had the chance of holding that trophy, that plaque that they did receive. It's currently at the Complexity headquarters. So these two guys definitely are ready for today's tournament, the tournament that's to come this weekend. And I'm pretty sure we're going to see some great things come out of them.
Yeah, certainly indeed. As we said, $30,000 prize pot up for grabs in this tournament. And again, so much to play for. A great way to end the FIFA 20 competitive year. I mean, should we have a look at the teams that these guys are going to be using going into today's game? I want to pick your mind on this, Alan, because you're our pro, former FC Dallas pro in the EMLS. You played in the E-Champions League last year. Let's have a look at Jockson's team. Correct me if I'm wrong, Alan, but don't you guys live next door to each other or like down the same road?
So we live in the same apartment complex. I live on the 4th floor. He lives on the 2nd floor, literally a walk away. But if we take a look at Jockson's squad, very interesting. You guys are seeing that De Jong is off chemistry. He's playing as a center back in game. Jockson will be moving Vieira over to a center back. Vieira has been beasting for Jockson on FIFA 20 as a center back, and then De Jong takes the role as the midfielder. We got Eusebio, a staple. We have 98 Mbappe, guys. We don't have the full birthday Mbappe for Jockson. Very interesting. And then, of course, we do have R9, a staple in every pro's team alongside Cristiano Ronaldo.
As you can see, that's our first team that Jockson will be using. I think the quick question to that one, Alan, as we look at Squirrel's team now, no Kevin De Bruyne, and to be honest, it's the exact same story in Squirrel's team. Both players not vying for that team of the year so far, Kevin De Bruyne.
Exactly. Pretty interesting. I guess these guys want to have an attacking midfielder, sort of say, with the 5-star weak foot that Holder provides alongside a strict, solid defensive midfielder like Conte. You know, De Bruyne probably isn't as best or as good as Conte defending wise, but we do see a similar story. Holland is going to be off chemistry, very interesting. And then he is going to move him over to the center defensive mid role, I do believe so. Vieira's center back, everyone's been using that. And a different story, let's see what Mbappe performs better. We do see that Squirrel has the 5-star weak foot, 5-star skills, foot birthday killing Mbappe. It's going to be a good one.
Yeah, an amazing couple of teams here. These are going to be in action in our first game of the day, and as we said, a great set of teams. You're wondering why the teams are set up as they are. Any competitor that qualified for the Summer Cup Series could submit a 23-player squad to EA, and EA would give them that squad with one player loans, hence why you're seeing so many loans in the team. But just really surprises me, no KDB starting in both of these. It's sort of been a player that has played in a CDM role over the last couple of Summer Cup Series events. But I'm really delighted to say that we've actually got not just a good friend of yours, not just a teammate, a player that lives in the same apartment block as you, joining us on the stream right now. Complexity Jockson joins us for day one of the Summer Cup Series. Jockson, how are you feeling coming into this tournament? I don't think we can hear him at the moment on my end as well. Unless you can hear him through the wall, Alan. We can't hear him so far. Hopefully we'll be able to hear him in just a second. Oh, we've got him now. We've got him now. Jockson.
All right, perfect.
We can indeed.
Okay, so I just said that I've been playing pretty good. I've been practicing over the last few weeks, so I'm pretty confident going to this tournament.
Amazing stuff.
Jockson, so you're one of the top dogs coming into this tournament. Does that add any pressure to you, or do you feel sort of confident being that top dog?
I mean, just a little bit of pressure, but I mean, I think I can deal with it. I know I'm one of the best players in North America, so it's exciting to play and just being one of the best players. So yeah, I'm excited.
Awesome.
Amazing
and one last
stuff.
question, Jockson. How did you prepare, sort of say, for this tournament? Exactly what did you do? What are the steps for those people out there wondering what you pros are doing before a tournament?
So I played over the last few weeks. I've been playing 60 games a week in League. So I played 30 on PS and 30 on Xbox. And on top of that, I've been playing some pro players as well. So pretty exciting stuff.
There you go. Heard it from Jockson.
Awesome,
Jockson,
awesome.
thank you so much for taking the time out before this game. Good luck in the Summer Cup Series, my friend, and we'll look forward to commentating on your match in just a couple of minutes.
Thank you.
There you go. You heard it from Jockson there. I wanted to ask him, Alan, what's it like to live just around the corner from yourself? I've seen you guys have been going out for a few breakfasts, a few lunch recently. It must be nice being so close to your teammate. And we know the facilities that Complexity have over in America, and I've seen it online. I've not been there in person. It's fantastic.
It really is nice to have Jockson literally 2 floors below me. We hang out basically every single day. It's always good to have a partner, sort of say a friend, someone to talk to, especially during these times where, everyone is sort of self-isolating with the COVID situation. But yeah, it's so good because we help one another in terms of FIFA, getting better at FIFA, talking about the social media platforms, Twitch, streaming, all of that. And he's just, an awesome friend to have around for sure.
Well, there's 32 places between both of these two coming into the Summer Cup Series. As you said, if you didn't know, it's the top 4 players on PlayStation, top 4 players on the Xbox Global Series rankings from the FIFA 20 season. Yes, it wasn't a complete season. It was a sort of half-cut season after the E-Club World Cup and Foot Champions Cup Stage 4 in Paris were the last 2 events. I think Spencer said it perfectly. You can't really look too much into these rankings. Yes, it does say a lot. Yes, he's an E-Club World Cup champion, but for me, there's just 2 sides to this year. There's a side where we had LAN events, we had competitive events, but then there's been these last sort of couple of months, these last 3 months where people have had to get used to playing from home. We've had a couple of Tuesday night football tournaments online. We've had stay and play tournaments. And I think it's those players that on this second half of the season that have really adapted. We saw it over in Europe with Oli Lito and Oli Bolli, Maestro, #Tom, some of those players that really did sort of just continue to push on. And I don't know what your thoughts on it, Alan, are. That it certainly feels like it's been a 2-part season, and it's whoever can play from home, because getting yourself into a competitive mindset from home is quite difficult to do for some players.
It definitely has been an interesting season, Brandon. We did see, though, in the South American Summer Cup Series that the lowest ranked players were the ones who came out on top. They did eliminate the highest ranked players. So we'll see today if that's sort of a similar pattern. These players definitely probably took a big break whenever the season was sort of delayed, postponed. And it's just a matter of who was ready, who prepared the best in this tournament. And we'll definitely see that today.
We've spoken about Jockson. Let's speak about Squirrel. We saw that short video piece of him explaining what he's after and what he's trying to look to do in terms of the competitive year. He's a free agent. It was last year, as I think you pointed out, Alan, that he did play for Mesut Ozil's esports team M10. Unfortunately, he didn't make an event last year in FIFA 19, but he sort of hit the ground running this year, is Squirrel. I remember seeing him back last winter, for sort of one of the first events of the year in Bucharest, and then you move on to France, where he did actually qualify for Foot Champions Cup and before. It's certainly been a better year for Squirrel, and I'm sitting here thinking, how has this man not got an esports organisation or a football team as of yet?
Yeah, exactly. He has had a good season this FIFA 20, we definitely cannot rule him out. He's here for a reason. We did see a little interesting fact that Squirrel, he made it to the final round to qualify for FUT Champions Cups 5 times. And out of those 5 times, he only managed to qualify to 2 FUT Champions Cups. So we'll see if that plays a role in today's matchup. Does he have that clutch factor, sort of say, against a player like Jockson, who has qualified to more events than he has?
We are going to get this game underway as soon as we can. As we said, all games will be over 2 individual legs. I think we are just about ready to get into our first game of the day. But yeah, I mean, it's an interesting one with these 2 teams. It's refreshing to see that these are the teams that these guys will be using. This is the team of Squirrel. N'Golo Kante, for me, gets his first call up in a very long time. Johan Cruyff starts the game as well. That means no Eusebio is in this starting 11. You've got no Neymar either, but the usual interesting backline. Vieira will drop back into centre-back. And I want to get your thoughts on that as well, Alan. Vieira is one of those players that has sort of cemented himself a defensive position this year. We know he's a CDM. We know he's a fantastic CDM. But pros love to use him at centre-back. And why is that? As a pro yourself, why do people love Vieira in at centre-back?
Yeah, there's a huge reason why these pros like to use Patrick Vieira as a centre-back. It's definitely pretty unorthodox, but he's there for a reason, guys. He has good pace. He's very tall. He's strong. He bullies people off the ball. He basically possesses all of the characteristics that a center back needs to be possessing in order to get the best out of him. And he also, just looks good at the back, the captain, sort of say.
Some other face that's popped up, a player that I thought was sort of missed out the loop as soon as team of the season so far, Kevin De Bruyne, came on the streets. That's Frankie de Jong. He gets the nod. In this time, we are finally underway. The Summer Cup Series, Day 1, North America, has officially kicked off. Remember, Day 1 of the competition today, we'll be seeing the likes of Jockson, FC Cincinnati's Fiddle, Squirrel, and then GN10. They'll be the 4 players in action today. And of course, we'll see 4 more competitors in action tomorrow. But Complexity Jockson kicking from left to right in this one. In the team complexity strip. Or Squirrel. In the away PSG strip from right to left in this tie-in. It's been a great season for Jockson. He Club World Cup champion. Played in a handful of FUT Champions Cups, but the problem was, Alan, FUT Champions Cup 2, FUT Champions Cup 3, FUT Champions Cup 4. He sort of fell out in the Swiss rounds and all of those tournaments. So I really don't know what happened in those events, but in E-Club World Cup, he won it.
Yeah, for sure. We did see that Jockson didn't have the best of performances in Stage 2, Stage 3, and Stage 4. He was Swiss, so he didn't make it to the knockout rounds. However, though, he found his form when Maxi in the FIFA Club World Cup, where it mattered. They represented complexity very, very well. And we'll see if Jockson has been preparing similarly to how he prepared for the FIFA Club World Cup.
Certainly backed himself coming into this game, saying, I'm happy one of the strongest players out of this region. Although there might be no FIFA E-World Cup Grand Finals this year. Last year he was there for a fantastic FIFA 19 year. Looking to make a mark and to end out a really positive FIFA 20 season in the Summer Cup Series. Enjoyed a lot of possession on this left-hand side with Cristiano Ronaldo. He'll do what he can to get that ball into Eusebio for not for so long. Squirrel, the first time in this game, getting in possession, getting those players on the ball. And N'Golo Kante, Alan, we know he's a great player, but not really a starter for, I'd say, get 10 pros in a room. I think you'd see maybe 1, 2.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like people sort of sleep on Conte. He doesn't have that height that Vieira, De Jong, and all the other midfielders possesses. We do see Cruyff getting things started with the nice finish for Squirrel, beating the defense of Jockson.
And you might not have had much of the ball, Alan, but who cares when you won the lap and you're able to create chances? Squirrel will take the bread. Will break the deadlock. If I can get my words out. And that'll be the first goal of the Summer Cup Series. Johan Cruyff, not a start for many. And there's a reason why this team is slightly different. One of the only free agents in this tournament. Squirrel breaks the deadlock, and Johan Cruyff, an unbelievable finish. He said it in that little video interview. The way to play FIFA 20, you're never going to be seeing across this year. The back post crosses of FIFA 19 are a long way gone. Instead, it's all about getting out wide and then cutting back inside. We know how effective ball rolls are and drag backs and elasticos, la croquetas, maybe not so much this year, but you still see them occasionally. That's exactly what Squirrel did there, Alan. Simple build-up down that right-hand side, cut it back inside, and when you've got someone like Cruyff, he offers you a 5-star week foot, he offers you fantastic in-game statistics, and he's 1 goal to the good.
Exactly, like you said, Johan Cruyff, he offers very good dribbling. You can see Cruyff as sort of like a Neymar. Cruyff, an amazing icon that we have seen. He performed very well when he was at his prime. But yeah, that good thing about Cruyff is that he offers the great dribbling with the 5-star skills, and on top of that, the weak foot. So you don't know if he's going to go to the right side and take a shot with his right foot, or to the left side and take a shot with his weak foot.
And that's the beauty of being part of the 5-star weak foot club. A couple of icons are in there, a couple of players. For birthday Mbappe, one of those non-icons that does get a shout. I mean, if you're in a position, Alan, we're going to see a couple of sort of differences here. We've seen it over across the Summer Cup series. Do you back for birthday Mbappe, or do you back the team of the season so far, Mbappe?
Oh man, that's a great question. I personally would go with 94 Mbappe. People would be saying and thinking, oh, why not go with the highest rated? Surely he's the best. It quite isn't the case, because that weak foot is so vital and so important to have. It becomes sort of unpredictable, sort of say, as the defender. It's just so difficult to know which direction Mbappe is going to go, the left side, the right side. So I personally would definitely go with the for birthday Mbappe.
Certainly, I'd say more pros to back that. For birthday Mbappe, chance back to goal. Here's Jockson. And it's a goal. For someone else that's got a 5-star week foot to get on the score sheet. Oh no, Ronaldo. Hello. Welcome to the Summer Cup Series. And that's 1-1 in this time.
Exactly what I was talking about there, Brandon. He did do the drag back, and instead of going on Ronaldo's dominant foot, the right foot, he faked Squirrel and he went with the left foot and he found the back of the net.
It's about to sort of congratulate Squirrel and how defensively sound he's been so far. Of course, you know, any pro will rock a 4-2-3-1 or any sort of formation that gives you 2 CDMs, those 2 anchors at the back. You've seen him using both Hullet and Team of the Year Kante on this occasion. Player that was dropped into the game sort of late last year. Still keeping a place in Squirrel's team. Chance to come forward again with Cruyff, who's already got a goal back to Kante. He can shoot, but on that occasion will be great defended from Virgil van Dijk. A player that, if one person doesn't use them, I think you will be asking questions, in all honesty, Alan. Virgil van Dijk, just one of those players. Gone alongside Liverpool's success this year. As we know in the game, players get upgraded on Team of the Season performances and Team of the Years, but he just is such a good player with his own sort of custom body type, Virgil van Dijk. He's just so big to play against. He's just so difficult. He's one of those players that, honestly, even R9 struggles to get past with scoop turns and drag backs, because he's just a mountain of a man. This last chance of the game does come in, and we'll get your thoughts on Virgil van Dijk, Alan. Such a good player, isn't it?
He definitely is. Like you said, he's a truck, a tank at the back. It's so difficult to get past Virgil van Dijk. Every single time I see him coming up, every time I see myself coming up against him in Foot Champions, I sort of am like, oh man, what am I going to do to beat him? What's going to be the game plan? We do see that Squirrel is getting a cup of water there. He stood up, sort of took a break. We'll see what happens in the second half.
The first 45 minutes done in our first match here in day 1 of the Summer Cup Series. 1-1 all square apiece, and I mean, quite an even first 45 minutes in this game, in all honesty, Alan. One really good chance from Squirrel. I'd say Jockson had more of the possession. He just struggled finding that final ball and that final pass in the final third.
Yeah, this game has definitely been very even. I feel like both of these competitors have been playing a very solid defense. Credit to Squirrel. Jockson is a very good attacking player. So to hold Jockson with 1 goal, that means that Squirrel definitely is on top of his game defensively.
As we know this format, there is a second chance. It is a double elimination bracket. Of Of course, the winner will go into that winner's match and will only be 2 legs of FIFA away from booking a place in Championship Sunday. And also guaranteeing himself some serious prize money here. If you do lose, you're going to the loser's match and you'll be playing against the loser of FC Cincinnati's Fiddle and GN10, one of our other only free agents in the tournament. Here's Eusebio, can't get that foot on the ball because Vieira's there. You'll hear me say that time and time again, I can assure you, over the next 3 days. Interceptions from Vieira. Might be a CDM by trade, but he certainly can do a good job in its centre-back, as we're seeing from 99.9% of every single pro. Eusebio. Trying to build into some areas, Jockson. Oh no, back to Mbappe. Has to be patient. It's one thing that certainly have to credit Screw on is how good he's been with those CDMs, Kante and Huller. Certainly have been playing well for him, Alan.
For sure, Kante. To touch back on Kante. Kante is so good. You just definitely cannot sleep on him, sort of say. He offers very, very good defensive tackles. On top of that, he's very pacey. He may not be the tallest midfielder like Hullet, like Vieira, like De Jong, and all of those other guys that people go with. But let me tell you, he's really, really fast and definitely a joy to use. I've used him myself.
Don't know how many times we'll see that thought item pop up again. Team of the year, N'Golo Kante gets the nod for Squirrel in the Summer Cup Series. As I said, any player could choose a 23-man squad. There could something coming into this tournament. Here's R9 looking for a brace. Scoop turn into the top corner. And R9 Ronaldo. He's just doing R9 Ronaldo things over here.
And there you go. You see Jockson utilizing Squirrel's scoop turn and finish, as Squirrel was mentioning in his preview video. We do see that Jockson is making some changes. Interesting. He's taking out Eusebio, putting in Cruyff. Definitely need those fresh legs. We can see here. So Cruyff is in, and De Bruyne. De Bruyne is coming in for Frankie de Jong. There's a De Bruyne that we were talking about, Brandon. Fresh legs.
Fresh legs indeed. I mean, if you look at this man's in-game stats, I know Richard will talk about it a little bit later tonight. Such a good player. 99s across the board. For me, if you're in this tournament, is he not a starter for you, Alan? Because he offers you so much. He's a player that can honestly, he can play fullback, he can play striker, he can play DM, he can play cam.
He definitely can play it all, Brandon. De Bruyne, however, though, I don't know if I can trust him as much when it comes to the defensive side of things compared to a player like Kante, like De Jong. Hullet sort of is like, KDB, excuse me, is sort of like a Hullet. So I sort of wouldn't want to have 2 Hullets in the midfield. That's why I would prefer a player like Kante, De Jong, and those other midfielders.
Certainly seems to be the case over in North America from what we've seen so far, Alan. Both players not starting the Belgium. Respectively went for their own DM. Squirrel trying to still find a way through this defensive Jockson. That's when a throw-in. Just 18 minutes left here. Will we see some late substitutions from these guys? No bronze benching over here. If anything, the opposite. Massively the opposite. Stacked benches with a couple of icons on there. Especially for someone like Squirrel who didn't start Eusebio. Into Neymar. The Brazilian players trying to link up. R9 and Neymar. Unfortunately, no way through on that occasion. Here's Neymar again for Squirrel out into the tie. A couple of scoop turns and no way through this defensive Jocksons. Could be a chance here though. Long ball forward. Centre back out to Cristiano Ronaldo. The team of the year version of his item. Could it be a hat-trick for R9? He can't get past Vieira and was just bundled off the ball. Certainly feels like there could be a couple more chances in this one, Alan.
Definitely, for sure. We see these guys attacking. I feel like the first game is always the game that has the most nerves. So these guys are sort of playing to feel a little bit more confident on the sticks. I definitely think the second leg is going to be a bit different. They're getting a feel for one another. The scoreline isn't that far off, right? 2-1. Score is only down by 1 goal. Still a lot of games to be played.
Because we know, Alan, we know competitive FIFA goals can fly, and you can see so many goals in games. And other ones might only be a narrow win. Jockson probably doing what he can to hold out this first leg with a 0-0. Take something at least into the second leg for this. Tired players, we said, E-Club World Cup champion. If you missed that one back in Milan in February, what a story it was in that grand final against 11's Esports. Him and his teammate Maxi VIP looking to make it 3-1. Zambrotta all the way from fullback. Going to be out of position now. There could be a chance to tap that space, but Cruyff happy to pull up his sleeves, get back and defend. He wants to have the last chance of the game, and he certainly will. Switch a play out to Mendy, a player that I don't think has actually moved from that left-back position all season long. I mean, he's getting all the item upgrades his way, which has certainly helped his position in the team. Last chance of the game, just added time off 2 minutes. Will Skrill be able to get that ball forward? It might just have enough time. Has to be perfect. That ball has to go forward, and that's exactly what happened. Neymar, chance to drive forward, a couple of accelerated fake shots. Could be 2-2 here. Neymar goes for the pass, and if anything, Alan, slightly just got confused in the final third. I mean, Neymar had so much time, played the pass, and there you go. 2-1 at the halfway point. I'll get your thoughts in just a second on this one, Alan, but just want to turn everybody's attention to the Sims Spark. So you don't want to miss the Sims Spark. It's the first ever reality competition show that brings together the creative entertainment and competition, and more importantly, celebrates the amazing players of the Sims community. Watch in the United States every Friday at 11 p.m. Eastern and Pacific on TBS. And also, it re-airs every Saturday at 8 a.m. Eastern and Pacific time on TBS also. You can also watch all of it over on the BuzzFeed multiplayer. So, of course, you guys can get involved in that one and let us know what you think of that cool opportunity with Sims Spark. But, Alan, talk about that first leg just for a second. I mean, what a chance at the end for Skrill. It just felt like he did so well to get past the first two defenders, then got in front of goal and sort of went, okay, what am I doing here? Am I going on my own with Neymar? Am I trying to play it across goal? Tried to play the ball across goal. And, you know, as we know, you've got Van Dijk back there. You've got Vieira. It's always going to be tough to try and break down any defence.
Yeah, it was a great chance from Skrill there. As we see, Jockson tried to slide tackle him to foul him so that he didn't score that last goal in the 90th minute. That goal would have been huge for Skrill heading into the second leg 2-2. Jockson's play style, guys, he definitely knows how to keep a lead. He's a guy that you do not want to be seeing the lead if you're coming up against him, right? Because he knows how to hold it. He has very solid defense. They just got a feel for one another after that leg. So definitely coming into the second leg, we can expect some different play from the two. See a little bit better, more confident gameplay for the two. So we'll see if Skrill has something in his bag to come back.
I mean, yeah, okay, no, but unbelievable start to Summer Cup Series here in North America, day one of our tournament. 2-1, Jockson does lead, and especially as he was down by a goal early on into the game, Alan, bounced back twice, and we have to say, two fantastic goals from Arno, proving exactly what he is about in that final third. I remember it perfectly, a couple of scoop turns around his man, a couple of drag backs, just pulling apart the defence, and when you get into those final areas, it doesn't matter who's on the ball, you've got to be creative, and that's exactly what Jockson was able to do.
Yeah, Jockson is so deadly from the box. As someone who has came up against him, he definitely knows how to sort of punish you when he gets on top of that box, inside your box with the last defender. And that's why it's so important to have a 5-star weak-footed player, because he's so unpredictable. You just don't know where he's going to go. It basically is a guessing game. He's going to go to the right side, the left side. If he beats you, it's basically 9 times out of 10 going to be a goal.
Do you fancy sharing a little bit of light as well? You said you played Jockson a couple of times. I'm sure you've had a couple of fun games as well. Which way have the games gone? Be honest, Alan. Have they been tight?
Yeah.
Has Jockson won a few more? Or?
Yeah, for sure. FIFA 20, I feel like Jockson has taken the most W's against me. He has been in form on FIFA 20, definitely. We've seen that the meta changes, but Jockson always finds a way to adapt. All of these competitors have found a way to adapt. But yeah, Jockson definitely, he has been very solid to play. One of the best opponents that I have came up against.
We are about to jump into this second leg now. Again, he might be 2-1 down, but a play he simply cannot write off is Skrill. Said that he's waiting for the right opportunity for the right club or esports organization that might come his way. For me, I'm looking at that and I'm sort of thinking it's got to be an EMLS club next year for him, Alan. It's a great way to break into the North American scene. I'm sure you can share a little bit of light on that. You've sort of found your way into the scene via FC Dallas, a club that's very close to you. And how good is it, getting in the MLS, getting involved in that format? There's, I think we saw 3 events this year. We saw Series 1, Series 2, and the finals. Is it really important for a North American pro to get involved in that scene?
Oh, for sure, I would say so. You have the opportunity of accumulating global series points. On top of that, some cash prizes. And on top of that, the EMLS is such a great league. As someone who has been a part of it, it has been one of the best esports leagues that we've seen within FIFA. The way they treat their players, the player experiences off the pitch, it is just awesome. I've met so many awesome players from the EMLS. I'm talking about like real life players that played, for example, like Aka, Forlan. But definitely, if you're a North American pro, I definitely would want to be signed for sure. I know these guys definitely would not mind signing a professional contract in the EMLS.
No, I'm sure they wouldn't. I mean, one thing to talk about as well, we have seen there's going to be an E-Champions League next month, I should say. I mean, we're in the next month in about 12 hours time here in the UK. But you went to the E-Champions League last year with Jockson. Of course, at the time, you weren't teammates. You were just 2 competitors from the North American scene. What was that experience like? Because you're 2 players, 2 good friends. I know you were very close on that trip and you got an unbelievable experience with the E-Champions League. What was that event like, looking back on it?
Yeah, we may not have been teammates at the time, but we were really good friends. The E-Champions League was amazing, to say the least. The experience was phenomenal. We went to the Champions League final live in action. We competed in the E-Champions League, so we felt like we were a competitor, sort of saying, in the Champions League. It was honestly a phenomenal experience. Definitely worth the grind to get there. Honestly, I highly recommend you guys try to qualify to the E-Champions League and put your onto it, because at the end of the day, it is a lifetime experience and one to remember.
Yeah, absolutely remarkable. As we said, that tournament taking place next month in August. That will be literally the last event, the last competitive event of the FIFA 20 season. $100,000, I should say, up for grabs. Not $100, $100,000 up for grabs in that tournament. But we are underway for our second leg here. If you missed the first action, it was 2-1 for Jockson. He went 1 goal down early on. It was Johan Cruyff that bagged that important goal from Squirrel. But what does Squirrel need to do here, Alan? Of course, other than scoring an early goal, he's got to sort of take back the game. He's got to dictate the possession and get back to how he was playing in that first half of the first leg.
He has to keep on playing great defense, because Jockson, he's not going to stop playing good attacking play. Let me tell you that. Just because he's in the lead doesn't mean that he's not going to go forward. On top of that, whenever Squirrel gets the ball, he's going to have to take advantage of every single opportunity he gets. Start sending players forward. Maybe we're going to see some constant pressure come out of him. Definitely.
Great chance there from R9, but slightly too keen. Found himself offside. First chance of the game, just 6 minutes in. It was Cruyff out in the last game that was the hero. Just 30 minutes into the tie, was able to find the back of the net for Squirrel and to put him up by 1 goal to the good. He'd be able to be the hero again in this second leg. Offside trap played there. There is a gap now for Squirrel to try and find it. We'll go out for a corner. Positive start. The player that sits 39th in the world, one of the only free agents left in this tournament. That's a mistake at the back. There's R9. Doesn't matter if you're playing from home. It doesn't matter where you're playing in the world. You don't make mistakes like that in competitive games of FIFA. You don't give R9 a sniff in the box, because he'll absolutely punish you.
Complexity Jockson is not going to be happy at all after making that mistake that punished him. Well played to Squirrel for taking advantage of that mistake. Now it's level 2-all. We got a game.
It's come from such a simple mistake as well, Alan. At the back from Jockson. Not sure what happened. Cruyff was just hungry for the ball when he was hunting for it. Caught just summing on it. Was able to recycle it back into his midfielder. And then R9 was looming on the edge of the box. And when he gets on the ball, you're always going to be in trouble, especially if it's a free shot on goal. That might not that for too long, though. Eusebio dropping the shoulder. And restoring the lead for Jockson. Just 2 minutes later into the tie. This is the FIFA we want to see.
Brandon, and there it is again. Exactly what I've been talking about. Trust me, I know Jockson, not only off the pitch, but on the pitch. He will bury it from the top of the box when it's 1v1. You don't know where he's going to go with the 5-star weak-footed attacking player. The left side or the right side, we did see that Jockson utilized Eusebio's weak foot 5-star. Went to the left side, very unpredictable. Squirrel didn't know. He guessed he was going to go to the right side, and he was punished by Jockson.
I have to refer back to what you said, Alan. That first leg was all about sort of seeing how each other play and getting used to a competitive environment again. Some players we've seen struggle in the Summer Cup series from playing from home. We saw some huge shocks, actually. You look across the board, across different tournaments, different regions. Players that we expected more from, and as you said, in Oceania and in South America, the players that were sort of the highest ranked fell out in the tournament quite early, Alan. And that was just because I honestly think players, just some of them struggle playing from home. Another chance comes in there. It's a great save round the post. It's all about getting yourself into that mindset. You're in a competitive game. You might be at home, but there's serious money on the line. We're talking $10,000 over these 3 days.
Definitely. It's different competing from home compared to competing at a live event, right? So these players definitely are going to have to be practicing before the tournament. I know Jockson, he mentioned he played 60 games of the weekend league. Some of you guys think that 30 games is a lot. Jockson said, no, 60 games is what I'm going to be playing. I'm pretty sure Score has also been playing a lot of the FUT Champions Weekend League. They've been playing friendlies against one another. So they have to be preparing for this online tournament. They know that it's going to be different. So definitely we can see that they've been preparing for it.
This being such a sort of tight-knit region, you're always going to see competitors have games against each other. These two actually travelled to a handful of events together as well. They're both for Champions Cup Stage 4, now in France. How difficult the spots are to come by as well. The fact you said, Alan, on that intro to the match, 5 times that Squirrel's been in that last deciding matchup to qualify for events. That could have been all 5 stages of different FUT Champions Cups. I know only 4 of them went ahead. Chance for Squirrel, just wide over the bar. He tries to get back into the tie, but 5 times. He was 1 game away, 1 two-legged game away, Alan, from making events, making prize money, making serious Global Series ranking points.
So close yet so far. Honestly, it's something definitely Squirrel is going to be taking note of during this FIFA 20 competitive season. To be that close to qualify to another event, a chance to make a lot more money, a chance to rank higher in the Global Series leaderboard, definitely can be heartbreaking, but honestly, you never know. That can motivate him to sort of make up for the fact of not qualifying to 3 of those events out of the 5.
Certainly so something in terms of how good he is from home. All those times he would have got through Swiss rounds and would have played in knockouts, would have picked up some Global Series points for making it to that final round in the qualification, but just 1 game away from making those events that unfortunately he wasn't able to make. As you said, Alan, looking across the board, he made FUT Champions Cup Stage 2 and FUT Champions Cup Stage 4. Could have been a different story, but still, he must be proud of what he's been able to achieve. He's in this tournament for a region. He was a top 4 player on his console side. He finds himself 3 goals to 2 down and nearly 45 minutes away from falling into that loser's match. There's still plenty of time left. Last chance of the half will fall to Jockson into R9. Not even able to turn because Vieira's that close to him.
2 minutes of added time.
Just 2 minutes of added time left here. One ball over the top into Mbappe. Keeper's off his line, but there's a reason why pros trust Edwin van der Sar, Alan, into the break. 3 goals to 2 here. Plenty of goals to talk about in the first half.
for sure. 1-0. We did see both of these guys score some goals. Again, we did see Jockson with a nice comeback goal. We did see that Jockson also made a mistake. It's very important to limit mistakes in this last half. This is it right here. Jockson knows that he has the lead. He needs to keep it 45 minutes. On the other hand, Squirrel is going to need to maybe sort of in the 70th minute, I would say 75th minute, play some constant pressure, a higher depth to find a comeback goal to possibly send this game over to extra time.
So great to get your thoughts on that half-time substitution for Complexity's Jockson. Alan, it's just the one change. It's KDB on for N'Golo Kante. I mean, I should say Squirrel. It's Squirrel that made the change there.
Again, yeah, fresh legs. We're seeing these guys bringing in Kevin De Bruyne in the second half. Don't get me wrong, De Bruyne definitely can still defend, so they're definitely going to feel very comfortable using him in the midfield. On top of that, he offers some good attacking from the two.
Will the Belgian be the difference for Squirrel? The game is all square after 90 minutes in this one. The aggregate scoreline, I should say, is all square. We'll be going into extra time and penalties if needed. The usual two-legged format that you'll see at any competitive event. Also will take place in the Summer Cup Series. We're over halfway into this now. Here's Eusebio back to goal. Chance to get that breakthrough, and it's R9. He might not have got all the touch that he wanted onto that finish. It was quite a slow one, but that doesn't matter. It's found its way into the back of the net. A precise finish from such a good finisher in the box. R9 makes it 4-2 on aggregate, and this makes it sort of a bit more of a challenge for Squirrel. Now needs 2 goals. We can see the pause straight away from him. It's got to be attacking changes now, Alan. He needs 2 goals, otherwise he's going into a loser match.
Yeah, we can see from that finish, Jockson, his patience, his calmness. He doesn't get overhyped up when he's in the box, rushing his gameplay. Instead of taking the shot there with Eusebio, he passes it to R9 to basically tap it in. But on the other side of things, Squirrel, he's down by 2 goals. I think he's going to go constant pressure. He's probably going to play press after heavy touch. Definitely going to increase the depth because he cannot be playing a low depth. He needs to come back in the game ASAP.
One thing I'd love to just pick your mind on quickly as well, Alan. When you're in a position like this, when you're 2-0 up in a game, could be for champs, could be against a pro, especially, I should say, in a big money match, maybe like the Champions League last year. When your opponent pauses, you know they're going to make attacking change. You know they're going to suddenly be constant pressing you, and you're going to have all these numbers forward. Do you naturally just keep the ball and just do everything possible not to allow them to have that pause?
That's exactly what you do. You can definitely play some mind games because you know the pause is going to change his entire play style. Maybe you're not that comfortable coming up against constant pressure, someone that's going to press you. So, like you said, keep the ball as long as possible so you're draining the clock and keeping your opponent from changing his tactics.
Unfortunately, that wasn't the case here, Alan. It was only about 5 minutes after the pause was cued. A couple of changes, though, to talk about. I mean, we're only seeing the point of view of Jockson here. Going to just quickly see how his competitor is playing against. 4-4-2 as it looks there. There could be different game plans that will be changed into by Squirrel in the last 25 minutes here. But if you're in a position like this, Alan, what are you changing? Obviously, constant pressure is going to be number one. Your depth's going to go higher. But on top of that, you'd like to say at least another fresh pair of legs or 2.
All of the above, for sure. Fresh legs, switch formation, maybe 3 at the back. The 4-4-2 is a very good formation to apply pressure on your opponent if you're trying to come back. For sure, I can almost guarantee you guys that Squirrel changes tactics, higher depth, maybe constant pressure. We will see that pressure after heavy touch, definitely, because he has to come into the game. And Jockson is known for holding leads, guys. He holds possession. It's not easy to take the ball away from him, so you definitely have to apply some pressure.
On the winning side, just one change to talk about there, and that's Johan Cruyff finding his way onto the field. Not a starter for Jockson, but I think for any pro, at least a sub. Another player that offers you a 5-star week foot, so good in front of goal. Is there away about 20 minutes The goal now will be massive from Screw. Here's Eusebio, goes far for drag back, still in possession. Is he with Eusebio? Great feet in the box. A great save from Edwin van der Sar. Incredible. Absolutely incredible from the Dutch icon there to keep that game alive and to keep Jockson in the tie. That goes in, Alan. There's a potential comeback on the cards.
That would have been a game-changing opportunity. We do see Jockson almost had the goal there to seal the deal, but man, oh man, right there, Scroll. I'm surprised he didn't go with the finesse shot to the left post. Instead, he tried to go to the near post. I'm not sure if Jockson moved his goalkeeper to the near post. If you guys don't know, that definitely is a very unique style of finishing. A lot of pros like to go near post because it's so effective. So if you guys haven't been using the near post, I highly recommend it.
I have to talk about that turn from Eusebio. He had everything to do to get past Vieira. He went for a half a drag back, went for literally a scoop turn, a basic scoop turn around his man, and that was the skin move that worked in his favour. Got him the space, but it all came back down to Edwin van der Sar. Fantastic goalkeeping in the end. Here's Screw with another chance. As we said, 10 minutes left, just over, to find 2 goals. If he wants to send this into extra time, gets the ball into the box again. Vieira's there. Such a nuisance in that back four. Can't get around him. And I think you have to say, with 9 minutes left, you're not throwing away a 2-goal lead, are you, Alan?
I don't think so. Squirrel definitely needs a goal right now on this attack if he wants some life in this game number 1 of the North American Summer Cup Series.
Fortunately, not even getting the offsides. His way is Squirrel, and it will be a defeat if he can't find a way back in just 6 minutes, which mathematically I don't think it's even possible now. It won't be over for him though. Going to that losers match, we'll be waiting patiently for either FC Cincinnati's Fiddle or GN10. And that is the beauty of this tournament. Looking for one more to celebrate a really impressive performance from Jockson, but looking back on the game, Alan, when he had to be clinical, that's what Jockson was.
Definitely, you had to be clinical. I'm telling you, if Squirrel definitely was a little bit more clinical, especially with that chance with Eusebio, we could have been seeing a different scoreline. But as we can see here, Jockson isn't scared to attack. He's up by 2, and he's not going to hold the ball for the victory. He almost had a chance there towards the end, but I think it's going to be Jockson taking this game number 1.
He will be booking himself a place into that winners match. Staying on the top half of the bracket, yet to taste the defeat, which could come back handy, especially on Championship Sunday, if he can keep this winning momentum going. Added time off just 2 minutes has been played. Complexity Jockson hits the ground running here in the Summer Cup Series for North America. Squirrel gave a fantastic first leg and a fantastic account of himself, but just wasn't good enough. And we have to be honest, as you said perfectly, you took the words out of my mouth. Going forward, Jockson is just so good. Attack after attack after attack, and he scored 4 goals across the 2 legs.
And that's why Jockson is currently ranked number 7. I'm telling you, I've came up against him, and it's so difficult to guard him because he's so unpredictable. Squirrel did a good job, though, only holding him to 4 goals, right? 2-goal difference. I feel like if Squirrel was a little bit more clinical there, he definitely could have gave Jockson a little bit more to worry about. But Squirrel definitely has to come into this second game sort of with a different mindset. Definitely don't get too much in the head after taking this loss to Jockson because he still has another chance.
As we said, that's only our first game done of the day. Alan, absolute pleasure having you on the comms with me in that one. Congratulations to Jockson. He goes into that winners match now. 4 goals to 2, a really impressive performance. But I think it's about time to throw it back over to the panel with Jimmy, Mike and Spencer to break down that one. Guys, how did you find that one?
Yeah, very excited and a great call of the game, Brandon and Alan. So, guys, this is what I see. I see that Jockson gives up the goal in both legs. And maybe he does that to put a little pressure on himself, maybe to sharpen up a little bit, but he ends up having a very professional performance. And that's what the top players do. They know how to grind out results and get wins. Did you see it the same way, Mike?
Yeah, he outlasts you. He's going to outweigh you. It's almost as if you're constantly being lent on, or he's leaning on you a little bit. And I'm so familiar with watching Jockson's gameplay, as with many people that have consumed a lot of the competitive play. And he finds ways to get the job done whether he's playing his best or if he's maybe not bringing everything together and it's clicking perfectly. And that's just a testament to the professional players, of the guys that have really been successful in the top 10 or the top 20 in the world, as they figure out a way to make sure they get the results.
All right, let's bring in our winner now. Jockson does the business, as I mentioned, 4-2 over Squirrel. Little nervy at the start of both legs. Jockson, do you do that on purpose to like maybe sharpen yourself up, or you just maybe let your opponent feel like they've got a slight chance, and then you just kind of slap them around and say, no, you don't actually have a chance whatsoever?
No, I think it's taking me a little bit of time to adjust to the gameplay because it's different playing from home. So at the beginning, I was just a little shaky, but then I was able to pull through and win the game.
Jockson, hi, Spencer here. A question for me. You mentioned it there yourself. Obviously, it's a different setup to what we've been used to over the last few years of these huge LAN events. How's the last few months been for you? I know you've talked about how you prepared and you're practicing, but how have you missed the normal competitive FIFA, and then how have you got yourself in the right headspace for this event?
Oh, I miss it a lot. I miss it being able to travel everywhere. But luckily for me, I've been able to stream a lot and play my weekly games with my Twitch subscribers and my viewers. So they've been keeping me in check. I play like 60 games almost every weekend. So it's been pretty good.
And Jockson, as we review the gameplay here, why don't you walk us through some of the key moments?
Yeah, okay. So at the first, I was kind of nervous. Like the gameplay was, I don't know, like I wasn't feeling the gameplay that much. So I got scored on first, but then like I was able to pull through and score another one with R9. Score a goal with R9.
And Jimmy brought this up. Jimmy brought this up earlier, but he was asking, once someone scores on you and you're trying to make a comeback, does that click for you? Does that hit some adrenaline? Does it maybe motivate you to get the result?
Yeah, I mean, of course, like when you're down, you obviously like, I'm trying to get a goal as quickly as possible. So I kind of like push forward a little bit, but at the same time, I don't want to risk too much. You get me? So I'm pushing forward a little bit.
Yeah, you know, it's a beautiful finish from Eusebio, bread and butter.
So right there with R9, I just power shot like a little bit, but luckily for me, it went in. I was a little bit nervous because it was the first game of the stream, but luckily, like I was able to win the game.
Well, that's what the top pros do. They win the games even when they're feeling a little bit nervous. Well, congrats again on the big win, and we'll see you on stream a little bit later.
All right, I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, Jockson, everybody. So he has done the business. Let's take a look at the bracket as it stands now after the first match of day one here at the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series North America. And you see it there. Jockson is moving on in the winner's match. They're taking down Squirrel 4-2. Yeah, very exciting. So my question here actually is to Mike. Given your past tournament experience, how important is winning the first match of a tournament?
I mean, it's massive, especially in a tournament structure like this where it's a double elimination. It means even more because traditionally we had a Swiss format, so you have a little more time to get going if you're a slow starter. Not today. You've really got to get busy and get busy early.
All right, and Spencer, for you you run an esports team, how important is it for you, or what do you see, I guess, as someone who manages these players and how they handle winning the first leg as opposed to losing it?
Well, yeah, I think Mike's right in terms of this format. Like, if I think with my team owner hat on, the best way to do it in terms of exposure is actually to come through the loser bracket. Like, if you want time on screen, you know, you actually see more of the teams that play more games, right? So if you can go down, I'm not saying I would ever advise a player to do this, and I would never tell one of our guys to do this. I'm just saying that the dream scenario from a team perspective would be that you get as much of your guys playing as possible. So losing the first game in that respect wouldn't be the end of the world, but you put yourself in a vulnerable position. If you can delay losing that first game, hopefully ever, as we saw the likes of Olilito do in the Europe series, you're in great condition. If you lose that first game straight off the bat, you've got no more room for error.
Spencer Owen, everyone, master marketer. That's what I'm going to start calling you from here on out. All right, we're going to take our first break. Our second break from the first match is done. It is finished. Big one coming up next, FCC Fiddle taking on GN10. Don't go anywhere. It's a big one.
Guys do whatever it takes to deal with shave irritation. So we reimagined the razor with the new Gillette Skin Guard. It has a unique guard between the blades that's designed to reduce irritation during the shave. Because we believe all men deserve a razor just for them. The best a man can get. Gillette.
FIFA 20 tournaments every single week. Up in the air, into the back of the net.
With an absolute laser beam to that top left corner. The next PlayStation FIFA superstar.
Neymar is in.
What a finish from Neymar.
Bosniano is writing himself into the history books. It's the story of dreams.
PlayStation.
The FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series North America is presented by Gillette and brought to you in part by Turtle Beach. Make sure to follow @Turtle Beach on Twitter and stay tuned for a unique hashtag that you can tweet for your chance to win an Elite Pro 2 headset that me, Spencer, and Mike are actually wearing. And speaking of me, Spencer, and Mike, here we are on day one ahead of match 2 at the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series North America. And guys, I'm very excited for this one. We saw a nice, comprehensive, professional performance from Jockson. Let's take a look, at the brackets to see where we stand and what is coming up, because it's a big one. FCC Fiddle taking on GN10. Now, Mike, you spoke a lot about Fiddle. He was your player to watch at the beginning of this whole broadcast. From the outside looking in, let's say, Spencer, this is to you. What do you know about Fiddle, and does he scare you at all? Or are there any of the UK players, given the success he's had over here in North America?
Well, it certainly made a big splash when Fiddle first signed for PSG a few years ago. Obviously, he's gone on to Cincinnati since then, and he's been an ever-present, I'd say, since this kind of FUT champions, if you like, competitive era. He's been there or thereabouts. So I think he's been a great advertisement for the North American scene. I'll be honest, and I'll say on the world scene, I don't think he's made his stamp yet. I don't think he's potentially delivered on what he's capable of doing. And this is a great opportunity for him to set himself at least as the best North American player, which I think he's kind of not quite done in his career yet, but definitely aware of his past achievements and a lot of respect for him.
Okay, as you heard, Spencer respects him. Mike and I love him. Now let's hear from the man himself.
I think the pressure makes me a better player. It makes me expect better things of myself. So when I have pressure on me, I think I tend to exceed.
The volley is a good one. Beautiful.
My name is Gordon Thornsberry. I am 22 years old. I play for FC Cincinnati, and I also go by FCC Fiddle.
Back for Ronaldo. Sensational goal. And it's Fiddle that celebrates first.
I would consider myself an intense player. I like the pressure. I like to hear some fans yelling at you. I think it makes all for a good experience. I would say whenever I step on a stage, I always want to be the one to win. I know there's people watching, whether it be at home or at the event. So I want to win in front of the people. Whenever I build my team, I like all the players to be balanced. I like when every player I can really depend on. If I have one guy that I can't depend on, I feel like it really hinders my game. My favorite skill move this year is the drag back. It's simple, but it gets the job done. The thing I love most about the drag back is the simplicity in it and how much it gets you open for an easy shot. Signing with PSG is my biggest moment because it was my first step into the esports scene. It didn't seem like something that was realistic to me at the time. Once I signed with them, it became real, so I would say that's my most memorable moment so far.
Great ball inside, Ronaldo!
The most memorable goal I ever scored was the one to seal it at League Series 1 in EMLS, which got me my first trophy in the EMLS.
League Series 1, Fiddle takes it!
My first trophy in EMLS was a big burden off my shoulders. I expected myself to win once before that, so to get that first one really felt great. My second EMLS championship at League Series 2 in Portland was a really tough one. I had to beat Diddy Crislito in the first round, and then I went on to a penalty shootout against Remy Martin, who is also a good player. But then the final against Paulo Neto, he's a tough player. He's ranked one of the top 10 in the world, so it wasn't going to be an easy task. I managed to win by 2 goals there and lift my second trophies, but it was not easy.
EMLS League Series 2 champion.
The thing that separated me from other EMLS competitors is once we stepped on that stage, I was the one that refused to lose. You could see me in a shootout, you could see me down 2 goals. I just refused to lose when I stepped up there, so I mean, it was tough to beat me.
Chris passing. Gorgeous football.
I'm looking forward to competing against some of North America's best. It's our last chance to compete this year, so I really want to make sure I go out with a bang.
So, Mike, we like his attitude and spirit, but as you mentioned before, even though he won Series 1 and Series 2 and in EMLS, he didn't win EMLS Cup. Do you feel like that's a bit of a knock against him in some ways?
I don't think it's a knock, but I think it's motivated him. And I was actually talking to George this morning. He said he's been playing with GN, and George was the one that eliminated him in EMLS. So there might be some in behind-the-scenes training there. But I really feel that Fiddle's even more accomplished than Spencer gave him credit for. He's won multiple North American events. He's been a face since being welcomed into the scene in 2017. And I definitely think he's one big win away from having that claim of being in the top 2 or top 3 players in North America.
All right, as he mentioned, this is the last big event for FIFA 20, so he's going to want to have that momentum going into FIFA 21. But Spencer, let's talk about GN10 because he's a special player as well.
He is, and if you look at his credentials there, you can see that he's no stranger to the scene. You know, would he be earmarked as a pre-tournament favourite? I think it's fair to say he's probably not. But that doesn't mean he can't win. It would probably be the highlight of his competitive FIFA career so far, but what a time to get it. You know, finishing off the last competitive event from North American standpoint on FIFA 20, hitting the ground running for FIFA 21. So, listen, he's been a finalist at the Interactive World Cup. I know a lot of top players that have never done it, and that was all the way back in FIFA 12. So he's been around the scene for a little bit, 24 years old, that's a bit of a veteran in FIFA terms. So he's definitely got experience, and he's going up against a very, very strong opponent in Gordon or Fiddle. So look forward to seeing what happens.
Yeah, let's bring in Gustavo now and get his thoughts ahead of this big match. Gustavo, thank you for joining us. How are you feeling before this one, and how have you been preparing to take on Fiddle?
Hello, guys. I've been feeling pretty good, to be honest. I've been playing a lot lately, trying to play against top players. As Mike said, I was playing George yesterday, so I've been trying to get as much training as I can and be ready for this.
And we've been talking about what it takes to be a pro player and a great player. What I'd love for you to speak about is what it takes to have the ability to play across a number of different FIFA games, because you've been in the scene for, obviously, we mentioned there back in FIFA 12. What's your secret? How do you keep the motivation, and how do you take your ability across the different titles?
Yeah, me honestly, I've played a lot since FIFA 10, and then I play from FIFA 10 to FIFA 14, and then I stay out of the game for so long, and I started playing again last year, and I feel like if you really want to play in a high level, you just need to practice it. That's all. Like, it doesn't matter what type of FIFA it is. You just need to try to understand the game, watch the other top players play, and try to do your best.
And that was going to be my follow-up with not only the practice, but more so because there's so much content available now. Do you do a lot of research, especially in a tournament such as this one, where you know who your opponents potentially are going to be?
Oh, yeah, of course. I watch a lot of the Fiddle games. I try to find his games on Twitch or whatever, and I analyze his game, see how he plays, see what he likes to do, and I think this is very important nowadays. You gotta know your opponent as well.
All right, Gustavo, I want to give you a little bit of a vamos poha and a good luck against Fiddle.
Thank you.
All right, Gustavo, everybody, GN10. Let's do some predictions now. Spencer, I'm going to let you go first because I gave that responsibility to Mike the last time around.
Appreciate it. I think, now, I said about Fiddle earlier, and I said how he hasn't necessarily hit the world stage yet, but on the American stage, he's been there or thereabouts for a number of years. And I expect him to have a good tournament over the next few days. If he can go the distance, that's for him to say, but I think he's going to kick things off with a win here. No discredit to Gustavo, but I'm going to go Fiddle on this one.
All right, I respect it. Mike, your turn.
Well, I took Fiddle as my player to watch, and I'm not a hypocrite, so we're going to roll with Fiddle to start things out.
Can we maybe, I think Spencer and I want to hop in there with a hypocrite statement. I'm just kidding. We know too much about Mike Lell.
I know you.
Let's throw it over to the casters.
I know you do.
Now, let's throw it over to the casters. Richard Buckley and Gorilla, who have the call of this game. Take it away, guys.
Cheers, Jimmy. Great to see the guys, as always. And quite an unfamiliar partnership here. Myself, Richard Buckley, and I'm pleased to say one of the best players to ever do it on the Mount Rushmore of FIFA esports, Spencer Ealing, a.k.a. Gorilla. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm really good. Thank you for having me. It's been something I wanted to do for a while now, so I'm going to have the opportunity and hopefully some good FIFA this weekend.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll see some great action over the next 3 days. Without any further ado, let's have a look straight away at the teams that the two players are going to be using. Brandon explained it a little bit earlier on, as we've got players coming from both consoles. This is primarily played on PlayStation 4. We have to play it on a level playing field, so letting the Xbox players have 23 lone icons alongside the PS players. Let's have a look at Fiddle's team first, Gorilla. Talk to me through what you're seeing here, the 11 starting.
Well, it's very interesting that he has Vieira and Hullet in the CDM position. I always feel and I believe that you want a opposite in CDM. So, for example, Hullet and a De Jong with De Bruyne, because the agility, moving the ball up the field and passing it into one of your wingers or your strikers, I think is very vital. But obviously, Fiddle, he's won 2 MLS tournaments, so he's obviously confident with this team. And it's interesting to see Ramos as well. You don't really see him in any of the lineups, and also Zambrotta in the right back position. So some interesting choices, obviously top players. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see how he does with Hullet and Vieira in CDM.
Speaking of Kevin De Bruyne, he's in GN10's team. Is the big change really the Ramos and the Kevin De Bruyne coming in, Gorilla?
Yeah, I think definitely having De Bruyne there is going to help him up the field. So look out for him. I think he'll use him a lot, creating the play, creating the chances, and even keeping the ball as well. And obviously Vieira in the centre-back position. I think that's a favourite 2 centre-backs in this FIFA for the competitive tournament. So yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Great to hear the insight there straight away. We're going to be tapping into that all weekend long from Gorilla. Fiddle against GN10 in our second match here on the Summer Cup Series. You see Maestro and Dax there in the background of the shot on one of the Tifos selected. It's going to be Cincinnati's Fiddle kicking from left to right in the blue and GN10 from right to left in the white. First things out of the gate that I just want to talk about, Gorilla. Some of the players that aren't at this event: New York City Chris, George Adamu, Ajax Joey, Goal Machine, Alexander, some of the biggest names that we've seen in North America. It's almost sort of an opportunity for different names, players like Squirrel, players like GN10, to make waves in FIFA esports.
100%, you got to have the opportunity, and some of these players do have the opportunity now. So obviously you have the favourites such as Jockson, Max and Fiddle, but don't count any of the others out. You got to have an opportunity. Everyone has to have that first tournament, so it's a big stage for them, and hopefully one of them can perform.
Quite a slow start here to the game. Kevin De Bruyne and Ruud Gullit. Quite surprisingly, to be honest, it's quite rare that you see so many changes in 2 side-by-side teams when you've got pretty much unlocked accounts available. 9 times out of 10, it's 10 players that are exactly the same. Here, we've got Ramos different, we've got Zambrotta in at right-back, Kevin De Bruyne. Those are the players that we're going to be keeping an eye on to see, is Ramos going to make a mistake? Is he going to be too aggressive in a tackle? It's Cristiano Ronaldo down this right-hand side, eyeing up Phil and Mendy. He's pretty much the out-and-out left-back from here on out, would you say, Gorilla, in the remainder of the season?
I think so. Obviously, previously being released, I think he's only been out in the game for about 3 weeks now, but he's always been one of those cards that you want to use. Obviously, the Footmus 85 card was a fantastic left back, and we're going to have a chance here. And then we've got that's Vieira stepping out there, and would Ramos do the same? I'm not so sure. I think Vieira and Van Dijk, in that centre back position is very solid. So we'll have to wait and see. But a lot of people, prefer different players. I think it comes down to a personal choice. So I think we'll see some different options throughout the tournament.
Yeah, I've been commentating pretty much all year long FIFA esports the last couple of weeks as well, when we have had the loan players available for people to use, and in my probably opinion, that Patrick Vieira has been arguably the MVP along all the different regions. He's always in the teams, he's always there, whether it's in a CDM or a centre-back role. Ruud Gullit here into R9, looking to play around Van Dijk. That's R9 shooting across the goalkeeper, Van der Sar as well. Neymar with the short corner into Johan Cruyff. Cristiano Ronaldo on the finesse shot. Just going back to that chance there, was the shot across the goalkeeper the right option, or would he have gone near post in your opinion there, Gorilla?
For me personally, I feel like the cross goal was the perfect shot, but this 92 Van der Sar is the best keeper on the game. You've probably seen from my highlights in the European region, he saved me a lot of goals. So I think it was the right option, but when Van der Sar's in his goal, it's going to take something special to beat him.
It's just something about that Van der Sar. He makes saves that you don't expect your keeper to make. I'm sure we'll see Van der Sar used probably in each and every single player's team. I've seen him in Oceania, I saw him in Asia, I saw him in the European region. He has been everywhere, Edwin van der Sar. I think one of the only people not to use him was Yago in the South American Summer Cup series, who actually used Team of the Year nominee Edison. Funny story, and I'm sure we'll get into that a little bit later on. Just offside there, Phil and Mendy. Quite offensively there. You don't usually see Mendy that high up, Gorilla, on the left-hand side.
I think I'm not sure if he's using the offside trap, but I think he's just going to take, maybe a half or the whole game, just for the players to get used to it. Obviously practicing is one thing, but going into actual tournament setting, you might get some tendencies, bringing in from the practice matches, and also bring out your fullbacks. It's something that you'll end up doing in foot champs and also practice. So I think you might see it. We've got a chance here. Ooh. Great block by Ramos there.
Yeah, speaking of fullbacks, Fiddle and Mendy involved again there for GN10 down this left-hand side, looking for the cutback. Squirrel talked about it earlier in the show, how he likes to get it out wide, get it into those areas, and look for the cutbacks. Great block from Sergio Ramos. All their eyes seem to be on him, and he's performing well thus far here. 30 minutes gone, still no goals. It's going to be a two-legged affair to find out who will be facing Jockson in the winners bracket final. The loser of this will be playing Squirrel in that elimination match. Kylian Mbappe inside the box, looking to tease Ramos out of position, but Sergio Ramos again does well and seeming to live up to Patrick Vieira's name back there. This is nice from Vieira in the centre midfield. You talked about Vieira. I've been watching a lot of your streams recently. A word that you like to describe a lot of FIFA players, stiff. Does Vieira fit into that role?
I think every Vieira fits into that role, bar the prime moments. Obviously, you know, comparing him, Vieira, to a Team of the Season / Team of the Year De Jong, they're very, very different types of players. Their body type, their height, their agility. You know what you're going to get when you get Vieira? You know, is a solid CDM and his defence first rather than an attack. And it's not a bad thing to have. And again, it just comes down to personal preference. But for me, I would classify Vieira as a stiff player, but doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad thing.
Absolutely. Kevin De Bruyne, the complete opposite there, looking to create a chance here for GN10. Patrick Vieira, speak of him, and he will appear forcing out. He's playing centre-back, and look how high he was up the pitch there to squeeze the ball back for GN10. Little inside pass to R9 Ronaldo. Sergio Ramos comes across and wins himself a corner. 45th minute about to eclipse. Eusebio onto the edge. R9, one touch passing here on the edge of the box, hits the finesse shot, and Van der Sar tips it around the post. Pressure continuing to mount here. Eusebio with the short corner this time. Kevin De Bruyne, the man on the edge. Only as far as Johan Cruyff, and that will take us into half-time, Gorilla. What are your thoughts coming in at the break?
Very cagey, very cagey. I think GN's had some really good chances. That chance, and in the 45th minute, take that again, and there's a chance it could go in. I think that was a very good opportunity from the corner, and he could have gone 1-0 into the half-time whistle. But again, you're going to see this, I think, in a lot of the first legs. So I think maybe the second half, a bit more confidence, getting used to the gameplay, and hopefully we'll see a goal very soon.
You might be listening, Fiddle, because Patrick Vieira brought off there. Kevin De Bruyne entered the pitch 45 minutes in. Interesting that you make that sub at half-time. I feel as though surely you try and manipulate the chemistry in a way where you can get Kevin De Bruyne starting the match over Vieira, but Fiddle clearly not happy with the French icon at the break and deciding to bring on, arguably, would you say, Gorilla, the best player that potentially stat-wise we've ever seen in FIFA?
Kevin De Bruyne, I think he's definitely up there. I think the way I see it with the two CDMs, I think you have to have Fiddle. It's not a question, and it's either Kevin De Bruyne, De Jong, Kante, or Vieira. I think that's kind of like the four that you'll see a lot of pros use. But you need to remember as well, work rates. If I'm not mistaken, I think De Bruyne has high, so he's switched from a Vieira medium high into a more of an attacking player in De Bruyne. So maybe he wants to be a bit more attacking and try and control the ball a little bit. But yeah, Kevin De Bruyne's a top player, and his stats are insane.
Yeah, I think we saw Modric, didn't we? The 99 Luka Modric after he won the Ballon d'Or, and we were like, that's the best card that we're potentially ever going to see stats-wise. That is the pinnacle. And then Team of the Season so far, Kevin De Bruyne, blowing Modric out of the water. And the work rates and also the 5-star weak foot is so impactful. Are we going to see that 5-star weak foot in the remainder of the game? Ronaldo into R9. Virgil van Dijk. Is it a little bit slow there in the final third for you, Gorilla?
For me personally, I think you got to use the edge of the box to basically control it. So you got your wingers, your Lam and your Ram, but you got to bring it inside a little bit quicker because you want to get in front of their centre backs, just behind their CDMs, and that's where you kind of control the game. That's where you can kind of put your opposition on the back foot and a bit worried, to be honest. But I think again, it's very cagey. I'm hoping to see that one goal, and then I think the game will change and open up a little bit. I think they're very worried about conceding that first goal because you know, you change your tactics after that first goal. So a little bit slow, but I think we'll see a goal before the 90 minutes is up.
Speaking of creating chances on the edge of the box, Kylian Mbappe, arguably one of the best attacking players in FIFA 20. Just a quick one from you, Gorilla. FUT birthday or team of the season so far?
I get asked this question a lot in my streams. I would personally say team of the season Mbappe if you want him as a winger, so Lam or Ram. But if you want to play him down as centre, as a centre attacker, mid or a striker, then obviously I'd probably refer to the FUT birthday purely for that 5-star week. I was hearing what Alan Avey was saying in the past matchup, and I do agree that 5-star week foot is really important, but you won't see it as much on the wing. So that's why I'd probably go with the team of the season if you're going to play him on the wing.
Speaking of the 5-star weak foot players, Johan Cruyff fits into that category just alongside this man, R9 Ronaldo. Stinging the hands of Edwin van der Sar, who dives down to his left-hand side. Back into the pause here, Gorilla. What is going through Fiddle's mind?
Well, I think he's had a better second half than he has a first half. Obviously, bringing on De Bruyne instead of Vieira, I think he's... I won't be surprised if we see De Bruyne start the second leg, or maybe someone else like a Modric or a Kante or a De Jong. So maybe Vieira in centre-back in terms of the second leg. But I think he's playing well. I think he just needs to keep the pressure up and controlling the game a little bit. There's 23 minutes to go. But yeah, so far so good. Definitely a better second half from Fiddle.
To try and add that winning goal, prime icon moments, Eusebio entered the pitch, finesse shot from the edge of the box there. Quite rare that you see a shot like that even be taken, never mind going in. Long shot's not really the way to score this year in FIFA 20. Eusebio with his first touch going to be taking the corner. 70 minutes approaching. It played in a short one into Johan Cruyff. Expect to see that. Cristiano Ronaldo inside the box, hustling and bustling, finds its way to Hullet at the back post. Van der Sar again spreading himself unbelievably well. Edwin van der Sar, Gorilla, you said it earlier, he is the best goalkeeper on the game.
I have said it, and he's proven me right, I think. I think it's definitely between Team of the Season ter Stegen and Prime Moments van der Sar. It's very hard to come close to them, and we have a chance here with Mendy. Far forward, though.
Van Dijk does well to come across, and Kevin De Bruyne, fresh off of the bench, mopping up. That's a little bit risky at the back.
That was very risky.
There. I'll tell you what, if you concede a goal like that, not only are you 1-0 down, but mentally, heads rolling, surely.
100%. I think it might have actually happened to me definitely once or twice. I'm known to making a few mistakes in the defensive area. But if he conceded there after controlling that second half, it would have really got to him mentally, because the opposition, GN, is going to be 1-0 up. Maybe not deservedly in the second half, you could say. And he's just been given a free goal potentially. So it would definitely have affected him mentally. But I think he'll be a bit relieved now that it didn't go in.
Coming into the final 10 minutes here. Are we going to get a goal? Who's going to break the deadlock? We do have another leg of FIFA to decide who will be going through into the next round and who will be dropping down into that loser's bracket, that dreaded loser's bracket, where it's do or die football from there on out. Cristiano Ronaldo playing back to Ruud Hullet into Johan Cruyff. Nice link-up play, finding Cristiano Ronaldo now out wide. Ramos has come a long way out of centre-back, and it looks like Hullet has had to drop back in there alongside De Bruyne. Ramos just getting back there now, but he's out of position, and a last-ditch tackle there from Sergio Ramos. Tell you what, he brought him out of the back four. He went a little bit too aggressive and nearly got paid. Five minutes remaining here. Ferland Mendy on the throw-in. And we see this, Gorilla, I know you wanted to talk about it, the slow build-up moving into the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, 100%. You want to play for the last attack. Now, trying to keep the ball, you've got to be confident for the last 4 or 5 minutes. But you've got to, because if Fiddle has a chance now and GN gets the possession like he has now it's in GN's hands to have the last attack and potentially going into the second leg with a 1-0. But as you see now, Fiddle's intercepted quite high up the pitch, though, and CR7 is here. It's a really good chance if he can. And again, there we go.
It just looks a little bit predictable in the final third for both of these two players. There's going to be 2 additional minutes here at the end of this first leg. Ferland Mendy looking to get away from Zambrotta and does well for GN10. Can French left back create a chance. It's not going to be... And that is going to be it. Eusebio playing the ball out of the field, and 0-0 coming in to the second leg. You would probably say that Fiddle created chances in that second leg. He was almost getting the better of GN10, but in the end, we're going to be going in at a 0-0 scoreline, Gorilla. It is important to note that this is only one of 6 events that have been taking place here as part of the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series, as the top-ranked competitors from the other 5 major regions around the globe are also fighting to be crowned. We've seen Olilito, Ayan Hazard, Paolo Neto and Blue Agu all victorious in their individual regions. Make sure to stay tuned. Twitch.tv/EA Sports FIFA or footchampions.com through August 9th to catch all of the action in North America and Middle East and Africa. 0-0 at the break, Gorilla. Mentally, for both of these two players, who would you say has the advantage? Either?
I think Fiddle. I think he definitely had a better second half. I just want to see a bit more play. I think GN towards the last 10 minutes, he had a really good chance. He was using the wingers, but then he was coming inside and controlling that central of the field, which I think is very important. He nearly had a really good chance and nearly got that goal there. So I think they'll both be confident with their gameplay. Obviously, Fiddle changing Vieira at half time, which is quite early on, so maybe we'll see a change there. But I think they both played a very patient game. Both had some decent chances, but nothing that's siding with either player. So we'll have to wait and see in the second leg.
I want to tap into your brain right now. You've been a professional player for many years. You've been at the very, very top of the game for so long. Consistency has been something that you've sort of really took under your wing every single year. At halftime, we say halftime, in between leg 1 and leg 2, is it right? You saw Kevin De Bruyne come in. Is it right to change your team? Do you change your team, or do you just stick with it and put Vieira back in from the start?
It depends on if the change made a difference. Obviously, watching it is only one thing, but if Fiddle prefers De Bruyne, then go for it. You got to be confident in the way the game's going, not necessarily the result. So I think he played a little bit better with De Bruyne. I think he was a bit better on the ball, and I feel like you're going to be more confident controlling the ball with De Bruyne and turning. So we'll have to wait and see. But for me personally, I would continue with De Bruyne if I felt comfortable with that change.
Yeah, if you can get the chemistry needed for De Bruyne, I'm sure we'll see him starting. There was no goals in the first leg, but there was basically the Edwin van der Sar highlight show. He pulled out some fantastic saves in this first leg, Gorilla. Talk me through some of the highlights in the match that we're seeing here.
Well, that was a good drag back on the 45th minute as well from a corner, I do believe. And again, like I said, they can be going in. So that was unlucky from, I think that was GN then, I do believe. But Van der Sar, they were a great save. And you're going to see more saves this weekend from Van der Sar. So if you're playing Weekend League, definitely use him.
Yeah, that prime icon moments, Edwin van der Sar. He's a mainstay in a number of these squads here in the Summer Cup Series. We've talked a lot about Fiddle in the break. What about GN10? If you're in his side, if you're his coach right now, you are probably the better player in the first half. And then I know it's quite a commentary trope, but it was a game of 2 halves. With GN10 in the first, Fiddle in the second. What does GN10 need to do in this second leg?
I think he's got to remember that it's 0-0. Take the positives from the first game. And it's not like Fiddle was dominating the game or GM was dominating the game. I think, like you said, it was a game of 2 halves. So it's a fresh game, back at the 0 minutes on the game. So it's a fresh game. It's as easy as that, really. And then just keep the ball. I think it's very important. Keep the ball a little bit. Not for no reason. Obviously, try and move the ball up the field a little bit. But just keep the ball. Make Fiddle come towards you and create some space.
And with it being 0-0 going into the second leg, you would say the first goal, usually the first goal in FIFA esports is massive because of how you can control the tempo, you control the pace of the game. It's even more important now that it's basically a one and done. It's a one leg, you win this and you're going through.
100%. The first goal is massive. I would predict if first goal goes in within the first 45 minutes, we're going to see like a 2-1, 3-2 kind of game, because what happens is if GN, for example, scores the first goal, Fiddle is kind of got to go for it, maybe like a 4-4-2 press on heavy touch. And what that allows is Fiddle to then put pressure on GN's defence, or vice versa. GN's going to get a lot of space in the middle, in behind the defenders, and he's going to get a lot more opportunity. So I think the first goal is massive, but I'm hoping we see one.
Yeah, I'm hoping we see plenty of goals in this second leg. If not, we're going to be going to penalty shootout. And who doesn't love a good penalty shootout here in the Summer Cup Series? We've seen plenty from the other regions throughout Oceania, throughout Asia as well. Earlier on in the week, Asia absolutely smashing it out of the park with some of the games. Entertainment value was off the charts. Gorilla, we've seen a player like GN10. FIFA 12, he was a grand finalist. A lot of players, they'll come in and out of FIFA esports. Someone like your teammate, Stokes, for example, he's now one of the most prominent players in FIFA esports, but he had a long period out of the game. What's the transition like for a player when you're learning a new game, but also you're learning back into the community? Is there anything there, or do you just get on with it, get your head down and get practicing?
I think if you're going from FIFA to FIFA, obviously from FIFA 19 to FIFA 20, very different games, and every FIFA is going to be different. There's going to be different mechanics, different ways of shooting, different skill moves. So it's just the first month is very vital, in my opinion, putting a lot, not just time into it, because anyone can put time into the game, but you need to make sure you're going out your way to look at tutorials, look at other pro players and some of their streams. Because I'll be honest, I've looked at other pro players over the years and taken things from their game. You know, there's no shame in doing that. So I think definitely looking about trying to improve your game, because anyone can play 1,000 games in the first month, you know, for example. But it's definitely going out the way to try and learn what's going to improve your game.
Yeah, I think you raise a great point there. Looking at your peers, seeing what they're doing well. For example, this year we've seen multiple changes in meta. We saw overall ball side come in, a couple of players used it, and then it just caught on, and everybody were using it. And you often see these changes throughout the year. As we do get into the second leg here, currently tied at 0-0 going into this game. It's going to be GN kicking from left to right here, and FC Cincinnati Fiddle from right to left in the white. Hopefully we do get an early goal to bring this game to life. But still, the entertainment value has been really impressive. There's been chances. It's not like they've both played possession, they've both played defensive. There has been opportunities created there, and GN looking to create one of the opportunities I'm speaking about. Rude Hullet linking up with Eusebio. Hullet just a little bit isolated on the edge of the box there. Plenty of white shirts behind the ball for Fiddle. Fake shot into the box, looking for the cutback. It somehow found its way again. The ball just seeming to magnet to Sergio Ramos, Gorilla.
Yeah, that is what I want to see, though, from Fiddle, and even from GN as well. Just controlling that middle. He had a great chance there, and lucky not to get a shot away, but you put your opposition on a bit of a back foot when you're controlling that centre of the field, just on the edge of the D. You know, you push your two CDMs up, and you're going to create a lot of chances. So definitely use the wingers, but definitely come inside as well. But Ramos, to be fair, has been pretty solid.
He has indeed. Johan Cruyff looking to thread through R9 Ronaldo. But who is there again? The man holding down the fort, Edwin van der Sar. He were off balance a little bit, R9, but do you expect that to go in? If you're taking that shot in that predicament, Gorilla, do you expect that to hit the back of the net?
I think biasly, as the attacker, you'd want it to go in, but I think Van der Sar, it was quite straight at him, to be honest. It wasn't in the corner, it wasn't a finesse shot, so I think it was an easy save in reality, but still, as the attacker, you would like to think that would go in. But still, a really good opportunity though by Fiddle. Sorry.
GN moving down this right-hand side. It seems like all his luck has been coming down this side. Eusebio away from Ramos. Van der Sar tips it around. And there's no player there on the rebound. First 15 minutes, Gorilla. End-to-end FIFA.
This is what I like to see, but I think we know who the man of match is going to be at this rate. Definitely Van der Sar. But yeah, I'm liking it. Very attacking now. A bit more open, not as passive, but still possession is important, but using it in the right areas is key.
Eusebio on the edge of the box, looking to get past Virgil van Dijk, but combination of the manual positioning and the AI defensive help there, putting Van Dijk right place, right time to get a block on the shot. Both players throwing caution to the wind here. I think they both realise how important the first goal is in this game. If you can snatch that first goal and sort of play the game at your own pace. We saw a lot of those EMLS wins earlier on in sort of the highlight packages. 1-0s, 2-0s for Fiddle. The game against Paulo Neto, I think he won it 2-0. Fiddle knows how to see a game out. R9 Ronaldo, beautiful pass into Johan Cruyff. and you hear a big gasp from Gorilla. It looked like an offside trap.
That was a terrible offside trap, but it's happened to me before. You want to push your defenders up to try and put pressure on the ball carrier, but the timing is just impeccable. And it was a fantastic through ball. Nice finish from Cruyff as well, but Van der Sar can keep that one out.
And it's all about the small margins. It seems like a quote we say so often in FIFA esports. The pass into the through ball, into the finish, accompanied by the mistake of the offside trap, putting Fiddle into the lead with a 1-goal scoreline here. 27 minutes on the clock. Zambrotta into R9 Ronaldo, back into Eusebio, and again, Van der Sar stands strong. Just a little bit too frantic there on the skipping of the replay. GN10 playing the short corner straight into a white shirt, but does win the ball back. Ruud Gullit into Kevin De Bruyne, into now Eusebio. Around the corner, Zambrotta, Cristiano Ronaldo. Seeing this slow build-up. Exactly what you were speaking about, Gorilla. Down the line, Phil and Mendy does well. When you get into those opportunities and you're building it up slow, you're taking your time, when is the right moment to pull the trigger? When do you attack? When do you go forward?
When you see the space, obviously it's easier said than done, but as you've seen then, I think GN had about 62% possession, so I think he's reacted well to conceding. He's had a decent chance, but he needs to get that ball in a bit more of a dangerous position, in and around the box, but I think, like I said, I think he's reacted well to conceding. It's easier to do that when you're controlling the ball, and he is, so I think I just want to see a bit more, some more skill moves, some more quick passing.
Oh no,
and he's done it again.
Oh no, the offside trap. He stitched himself up twice. You can't.
This happens though. It happens. I mean, it's happened before because what happens with me if I go a goal down? I want to play like in my heart. I'm an aggressive player. I want to play quick FIFA. So when I go 1-0 down, I kind of make decisions that I wouldn't do when it's a 0-0 game. So I feel for GN, but it's happened to me before, and it's one of those things. You're not offside trap. You want to get that ball back very quickly to try and get that next goal. But unfortunately, the 2 offside traps have just cost him this game, I think.
And let's have a mention of Fiddle's composure there, because the goalkeeper were moving left and right, and he just took an extra touch and just slotted it past the goalkeeper. The composure and the sort of calmness that he displayed right there was fantastic, Gorilla.
Oh, of course. It's very difficult because sometimes you can prejudge where a keeper's going to move, or it's kind of a habit where you shoot. So, you might have it, in your muscle memory to shoot near post at a certain angle. So the fact that he actually walked with the ball there and wait for the keeper to commit to one of the sides, basically had an open goal at the end of it. But yeah, good composure there by Fiddle. It's not over yet. If GN can get a quick reply, I think, before 60, 65 minutes, maybe you'll see a formation change very soon. Maybe go a bit more high pressing, press on heavy touch, maybe like a 4-4-2. You can easily bring this back, but it's going to be difficult.
Yeah, I'm just having a look, actually, at the formation there from GN10. There's a lot of space in behind here. Neymar's going to attack it with pace and trickery. Beautiful cut back onto the edge for Ruud Gullit. Johan Cruyff now involved again. R9 on the edge, looked like a potential free kick there. He was in the pause menu, GN10, for quite a little while. We're watching Fiddle's point of view here of the action. Just from the perspective we can see here, Gorilla, does it look like he's made any changes, GN10?
It looks a little bit like 4-2-4 of some sorts. He's actually got a good chance here, but Ramos there again. But I'm trying to figure out what he's doing. It does look like a bit more of a 4-2-4, and as you can see, his defence was wide open just on Fiddle's attack. So, it's one of those, you've got to go for it. You've got to leave yourself open at the back and just hope that you get that 2-1 and bring yourself back into the game. But I think 4-2-4, maybe 4-4-2 with the wingers on stay forward, something of similar sorts to that, I'd say.
And that will take us into half-time here. Hopefully, Fiddle might be able to show us, actually, through the match facts and match player ratings, which formation GN10 is rolling with. But the early start was by Fiddle due to a couple of defensive errors by GN10. You see the stats at half-time. Pretty even in terms of the statistics, but it was two sort of lapse of concentration, would you say, Gorilla, with the offside trap? A little bit too naive to win the ball back?
I just think he wants to keep the ball. He's got more of the possession, so that kind of tells me that he likes to control the game and keep possession. So I just think it was a situation where Fiddle was maybe just taking his time, rightly so, waiting for that space, and GN just wasn't having any of that. So he wanted the offside trap, try and push his team up and make Fiddle make a mistake, but it's backfired, unfortunately, on 2 occasions. But GN's got a really good opportunity here.
Just a little bit too slow in the final third. Kevin De Bruyne, I feel as though he could have been a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, he had the numbers, and again, it's just taking his time with the ball.
Offside trap
You're
again.
okay to do that, but I don't think it's working, especially when you're 2-0 down.
Yeah, and you see the offside trap played yet again from GN10. Recovery tackle, in all honesty, from Ferland to keep him in the game. You've got to think, if this game goes 3-0 in terms of Fiddle's advantage, it's all she wrote.
Yeah, I mean, GN's
not
defending now, and again, it's something that I would do in terms of by not defending. His first thought is to get that ball up the field really quickly, but Fiddle's going to keep getting chance after chance, so it's just down to him whether he can put the game away, because I think GN's going to at least have 1 or 2 chances before the 70th minute mark, and again, it's just whoever can take their chances at the end of the day.
And the next time a pause does come in, I'm going to ask you about a few things that you will do when you're trailing in a game, or what's your go-to formation, go-to custom tactics. That will be the next time the ball does go out of play, and we can have a little bit longer to digest it. Ruud Gullit looking to find that pass into Kevin De Bruyne. A little run off the ball there, but again, Virgil van Dijk, right place, right time. The best centre-back in FIFA, standing strong on both ends. 60 minutes on the clock here. 2/3 of this game already concluded. GN10 needs a goal in the next 15 minutes if he wants any hope of getting back into this game. You see the press. Numbers just sort of screwed all over the pitch here for GN10. It's just an aggressive style of play. Something that you can subscribe to when you are trailing in the game, Gorilla?
100%. I think Fiddle's got to be cautious, though, because the press that GN's going to apply to him, it's not going to allow a lot of space. And there we
Game
go.
over.
That is game over. Is that Cruyff's hat-trick? I think it might be.
It is, yeah. Johan Cruyff with the hat-trick. And it came from the wings play. The wing play was instrumental in pretty much all of the goals. Down that side, cut across the box to Johan Cruyff. We're speaking about what you would be doing if you were 2-3-0 down with 25 minutes left to go. What's your go-to tactics, go-to formation when you're trailing a game like this, Gorilla?
I think my go-to is 4-4-2, either balanced if maybe I'm 1-0 down and I just want a bit of a change in the way my players are lining up on the field, but also 4-4-2, maybe press on heavy touch if I'm 2-0 down or a goal down very late on. So it's very similar to what GN's doing, but the problem with GN, he's not taking the opportunities when he's attacking. I think he's had 1 or 2 good opportunities in terms of the positioning on the pitch, but he's rushing the pass or he's doing the opposite, taking too long. So it's a very fine line when you're trying to take that chance, especially when you're leading, because you want to rush because, you know, in your head you don't have a lot of time to get them goals back. But yeah, it's game over. Fiddle's taking his chances, so credit to Fiddle.
Yeah, you hear Gorilla saying it there, game over. Fiddle will be moving on into the next round, minus a miracle from GN10, that ball over the top to find the fresh legs of prime icon moments, Eusebio. Little drag back inside the box, good defending from Zambrotta on that occasion. We're not really seeing Zambrotta really too much involved in this game. Your right back of choice, would it be Zambrotta? Would you be going with a version of Trent, Carlos Alberto potentially as well, Gorilla? Where's your right back going to be? I'll let you answer just after the chances come in. Right back of choice, what are you saying, Gorilla?
Depends on chemistry. I think the best right back, I would say, that's been recently released, it's probably that Summer Heat Semedo. He looks fantastic. And also that Summer Heat Mbabu. I've seen a lot of the European pros use Mbabu. I think Lyrics actually use him as well. He's fantastic when I played against him in practice matches. So I think, you know, Wan-Bissaka, Trent's a very viable option, but also Semedo or Mbabu definitely up there for me.
Cruyff on the edge of the box, play through to Frenkie de Jong, who gets a late consolation goal here. 15 minutes left to play. We said he needed a miracle, GN10. It would also, in combination with some outstanding attacking play, need to be a capitulation from Fiddle if he wants to throw this game away. And you see this just keeping the ball. We spoke about what you'd do if you're trailing in the match, if you're GN10. If you're Fiddle right now, Gorilla, do you just try and hold the ball? Do you try and get another goal? Is there a go-to plan? Speaking of that plan, this could be it. Cristiano Ronaldo in behind Phil and Mendy, shoots across the goal and took the words right out of my mouth. Is that what you've got to do? Score another goal and silence the game?
Yeah, I think you're right. I think he's just got to keep the ball, because what GM was doing is correct. But unfortunately, unless you get that first press and you get the ball back, you're going to leave yourself wide open. And obviously, you've just seen Cristiano Ronaldo run through and a fantastic finish. But yeah, the game's over. I think even at 3-1, there was a small chance of GN coming back into it. But the problem is, unless you get the ball back really quickly and get that goal that you're looking for, that is obviously the aim for going all-out attack. You're going to leave yourself vulnerable in defence, and you're going to get another opportunity now. Look how much space is open. I mean, look at Cruyff, there's not a marking, so I think it's one of those ones.
Yeah, it's very rare, I would say, in sort of FIFA esports. We've commentated a lot of games, myself and Brandon. You've been in part of a lot of games, you've been to a lot of events. It's very rare that you see a 2-3 goal deficit overturned. Most of the time you see maybe 1 goal scored, and then because you are so aggressive, because your stamina is so low, because your team press, all these things sort of amount up, and you find yourself losing 5-6-1 at the end of the day.
Yeah, of course, and it's the way I see it is, I can maybe stay at 4-2, 3-1 and maybe keep the scoreline close, but it doesn't do anything for you. At the end of the day, it's a win, draw or loss. So I'd rather lose 7-2, trying to get that goal back, than losing 4-2, making it look a little bit closer. But everyone's different again. That composure here from Fiddle, and he's not scored. Okay, I wasn't expecting that. I don't know if he hesitated, but I'm not sure why he didn't press the shoot button then, because that would have been 5-1.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he would try to do. Would he try to rainbow flick the keeper or something? Interesting
Maybe.
From Fiddle right there, but just keep it at 4-1. Neymar Jr., beautiful elastico there on the edge of the box. R9, reverse elastico shooting at the near post. And at the end of the game, we've got to sort of look at this, Gorilla, and say Edwin van der Sar has been the big difference maker between Fiddle and GN10 here.
100%. As I said, best keeper on the game for me. No doubt about it.
And that will do us for this match. Fiddle winning 4-1 here against GN10. We just spoke about it there, Gorilla. It was a game, first leg, very, very tentative, very tetchy. Not a lot really happening. The second leg, absolutely outstanding from Fiddle. Took his chances. Was it more a case of great attacking play or defensive mistakes from GN10 in your opinion?
I think GN will be kicking himself after playing that second leg, because after obviously heading into the second leg from the first leg, 0-0, very, very close. But GN can't be making those mistakes, especially at this top level. 2 offside mistakes. You could maybe get away with the first one, maybe get back into it at 1-1. But after the second one went in, GN's mentality for the game would have changed, and Fiddle would have been a bit more composed.
And you heard it from Gorilla there. Let's hear it from the main man himself. We're joined now by Fiddle with a very comfortable, in the end, 4-1 victory against GN10. Fiddle, first question for me. What happened at the end of the game there? Why didn't you shoot?
Oh, are you talking about the last chance? I'm not really good with the skill stick, but I went for a rainbow because, I don't think goal difference in this matters. I wanted to put on a show. It is late in the year, so, the game was done. Went for a rainbow. I guess I just don't know how to do it. Maybe I need to go back to the skill games, but that's what I was going for there.
It's funny because I literally called it right there. Gorilla, anything to ask Fiddle?
Yeah, I've got 2 questions. So obviously the first leg was a very cagey affair, 0-0. So your mindset going into the second leg, obviously we saw that you took Vieira off at half-time in the first leg. So what was the choice of not using De Bruyne from the start of the second leg?
I would say the first leg, that first 45, Vieira felt super heavy. I don't know if it was me controlling him, but I had to get him off. I felt like I, in the first game, should have maybe attacked a bit more. But then the second game, I was going to do the same. 45 minutes in, if I hadn't scored yet, I was going to bring De Bruyne on because I like De Bruyne going forward more. But once I scored, I kind of got fortunate with 2 little offside mistakes by Kuzica. But once I had the 2-goal lead, I felt like Vieira kind of suited my play style and what I was trying to do for the last 45, so I left him on.
Fair enough. And as you mentioned, you got 2 offside traps, kind of 2 lucky goals, you could probably say, in terms of given to you. So what was your, thought process after you got that second goal basically given to you on the plate?
Yeah, I mean, I have to give credit to other people. So I believe it was Max, one of my buddies in the Discord who was also playing in this tournament, told me that Guzika likes to do the offside trap. So I kind of had that in my mind, and I was trying to maybe set it up a bit so maybe I could give myself an opportunity like that, and surely enough, it worked. But, I mean, once I had the 2-goal lead, I felt defensively that I didn't really give him any chances, so I kind of backed myself once I got the 2-goal lead to finish it up.
Well, great performance there. Yeah, from Fiddle. Great to hear as well from the main man. He'll be facing Jockson in the next round. But from myself and Gorilla here on the commentary desk, I believe it's back over to the main guys, Jimmy, Spencer, and Mike.
Yeah, take a look here at Fiddle. Nice comprehensive win, 4-1. 0-0 in the first leg if you're just catching up now with all the action, but took care of business, scored 4 goals in the second. And what I think I admire the most out of this, and I'm going to throw to you first, Spencer, is the patience that Fiddle demonstrated. It was clear that G and Ted had a good plan in place, a good formation to maybe slow him down, but Fiddle, given his experience, just waited and slowed it down and waited for a little bit of a hole. And then a couple offside traps, boom, 2-0, game's over, and now Fiddle advances.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of the things that the 2-legged structure gives you, and this is why we prefer wherever possible to do it over 2 legs in FIFA, because if this was just 1 leg FIFA, that would have gone to penalties. And obviously, G10 could have won that, and no discredit to him, but over the 2 legs, Fiddle was a better player. We saw that in the second leg, and he just needed that little bit more time to work out what he was going to do and respond to his opponent. We saw the same thing with Jockson in the first game, who was going behind, but ultimately just working out and feeling his way through the game, what he was going to do. Fiddle's done the exact same thing here, so he deservedly goes through, although a few strokes of luck, as we mentioned. Looking forward to seeing Fiddle versus Jockson. That could be a very interesting game.
Yeah, sometimes it's better to be lucky than good, but I think Fiddle was good too. So, Mike, let's throw it over right now for the analysis presented by PS4 as you break down this game for us.
Absolutely. I have you covered, Jimmy. And there's a saying. They say fortune favors the brave. And I do feel that in the second leg in particular, Fiddle was a lot more decisive, even if you cut out some of those offside traps. If you can hear a cell or phone going off, I apologize in the backdrop here. As you can see, a lot of the build-up, both players were fighting, really and truly battling for that opening goal, especially after the first leg that you just didn't have anything to take away from that first leg. So then heading into the second leg, we knew it was going to be a matter of that breakthrough. We were hoping for goals, a poorly timed offside trap, and credit to Fiddle. You have to be ready for that. And it only looks poorly timed from the offside trap because Fiddle was ready for it, because Fiddle was able to make that read. Otherwise, brings the back line, and it's a good way of being aggressive. That's a little more of a traditional error we see with offside trap, and it's just a matter of Fiddle taking his chances. It's something you're seeing there with Cruyff. He opens up his body, but he doesn't shoot across the body. He actually hits it on the near post, and that's to make sure that you're throwing off the goalkeeper movement. And if 1 is good, 2 is better, 3s, please. And that's where we knew it was going to be a GG. 65th minute. Just wasn't enough time on the clock for GN to make it happen. And we're going to have to see some adjustments from GN. I didn't think that he came with a bad game plan over the course of these 2 legs. I just felt that he was hesitant with some of his chance creation. And then he got a little bit impatient with the offside traps. Fiddle was ready for those mistakes. And you've got to credit Fiddle for being able to get that result and push through.
Well, if you guys want to potentially be a pro in the future, here's your chance to get a taste of what it's like as the awesome people at PlayStation put on weekly online PS4 tournaments all year long, and for players of all skill levels. So just look for a special tab on the FIFA 20 menu, and then you select your stuff, and away you go. And yeah, it's pretty awesome. So make sure you go to compete.playstation.com to sign up. That's all the information there on the screen. All right, everyone, the first matches are done. And we have our first 2 winners and our first 2 losers, which sets up what we see next to be the 2 winners. Jockson taking on Fiddle, who are going to both be looking to keep their positive momentum going. 2 fantastic players battling it out right after this break, so don't go anywhere.
Turtle Beach. Proud partners of the FIFA 20 Global Series. Hear everything, defeat everyone.
If someone asks you, what you're made of. Don't just tell them, show them. Show them that you're made of proving the doubters wrong. Show them you don't have to raise your fists to beat your enemies. Show them you're stronger when you stand together. And show them, whoever you are, you stand shoulder to shoulder against all forms of prejudice. Because when we show our best side, we don't just play the game, we change it.
Alfonso, the man that everybody's been hyping about, will win tonight's tournament.
Mel is just so good with Mbappe.
Bosniano, take a bow. King CJ, an absolute laser beam to that top left corner. Dembele to win it, and De Gui snatches it at the 10. It's more drama from the Italian.
The users.
Chance to put the game to bed, to put the game to bed. We could be looking at some more history.
PlayStation.
The FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series North America is presented by Gillette and brought to you in part by PS4. Welcome back to the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series North America. And before we get to the next big match between Jockson and Fiddle, it's time for another player profile presented by Gillette, which this time is an inside look on Jockson, who we're about to see. It also shows why Gillette is the best a man can get. Let's take a look.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this could be number one. Jockson, take it easy. Jockson. No, he tried the roulette. Oh. Now we know football's the best. Gillette's the best. You're the best. We're all the best. And speaking of the best, ladies and gentlemen, I am here to introduce the number one PS4 FIFA 20 player, number 7th in the world, my man Jockson. What's good, buddy? How are you?
Pretty good, man. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good, bro. What do you think of the mustache? What do you think of the beard, Jockson?
Yeah, I like it. I think you need a clean shave though. I think I prefer that better.
You want me to shave it off like yours?
Dude, I need it.
Hey, we can do it right now, baby. No, I'm just kidding. So we're gonna be doing some mystery ball 1v1. Anything can happen in mystery ball. Are you ready?
I'm ready, man. Let's go.
I have a question for you, man. What does it take to be the #1 in the United States, brother?
Oh, it takes a lot of practice, man, to be fair. I've been playing FIFA for a long time now, so yeah, a lot of practice, a lot of dedication, and yeah, just really good mentality too, man.
You gotta look good, you gotta feel good to be able to play good. Is that true?
No, of course, bro. Like, honestly, I don't. So whenever, say I have a tournament in France, right? Like, I don't know. I try to shave before flying there and before the tournament. So there's gonna be a few days where I have like, but like right before the tournament, like on Thursday night, I try to shave so I can look clean, you know?
Well, you guys heard it here first. Shave twice before a FIFA tournament, and you'll be ranked #1 in the States. Let's go. All right, Jockson, I got another question for you, man. How has playing FIFA at the pro level created opportunities for you, man?
Prior to playing FIFA, I'd never like traveled the world. And now I've been to like over 13 countries. Like I've been to Singapore, I've been to France, been to Spain. I know a lot of countries that I've never thought I would travel before. So it's opened up a lot of opportunities, man. And I do this as my job now, so I'm really happy about that.
How do you connect your real life football into playing professional football on your PlayStation?
So I think it does have like a little bit like a similarity, like I don't know, like that patience, like that mentality of like not giving up. So there's like some similarities for sure. And I did play college. I played in college, so it's helped me like transfer some of my skills into playing FIFA for sure.
What is harder for you, becoming the #1 PlayStation player in the United States or staying at that #1 spot?
No, I think it's staying at that #1 spot. Like FIFA 19 to FIFA 20 has changed like dramatically. So just staying at that #1 spot is so hard. It's such a good goal. You can get to the top, but like staying at the top is probably the hardest, man, for sure.
All right, what would you say some of the qualities that you must have to reach a level of yours at FIFA? What are some skills that you need?
You need to have a lot of patience, man. Especially when like building up, you know, when you're defending, you gotta be patient.
A lot of patience. I have a lot of patience. Oh yeah.
I don't know about that.
I have a lot of patience.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Well, it looks like Jockson took that one 12-4. It looks like he is the best a man can be. Jockson, congratulations, man. How do you feel?
I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. I feel good, man. It was a good score, and I'm feeling ready for the tournament now. I gotta prepare for that, so let's go.
He said that was a good score. He beat him 12-4. That was a butt kicking, I think. Now, Mike, talk a little bit about Jockson. I know you're a big fan.
Well, Jockson has every achievement for in terms of coming out of North America and then really putting on a show at the international level. I would say his introduction was in 2018, winning the PlayStation Continental Cup, which was the first event of 2018, and he carried that momentum the whole entire year. Last year, he's been good to go, and this year he's been growing into the competitive season. I know you're saying, well, how is he growing if he's top 10 in the world? A lot of that is because of the shared event with the E-Club World Cup, where he was with the Complexity and VIP Maxi. So outside of that, I feel like he's been good this year, but we haven't necessarily seen his peak, or I think he was growing towards that peak. Unfortunately, we won't necessarily know unless this is our last event of the competitive year heading into 21.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see if Fiddle, his opponent in this one, can get him to his peak. Let's talk a little bit about Fiddle, Spencer. Obviously, he's not a nearly man. He's proven that he can win tournaments, but will he win this one, I think, is the big question.
Well, the winner of this game is going to be a big indicator of that, Jim. You know, if Fiddle can get the win here against Jockson, he probably becomes the favourite, right? Because we're going into this tournament with Jockson as the favourite. If Fiddle wins, he takes that role, I would suggest. It's not going to be easy. You know, there's only a handful of people from this region that have won events that are worldwide or European, and that's not something that Fiddle can say at the moment. It is something that Jockson can say. So this is Fiddle's opportunity to kind of get up to that level. He's been around for a little bit longer. He's got the experience for sure. and he's signed big deals. Obviously, we've talked about his former PSG deal, and now obviously with Cincinnati in the MLS. So I think he's a very well-known name in the North American region. No one's going to be that surprised to see if he ends up winning this whole thing. But this game is going to be the best indicator of his current level.
Well, let's see if Fiddle feels the same way. We've got him here for an interview. Now, Fiddle, first and foremost, Mike and I were at that first event when you qualified and won the tournament that had you sign with PSG. So we're like proud parents over here that you're still doing it and doing it well. But I was very excited about your performance against G10 because I thought you demonstrated a lot of patience, maybe more patience than I'd seen you demonstrate in the past.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of my I haven't been playing a ton of FIFA lately, so I'm just trying to come out here and have some fun, end off the year on a good note. So, I mean, I just came out there, tried to really keep the ball close, not give Guzica a lot of chances because, I mean, he's a top player, really good attacking-wise. But I think I did a good job, shutting him down and got a few lucky chances, I would say, with the offside traps, but it was enough to get it done. Probably going to have to play a bit better to get a result against Jockson, top player, so should be fun, though.
Fiddle, question from me. You guys in the North American scene and the MLS setup as well, you know each other pretty well. You get to play a lot. Despite being a massive region, there's a lot of games to learn about each other's skill sets. Outside of the North American region, you're a well-known name, as is Jockson going into this next game. Jockson's kind of stolen a little bit of the North American attention, I would say, over the last year or two, some standout performances. I want to know, how do you feel about that, and where do you rank yourself, up against a player like Jockson? Do you see this as an option for you to show the world that you're at that level and able to beat him?
Yeah, I mean, Jockson, when you talk about on a world level, I mean, you got to put him levels above me. He's done it on multiple occasions in many different cities. Myself, but I mean, whenever we play domestically, it's tough to find someone with a better track record than me. I mean, I've won a lot of North American tournaments. I've been doing it for 3 straight FIFAs now. So, I mean, I think domestically I would put us on about the same level. But when you take it to the world level, he obviously has a few more accolades than I do. So, I mean, I'm just trying to build off that, maybe get another North American championship here, and then maybe hit the ground running and take it onto the world stage in FIFA 21.
Yeah, you've definitely been the king of consistency over the last 3 years because we have different players that have their rise and then they fall off the next year and you don't see them anymore, or they take a year off or whatever it is. And since you've become a pro FIFA player, every single year you've been one of the top players without a doubt in North America, and the results back that up. And I've always felt one of your greatest characteristics is your self-belief and how you're able to take that and use that adrenaline and really push to get results. What's going through your mind? Like, how do you, I guess, find this energy or find this next gear?
I would say it's just the competing. Like, I love to compete, anything I do. That's why, I mean, the last 2 months, you haven't seen me play a single weekend league game. That doesn't really excite me. What excites me is games against Jockson, games against Guzica, for some money, for some pride. So this is what excites me. This is why I do it. And I'm excited to get another chance to do it on the big stage here.
All right, Fiddle, we wish you the best of luck, of course, against the familiar opponents. And we'll see if we talk to you afterwards. Either way, it's not over if you lose because you still have a chance in the loser's bracket. Fiddle, everybody. All right, so Mike, I'm going to go to you first on your prediction because this is going to be tough. You're friends with both of these guys. They're in our region. We knew this was going to happen at some point. You're going to have to pick one against another. I know that Fiddle was your player to watch, but maybe Jockson's the guy that maybe will win you over in this one. Which way are you going?
Before we spoke to Fiddle, I had this as my upset of the day, where I was going to take Fiddle over Jockson, but I didn't realize he'd been playing so little FIFA because Fiddle doesn't always stream his games. So you don't always get to see when he's practicing, when he's not practicing. But him saying that he's taken 2 months off the weekend league when there was a span recently where Jockson didn't lose a game of FIFA for 3 months and he's playing 60 games every weekend. You can't go against that form and that practice and some of the instinctive mannerisms that are just so important in FIFA. So I've got Jockson.
All right, wow. Going against your player to watch. Maybe a first on the broadcast.
Doesn't mean he's still
Spencer,
the guy to watch today. Oh.
Yeah, you know what? When I see Fiddle, he reminds me of this kind of like all-American guy. Like, I can imagine him playing in like the soccer team at school, but also being like someone's tutor. Like, he gets good grades, but he's also great. He's just this all-American guy, right? And I think it's funny because he reminds me of like and from an outside perspective, fans in North America for saying this, but it reminds me of like a classic North American sport, like a baseball, like an American football, because he's really good on home turf. He wins a lot of North American things, but outside of America, it's not so big. And that's even though this is a North American event, I think it's a chance for Fiddle to get a bit more of a global respect, ultimately. And I think a win against Jockson would be really good for him. And I was going to go with Mike and sort of say, I think this is the tournament where Fiddle could do that because he plays well in these environments. But like Mike, having watched the games so far and having heard that Fiddle maybe isn't at top of his powers in terms of practice time, I think based on the few games we've seen so far, Jockson might do it.
All right. I respect that choice. You were on the fence, but then you actually ended up picking a side. And I also want to say that I appreciate you calling it soccer since we're here doing a North American broadcast. That means a lot, Spen. I really love it. All right, let's start over to Brandon Smith and Alan Avi, who have the call of this very, very big match. Guys.
Thank you very much, Jimmy. And yes, this is a massive game, this one. As you said, it's a $5,000 game of FIFA. You win this over 2 legs, you book a place in Championship Sunday. As I said, you're guaranteed $5,000, Alan. We're looking at 2 winners here who won their first 2 games of today, both individually over, as we said, over 2 legs. 2 different games as well. You know, you saw Fiddle, it was 2 mistakes from GN10 that allowed him to go 2 goals up, and then he just sort of ran away with the lead. On the other side of that for Jockson, he went 1-0 down and then bounced back with R9 scoring a couple of unbelievable finishes in the end. So it's a really hard game to call, this one.
It really is the battle of 2 powerhouses in North America. We have a spectacle coming up. I just want to say that Fiddle has been performing very well in the region. He's won several Foothead Cups, a regional tournament. He's made a lot of money there. He's won EMLS Series 1 and 2, taking out Paulo Neto, who won the South American Summer Cup Series. So keep that in mind. You know, he's beat some champions. However, though, how we were talking about, Fiddle hasn't really seen a lot of success in the global stage compared to Jockson. Jockson has always been there. He qualified to the World Cup, the top 32 players on FIFA 19. He won the FIFA E-Club World Cup for Complexity, this FIFA 20. So, you know, Fiddle, I feel like he has a lot to prove here. He needs to take it to the global stage, beat a player who has a lot of experience over there. But at the end of the day, it's going to be a very solid, interesting game.
I mean, Alan, I know we're good friends, and I don't want to stitch you up and so forth, but you did mention Tuesday Night Football, which was a tournament that took place in late October last year. I believe you played against Fiddle in a final.
You brought it up. I did.
The score, or should we just move on to the game?
Let's just say Fiddle did win that one. Okay, he definitely played the game of his life against me in the grand final of the Foothead Cup, right? He's a very solid competitor.
As you said, you know, 100%, Alan. Unbelievable sort of record and unbelievable year in North America. We know how big the EMLS is. It was Series 1, Series 2, and the grand final. Series 1 and Series 2, of course, was both played on a LAN event where Fiddle won both of those. $7,500 for each of those tournaments, which he was able to pick up. He said, you know what? Maybe on the world stage, I might be lacking slightly, but let's not forget what this man's already achieved in the space. He used to play for PSG, for goodness sake. You know, that doesn't say enough. The pedigree this type of guy is. I don't know what will. Did play in a couple of Foot Champions Cups this year, Stage 2 and Stage 3. Unfortunately, got Swissed in Stage 2. In Stage 3, did get out of the Swiss rounds. Did fall in the round of 16 to Kurt Dilo, of course, the French player at Team Vitality. So this is going to be a tough one. It's going to be a really difficult one to call over these 2 legs of action. As we said, the winner books a place on Championship Sunday. And ensures they get $5,000 in their back pocket. Just a quick look at both of these teams, Alan. Any sort of differences you can see? It seems like Frankie de Jong was going to get a call up on one of them, and looks like Fiddle's actually not going with Vieira in it. Centre back instead, he's in the CDM role.
He's in the CDM role. I feel like these guys are sticking true to what they were using at the end of the game number 1 and second leg. They both performed very well. It took both of these competitors some time to sort of warm up, get confident, comfortable on the sticks. And we've seen in both of their games in the second leg, they absolutely turn on the jet engines. So right now, I feel like these guys are very confident, very comfortable. However, though, they know that there's a lot to play for. If they win, Brandon, they don't have to worry about winning another game. They are through to Championship Sunday.
And the fact of the matter is, on top of that, Alan, is that you still can lose a game on Championship Sunday because you haven't tasted that defeat yet. And I'll tell you what, you can see the passion it's sort of come out of Fiddle there. An unbelievable finish for a player that doesn't start for many. And you would say it's deja vu because if you go back again, who scored that first goal against Jockson? It was Cruyff again in the first leg to send Jockson 1-0 down, and Fiddle finds himself 1 goal to the good here.
What an absolute beautiful play goal from Fiddle. Honestly, dissecting the defense of complexities. Jockson, very quick play on top of the box. Didn't really give Jockson a lot of time to react, sort of say. And that's what Fiddle is capable of. As someone who's played him, someone who has seen his gameplay, he's so unpredictable. He offers very, very solid attacking plays. He's not always playing the same passes, the same dribbles. He likes to mix it up. And I believe that's what makes him a very, very good competitor.
Boy, didn't really even need to have a touch there. Ball came into his feet, and next thing you know, he's in the top corner. An unbelievable start for FC Cincinnati's Fiddle. Certainly a great pickup for the MLS club. Well, first year it's been for them in the MLS as well. Chance again for Rupullit to get that ball forward for Fiddle. Actually, full back to Neymar. Chance for a second. It's a great save from Edwin van der Sar. We saw an unbelievable performance from the Dutch icon in goal in that last match that Richard and Gorilla casted. I mean, what is it about him in goal, Alan, that's just so good? He just seems like to be Mr. Clutch.
He's absolutely clutch. I love using Van der Sar. Whenever I use him for the first time on FIFA 20, I realized what he was capable of doing. It's just that he goaltends like no other. He has quick reactions. He's quick on his feet. He's very tall. He just gets the save whenever you need one. And he sometimes bails you out, which is always good.
Someone else to pick your mind on quickly as well, Alan. First time tonight we've seen the player not have Vieira in one of those centre-back roles. Ramos, team of the season so far, gets the nod. What's your thoughts on that one? We know Vieira, if you think back to FIFA 17, when we saw sort of an explosion of FIFA esports with the FUT Championship series that rounded out in Berlin. It was Vieira in that normal CDM role, but tonight, first time, he's gone for Ramos and he's keeping Vieira in his normal role. What do you make of that one?
It's because Ramos is a top contender as one of the best center backs on FIFA 20. He may not be the tallest, but he definitely is very pacey, and it's sometimes very good to have a duo at the back. A center back who's very tall, sort of stiff, like Gorilla likes to say, like Virgil van Dijk, Vieira, next to someone who's agile, quick on their feet, and also very strong, like the likes of Sergio Ramos. So I feel like that's why he's using Sergio Ramos. He's a very, very good center back.
100%. That's not me saying why he's Ramos in the team. It was more the fact of it seems like Vieira's earned a place in that back four alongside Virgil van Dijk. This is the beauty of FIFA Ultimate Team and competitive FIFA. Every pro will have a slight difference to their team. I mean, you look at most pro teams, you're looking at least 8 out of 9. 8 or 9, I should say, players that will be a replica across all different teams. That opens up 2 to 3 spaces where players can be different. A little bit fortunate there for Neymar to get that ball through the fullback's legs, and eventually it will be defended well by Frankie de Jong. A slow start to this one for Jockson, nearly at that half-time interval. Did that sort of create a chance with R9, but other than that, it's not been the best of starts for Jockson, and I think that's the best thing you can do against anyone. No matter where they are in the Global Series rankings and what they've been able to achieve this year, you have to make them feel uncomfortable, and that's something that Fiddle's been able to do here.
And that's the thing about Fiddle's game. He's not only good at attacking, he's very good at defending. So if you combine the two, it's just the ultimate play style. That's why he's won so many championships in the EMLS. He's won a lot of FUT tournaments. He has racked up a lot of money on FIFA 20, which a lot of people can't say. Fiddle's play style really is a very good one. So hopefully we'll see if Jockson can counter. As we've seen, Jockson has had a slow start in that first half. Not much going for him. Maybe he's going to take a break. He analyzed, right, Fiddle? Look at that. 0 shots in total for Jockson. That's very uncharacteristic, as we can see Jockson's going to take a look at his formation, maybe make some changes here. 4-2-3, which is basically taking a deep breath right now, thinking what he can do tactically.
And sort of just to pinpoint this as well, Alan, it's how sort of good is it of a FIFA Pro? Because there's many players out there that are very naive. They don't want to change. They're set on, this is the winning formation. This is the winning custom tactics for me. You see the best players. I remember it perfectly when, as I said, FIFA esports came onto the scene and we saw the likes of, still to this day, player deserves that credit. It will be in action in the next Summer Cup series next weekend in the Middle East region. MS Desari is one of those players that he'll constantly change. He'll constantly sort of update and change his custom tactics until he is comfortable. And he sort of matched you up, because at the moment you can see Jockson, he's not been able to create anything.
He really hasn't. He's just going to stay true to what he's been working with. There's still a lot of time to play. Maybe he just hasn't been making the correct passes. As we see a good chance right here, and he does bury it with R9. Like we said in the first game, Jockson is so deadly on top of the box. Instead of going to the left side there, he went to the right side, and he did manage to put the ball to the back of the net. We're even.
Even Stevens, and you can forget changing custom tactics. You can forget even changing the formation. That's what R9 does. He's been a standout player for Jockson in this tournament. In and around the box. He can go on his left, he can go on his right. The man possesses a 5-star weak foot. And just like that, all the hard work that Fiddle's been crafting in these first 45 minutes is just simply wiped away. And there's some players, Alan, that just know how to use R9 in the best example possible. Here could be another chance for that. Fiddle straight down the upper end, stinks the hands. Amanda Sart out for a corner, but it's just another prime example. You fake left, you fake right. It's just such a guessing game at the back, Alan.
It really is. R9 is so unpredictable alongside other 5-star weak-footed attackers, Eusebio and Mbappe for birthday. These guys definitely are showing what they're capable of doing with these strikers. And as I was saying earlier before the goal, Jockson, he didn't change really anything. At the halftime mark, he was just taking a look at his tactics. He doesn't need to. There's still a lot of time to play, you know. He's feeling very comfortable with the tactics he's been using throughout the entire year. There's still a lot of play. He's probably going to look to change the tactics later on in the game, you know, maybe if he goes down by 2 and whatnot. But I feel like for the most part, he's super comfortable with the tactics he's been using.
Fiddle. Just down that and with an unbelievable chance. Here's R9 for Jockson. How good is he on the edge of the box? Not that time. Virgil van Dijk says no thank you. Sticks a right boot in there, and lucky enough for him, it was the right time to intercept the pass. That's one thing we've learned across this Summer Cup series, and I mean across the last couple of years, it's how good R9 is. Forget prime R9, moments R9. He's the man in front of goal. Paul's coming in from Jockson here with 25 minutes left. Be interested to see what changes he wants to make. Looking across the board, he didn't start Neymar in this game. He could be an option on the bench. Kevin De Bruyne, another player that has only just come on at half-time. Certainly will be.
I don't know if you guys caught that, but Jockson switched his D-pad tactic, the striker come back on defense or drop back. That's something that I've noticed from Jockson, as we see down the wing with Mbappe. Very good opportunity here. One more pass.
Well, it could be a goal as well.
Ooh, that was a close one. But yeah, Jockson likes to have his striker come back. There's a big mistake from Fiddle, and Jockson punishes him with Eusebio. A great finesse shot to take down Fiddle's goalkeeper. What a goal.
It's one of those again. It's another mistake, and for Jockson, it is literally deja vu. Go 1-0 down, concede to Johan Cruyff. Second half, Alan, I'll bounce back. I'll score 2 goals. It's a mistake that Fiddle just can't believe he's made. He can just see him shaking his head, but you don't give players with that sort of quality any time in the box, any room. They're going to punish you every single time, and that's what Eusebio's done there.
Exactly. You just really can't make mistakes at the high level, the pro level, the best of the best level, because you will get punished. If you want to see success, you quite literally have to play the perfect game. That's what we've seen with Tex and Desari, you know, 2 very consistent competitors. They literally played the perfect game, and a lot of competitors just sort of make mistakes that crumble under the pressure when those 2 don't.
Just 90 minutes left. Let's not forget, Jockson didn't create a single chance, didn't register a single shot in those first 45 minutes. But when you got a player that is #1 ranked on his console, achieved so much, been at grand finals, made a name for himself on the global stage, doesn't need 5-6 chances. He only needs 1 or 2 with the right players in the right area, and that's how clinical Jockson's been in this game. Can Fiddle find a way back into this tie in the first leg? Let's not forget, there is still a second leg to come. However, it could be a 3-1 scoreline if Jockson is able to make something happen now. Unfortunately, not on that occasion. Eusebio and R9 linking up perfectly. There's many players you don't want to run at your goal, Alan, and I think the duo with Eusebio and R9 is probably the worst two that could run at your goal.
Definitely. Some could say terrifying seeing those two guys come running at your back line. It's just that both of them possess quite literally everything that you need on FIFA 20. They possess the pace, the strength, the great dribbling, and of course the very, very good shooting with that 5-star weak foot. Very deadly in front of goal.
And here comes Jockson again. Zambrotta all the way from fullback. He is out of position now, but Fiddle's going to go for that right-hand side instead, where he could have a man forward if he could just stick that ball from Zambrotta, which he has done, into the path of Cristiano Ronaldo. He's very much out wide. However, goes for a corner. 5 minutes left in leg one here. Corner played short. Fiddle trying to find a way back into this tie. Goes for that drag back with Eusebio. Takes another deflection out for another corner. Can make it 2-2. Let's set up the perfect second time. Big switch of play to Eusebio. Half a drag back to tease the back line of Jockson. Can he fall him into a trap? Ronaldinho twisting, turning back to R9. And that's how deadly he is in front of goal. Just like that, Alan. We're at an even playing field again. 2-2 the scoreline. And Jockson, it's so difficult to defend when you've got all those numbers in the box. You've got Cruyff, you've got R9, you've got Cristiano Ronaldo. The list goes on of players you've got to defend against. You can't give them any time. You can't give them any space. And it's easier said than done, as I've said. Just like that, the scoreline is at 2-2. And that looks like how we're going to be ending this first leg here.
Yeah, you cannot give Fiddle that space. All those players in the hands of Fiddle, it's not going to be a good outcome. Fiddle, very good attack there at the end. A very big goal for him to head into the second leg, even all to play for. Very, very good stuff from Fiddle. Instead of, panicking in the box there, making that pass that could have resulted into a turnover, Fiddle knew what he was looking for. And we've seen it there. He scored the goal.
Certainly even Stevens before we jump into that second leg. 2-2 the scoreline so far. And I mean, it's an exciting time if you're watching at home because we have some news for you. It's time to link your EA and Twitch accounts if you haven't already done so, as we reveal the live viewership rewards for this weekend, which are both a jumbo rare players pack and, oh my God, Alan, a Rude Hullet 94 rated centre forward prime icon moments item. We've seen how good this guy is, and there's a reason why he is in pros teams. These items will be dropped to certain Twitch viewers with a linked EA and a Twitch account. Drops may take 72 hours to arrive in your account following the last day of the tournament. If you haven't already, just reading out the website address here, www.ea.com/Twitch link in for you guys to get involved. But Rude Hullet, prime icon moments Rude Hullet, he's so good, isn't he? There's a reason why he's been a staple with Vieira over these last couple of years.
Good is an understatement. Honestly, Hullet is the best midfielder in the entire game. He offers everything. Attacking, defending. He's the complete package, quite literally. Not only that, man, his hair just looks amazing in game. You can see his hair just sort of moving as he runs. He's just so classy in the midfield.
That's what he's known for, isn't it? His mad haircut. Well, let's have a look back at some of those highlights from that first game. As we said, plenty of action to talk about and plenty of goals, Alan. We had 4 goals in that game.
Yeah, 4 goals for sure. These competitors, guns blazing, honestly. We see there that Fiddle scored a great goal with Johan Cruyff. Looking like a FIFA 19 type style goal. The first time shot outside of the box. And then right here, we do see that Jockson equalizes, making it 1-0. Very big goal with R9. This mistake right here, I don't think Fiddle's going to be happy at all with that mistake. Definitely going to be thinking about it, especially if he does manage to lose this upcoming leg. Jockson, honestly, great finesse shot there with Eusebio, trusting his finesse shot. And then this goal right here, like I said, just cool, calm, and collected inside the box, Fiddle is, man. You just can't give them that space. You can't give the space to any of these two competitors because they will find a way to put the ball into the back of the net.
An unbelievable first leg here, as you said. We've got a second leg coming up our way. And this is such a big game, Alan. 21 at home that is sort of watching. These two would have not faced up many times in the last FIFA 20 season. Unbelievable year they both had, as I said, respectively. You look at Fiddle, 31st in the world. He's got a handful of his points from the MLS, where he was Series 1 and Series 2 champion. Didn't have maybe the run he would have wanted to in the finals for that tournament. It's a top 8 finish, losing to George Adamo. Of course, he went and won the whole thing in the end. A huge congratulations to him. One of those players that just missed out on qualifying for this tournament. But it's not just a personal battle, Alan. It's not just a big game. If you win this, you just sort of fast track into Championship Sunday, and you're guaranteed $5,000.
Exactly. These competitors are thinking about that. Just that right there. If you win this game, I'm set for a match at Championship Sunday, and I could potentially win $10,000. They're guaranteed $5,000 if they win this game, guys. It's big money. They're not only playing, for their club, their family, their friends, their reputation, the prestige, the respect. They're playing for their bank account to rise, if you know what I'm saying.
And the best thing on top of that, Alan, is if whoever does get $5,000, if they go and win the whole thing on Sunday, they will double their money. $10,000, as we said, which we've seen across Asia, Oceania, South America, and then next weekend, our last tournament of the Summer Cup Series in Middle East and Africa. We are going to jump into this second leg as we just load into it right now. The scoreline at 2-2, all to play for here in our winners match in day 1 of the North America Summer Cup Series. And let's hope for more goals, Alan, because last game it certainly delivered. We saw 4 goals in total.
We did a lot of goals. These guys definitely are not scared to attack. As we've seen there, once again, Jockson from the get-go, minute 0, before the kickoff, he switches to striker, drop back. I guess he wants that extra defender, sort of say, in the midfield to pressure Fiddle's cams, midfield. Jockson, obviously, he's shown what he can do in the final third, Fiddle as well. So this game is definitely going to be a good one.
Didn't know who is who. It will be Fiddle kicking from left to right with his first chance of the game, and I don't know what it is. But there's just something about the Dutchman in the box for Fiddle. Every single time he gets even a sniffer goal, he finds the back of the net. Johan Cruyff. Hello, hello. 1 goal to the good. Fiddle back in front in this one.
Again, Johan Cruyff for Fiddle. Fiddle definitely is going to probably buy Johan Cruyff poster. If that right there is the difference between the two in this game. It's pretty interesting. In the first leg, Fiddle took the lead identically with Johan Cruyff, 1-0. Let's see if he can hold the lead against Jockson.
You'd say it was a slightly simple finish compared to what he scored in the first leg. What a goal that was from Cruyff. But still, a massive goal for Fiddle here. And for Jockson, he's got to come out and play again, but he's done it before. He turned the first leg round, went 2 goals to 1 up, conceding late on to R9. Certainly feels like when he's a goal down, Alan, he has an extra 10-20% in his locker that comes out, and he suddenly wants to attack and wants to try and score goals. We're going to see here. Really nice bit of possession play. What about why?
That's exactly...
He'll happily go back.
That's exactly what I wanted to mention, Brandon. Jockson, it's just absolutely insane. It's like almost as if he needs to concede to turn up. I've seen it plenty of times. We've seen it in game number 1. He takes the downside of a game. He goes down, but then that sort of gives him an extra motivation to come back and get the win.
He's done it twice before. If you missed the first games of the day, there were some amazing games that you did miss. Jockson played against Squirrel, in which he beat him 4 goals to 2 over the 2 legs. Whilst on the other side of that, Fiddle also scored 4 goals and beat GN10 4 goals to 1. Following this game, it will be Squirrel against GN10 for a sort of last chance matchup. Winner stays in the tournament. Loser will be out of the Summer Cup Series, and it will be the end of their FIFA 20 campaign. Here's a chance now for Jockson. Gets the ball into the box, gets the ball into Cristiano Ronaldo, and it's a huge block at the back from Ramos, proving his worth to why he's part of this backline. We'll just roll out there to Mendy. Gets pressed, and again, it's the same story for Zambrotta. Cristiano Ronaldo just doing everything he can to put him off, and he has won the ball back. Ramos into one on his Jockson. There's the chance off the bar. Now for a corner, unbelievable attack there. Lovely scoop turn from Arnan. It was so silky from the Brazilian. Chance still alive though. Unbelievable FIFA we're seeing here. So clinical in the final third, finding space that's not even there. Another chance, Ronaldo, back to R9, here's Jockson, into Eusebio, it's the woodwork again, and the man must be thinking, just find the back of the net. Another chance, Jockson, third time of asking maybe, Elastico's around. Handful of skill moves are coming out in the final third. He's doing everything he can to break down Fiddle. Back to R9, half a drag back, he's spinning in the box and just can't find that ball to Eusebio, but he must be thinking, and how have I not found the back of the net there?
Jockson definitely is going to be very unhappy with those posts that he just hit after a tremendous build-up play. On the other hand, Fiddle definitely is taking a deep breath in relief right now. He needs to take advantage of Jockson hitting the post there, because we're seeing that Jockson is giving him the pressure with his attack being unpredictable. Absolutely insane.
I mean, the one thing that you have to credit Jockson on is that you can see his webcam in the right top corner. No reaction at all. He knows he's creating chances. He knows he's getting into those right areas. Here's Eusebio again for him. No way through on that occasion, but it says a lot about a FIFA player, Alan, when they're not sort of wanting to throw the controller out their hands. They're not looking sort of annoyed on camera. They just know, right, I've created these chances. I can create chances. I've hit the woodwork twice. Another day, I've scored 2 goals there.
For sure, it's very important to not lose your head, your focus. You can't really get angry at the game, because the more you get angry while the game is running, the more you're going to make mistakes, the more you're going to lose. So Jockson, he's showing the experience that he has competing at these big tournaments. He's showing that he has once been a champion by keeping calm, not reacting, and knowing that he still has a lot of FIFA to play.
Just 3 minutes before the end of the first half in this second leg. At the moment, Fiddle is up by a goal to 0. Sure, he'll be thanking the woodwork if it comes to save him in the end after those 2 chances from Jockson. Another chance before the end of the first half. Could be on. It's a long ball forward. Just tries to find the feet of Mbappe. Unfortunately, that was slightly too heavy, and Ferland Mendy was there. Any time of just 2 minutes to be added, as we usually see. I'm sure Fiddle will be happy to end this half up by a goal to 0. It's Cruyff. In the first 10 minutes, it could be Cruyff again. In the last couple of minutes in this first half, into R9, there's a half a drag back. Can he find any options? Van Dijk wins it. And there we go. 45 minutes left. And Fiddle with the lead. You can see the chances there. That was the only chance that Fiddle made in that half. What a half from Jockson. Unfortunately, just nothing to show for it, Alan.
The only chance, and all it took was one chance against Jockson. He's up by 1 goal because of that goal. On the other hand, Jockson with 4 shots. If you guys don't know, if you hit the post, it doesn't register as a shot on target. The scoreline definitely could have been different if it wasn't for the post. We do see that Jockson is making some substitutions, bringing in Kevin De Bruyne, or De Bruyne, I do, for De Jong. Excuse me, my bad. But we'll see if that influences Jockson's play in the second half.
For a second, it looked like it was going to be that normal change, and it was the normal change. It's the halftime change with De Bruyne. I mean, why is it a sub at half-time, Alan? It's one thing that... I never really sort of understand that in terms of a pro. You're normally looking at, what, 60th minute? I'm only asking this because Jockson's made that change every single game at half-time. Is it just you love both players that much? You want 45 minutes of one and 45 minutes of the other?
First of all, if they're doing it, that means that they feel comfortable with it. These players, guys, they experiment with a whole lot of different tactics, techniques, substitutions, as we just seen there. I would say in the 45th minute, to change the tempo of the game, De Bruyne, any substitution will change the entire tempo of the game. And maybe your opponent's not going to be ready for that change of tempo. As we've seen, De Bruyne offers attacking not only attacking, he's very solid in the midfield in terms of winning the ball. He's good dribbling, good passing. So we'll see if that influences Jockson's attack.
Here is a chance for Jockson. As we said, currently 3-2 down. Chance back to R9. That's got to be a goal. This time, not the post, not the bar, just the back of the net. And if anything, that was the easiest chance that Jockson's had all day.
He's not going to miss from there. Literally, penalty kick spot, easy finish, R9. It just goes to show that these players can get into those situations where all they have to do is just press the shoot button and it's going in. Very, very good play from him. He's bringing in another player, as we've seen there. Different formation as well. These guys like to go between the 4-4-2 and the 4-2-3-1, I believe. So Jockson, what a finish there from R9.
Just like that, these two neck and neck. 3-3 the scoreline. Couple of changes to talk about. Cruyff makes his way onto the field for Jockson. It will be Kevin De Bruyne coming into that CDM role. On the other side of things, chance now, Cruyff edge of the box. No way past Virgil van Dijk. They're well defended by Jockson. And this is where this game really does come down to a mistake or a bit of magic, as I often say on commentary. But when the margins are so small, Alan, that's what it normally comes down to.
It really does. A player taking advantage of their attacking opportunities. As we see here, Jockson doing just that. Another goal the sideline into the box and a finish. This time, Cristiano Ronaldo with the save. For complexity, Jockson.
Absolutely magical from Cristiano Ronaldo. See the goal again. Scoop turn down the byline, cut it back inside. Slightly too heavy.
Number 10.
For Sergio Ramos. That's why you can see Fiddle just so disappointed there. He's thinking, why is my defender not getting a toe onto it? Why is he not scooping that away? And the answer to that was just dived in a second too early. Cristiano Ronaldo was there. I know we've spoken a lot about R9, Alan, but there's someone else that's deadly in front of goal, and that's Cristiano Ronaldo. He's just got an eye for goal. Richard often talks about it in commentary as well. A player that you can trust in those areas.
Oh, yes, for sure. Cristiano Ronaldo may not have the 5-star weak foot. Questionable. However, though, whenever he's in the box, let me tell you, that weak foot turns into a 5-star weak foot. And not to mention his strong foot, the right foot. It goes in 10 out of 10 times. Trust me, it's insane.
Unbelievable turnaround again. Jockson seemingly just wakes up or plays at an extra 20% when he's goal down. Now Fiddle. It's a late goal before. Can we see it again? It's Cruyff. Sting in the hands of Edwin van der Sar. Just not enough on that on the angle of the chance. Back into the team management we go. And what's being changed here, Alan?
Oh, wow. We do see that Fiddle's going with the 4-1-2-1-2 narrow formation. Very interesting. Let me tell you, whenever these players change formations, it definitely can influence their attack in the game. And it can sort of counter your opponent's defensive play style. You maybe weren't able to beat them with the 4-2-3-1, but if you switch over to a different formation like the 4-1-2-1-2 narrow, you start to see more chances arise. And let's see if Fiddle finds a chance. He nearly scored an identical goal there again with Johan Cruyff. Absolutely insane.
I mean, what a goal this is. This is only day one of the North American Summer Cup Series as well. There's still 2 more days of action. There's still 2 more games to show you today. I think what I find interesting is how Jockson's on balance balanced.
Yeah, he's on balance, but as we see, he's making his instructions so his right cam and left cam come back on defense. As we see his midfielders stay back while attacking, cut passing lane, Mindy, stay back while attacking, right back, D'Ambrosio stay back while attacking. As we can see, it does become a tactical game. These players know what they're doing. They feel comfortable with the different player instructions they give their players, the formation, some tactics, balance. He did go to a 3-bar depth, so Jockson's probably going to soak in all that pressure right now, going with the lower depth. Let's see if it doesn't counter him.
It certainly feels like sit back, defend, and try and see out this lead corner into the box. There's
to see on FIFA 20, but I'll tell you what, Virgil van Dijk left the highest and just got something onto that. A glancing header into the back of the net, and just like that, you can make all the changes you want, Jockson. You're not stopping Virgil van Dijk in the air. Back all square again, and even playing the field. 4-4 the score. What is this match? Where's he going?
What a game. Big boy Virgil van Dijk looking like he's an NBA player out here jumping the hops and leaving Van der Sar, goalkeeper we've been talking about this entire tournament, flat-footed. Van der Sar flat-footed. When will you ever see that? Even Van der Sar wasn't expecting that. Absolute scenes.
It's one of those, isn't it? A corner that never normally works. There's always the player in the way. I mean, there's Virgil van Dijk normally in the way, defending it. However, FC Cincinnati Fiddle. It's a player that you simply cannot take your eyes off. What a game this has been, and it's going right to the wire. As we said, if it is 4-4 and here's a straw after the two legs, we will be going into extra time, and if we need to, of course, we will be going to penalties.
And like you said, Brandon,
penalties this could be as well.
It's really not common to see goals from the corner kick, especially when it's directly played into the box. So definitely Jockson's probably questioning what has happened. We'll see if that affects his mentality. Fiddle, on the other hand, very happy to get back into the game.
I mean, the question I've got for you, Alan, is extra time?
I think so. I think so. Unless we do see a last-minute game winner. Let me tell you, that game winner is going to come with the big celebration to whoever scores it.
It could be Fiddle that gets that last chance. He has got a pause cued. So probably made some attacking changes when he was in a position where he's 4-3 down. Here's a chance now late on for Fiddle. Could be a $5,000 goal if he can find the back of the net. Cruyff interchange with Neymar. Back to R9. Oh. Kevin De Bruyne. R9 tries to get the shot away, but Virgil van Dijk this time making up. At the back, a massive tackle. 2 minutes left plus additional time. Are we going to extra time for the first time in North America? I'm sure it won't be the last time, if so. It's going to be Jockson. He gets the last chance of the game. That's a furlong Mendy.
The fourth official has indicated
using that left wing. Is he offside? R9. Apparently he's on. No, he's not. He's offside. And then we go into a pause. I mean, there's no point going into the pause now.
Interesting. We see Jockson out here changing his tactics once again in the 90th minute. This time going to a 4-bar depth. We see he went to 5 and then didn't make up his mind and he went back to a 4. It's all to play for, guys. Let me tell you, these guys definitely are going through something mentally right now. The heart's racing. The adrenaline is at an all-time high.
Tell you what, he could be through that. Kevin De Bruyne could be on the end of a cross here. No, he's not. Possession goes out of play, and we are going to extra time for the first time tonight in North America. And I mean, this game deserved extra time, Alan. A total of 8 goals across the two legs. End-to-end FIFA, attacking FIFA is what we want to see in the Summer Cup Series.
It definitely is. What a spectacle between these two competitors. Complexity, Jockson, and FC Cincinnati Fiddle showing why they are at the top of their region, their console. Honestly, it just doesn't get much better than this.
Well done. Who's going to step up and make their mark here in extra time? Will it be Fiddle? Player that loves scoring early goals. He scored one just after 8 in-game minutes in the second leg with Cruyff. Jockson having to fight back, and that's exactly what he did. And we thought with about 10 minutes left, it was going to be Jockson's game, but Virgil van Dijk had other ideas for Fiddle. It came in from a corner. It was a glancing header that found the back of the net, and now we find ourselves in extra time. Little touch there at the back from Zambrotta. Didn't even get near the ball. Goes out for a throw in the path of FC Cincinnati's Fiddle. And this will be a chance for him to break into the attack and hopefully build an attack. Long ball down this right-hand flank for Cristiano Ronaldo. Fullback's out of position. Ferland Mendy way out of position. This is where things get dangerous, when players can drag back and ball roll into the box. Lovely disguised pass there into R9. Back to Eusebio at the back post. Chance now for Hullet. Into Mbappe. Twisting, turning. Mbappe puts Fiddle into the lead.
Brandon, what a goal that was from Fiddle. Inside the box, cool, calm, and collected. The ball going to the left side, going back on top of the box. Back inside the box. Great finish. And that right there, guys, is why you should be using the birthday killing Mbappe as a striker in the center of your attack, because that weak foot. If it wasn't for that weak foot, who knows? Maybe the 98 team of the season, Timothy Mbappe would have missed it from that position with his weak foot.
I mean, you think that's over? Trust me, I don't think it is yet. Chance again, De Bruyne back to R9. This is Jockson, and that time Virgil van Dijk able to make the tackle. But what a goal that was! I mean, if there is a play of the day or a goal of the game, that is it from Fiddle. So patient in the build-up. And again, it's Mbappe, the player that has been backed by a number of pros. Last chance in this first half of extra time. Ball fall to Jockson. It's a long ball across the box, and Ferland Mendy. Let's just stretch our leg to get rid of that. That should do us for half-time and extra time. And Alan, this is all to play for still. There might only be a goal between the two, but there is going to be chances in these last 15 minutes. And Jockson, as we go into his team management now, he's going to be throwing numbers forward.
Definitely is. If there's something that we have learned, is that we cannot rule complexity Jockson out. He has shown that he can come back when it seems impossible. He has one more half of extra time against Fiddle, as we see he's going with the narrow formation. I think this is the first time we see Jockson with the narrow formation. Completely different. Doesn't offer any wing play like the 4-2-3-1 does, the 4-4-2 does. But it does offer a lot of tiki-taka passes inside the box. And something that I noticed is that Fiddle has been exploiting the wing play. Right now, Jockson is going to be playing constant pressure. He's going to be playing everyone. Look, team press, which is basically constant press. So Fiddle needs to be careful. He can't avoid to make another mistake, because it can definitely cost him.
This is it. Last 15 minutes if Jockson wants to take this game to a penalty shootout, or more importantly, to maybe turn it around. Fiddle 15 in-game minutes away from bagging $5,000 and ensuring he will be in Championship Sunday. What a day of FIFA it would be as well from Fiddle. A 4-1 victory in his first game. And an extra time, two-legged thriller against Jockson. That's nearly had 10 goals in it. 9 goals scored between the two so far. Such a tight and really contested match. Still going to be a couple of chances. Here's De Bruyne. Jockson trying to find a fifth, trying to find an equaliser. De Bruyne into Cristiano Ronaldo. This is where you've got to be patient. Comes to nothing in the end. Here's Fiddle again. As you said, Alan, if he is constant pressuring and the depth is high, there is going to be gaps at the back for Jockson that he's got to be careful of.
Yeah, it's something you got to be careful whenever you're going constant press, team press. You're going to leave a lot of gaps wide open, which can definitely make it easier for you to concede a goal.
You can see the number of white shirts back for FC Cincinnati's Fiddle. He'll do everything to hold on to this one. A place in Championship Sunday could be on the line, or is there more drama? Cristiano Ronaldo drops the shoulder. That's Sergio Ramos right on his back. Not for so long. Chance for Hullet. It's a great save from Edwin van der Sar. What a save. What a save, Alan. That save there potentially sends Fiddle into a Championship Sunday.
That right there potentially could be a $5,000 save. Honestly, I don't know why Jockson sort of rushed the shot there. He could have maybe done a finesse shot with Hullet, right side, beating Van der Sar. Last attack right here, Brandon. This is it.
We'll get one more.
What's a block there from Virgil van Dijk? Messi was trying to run through. Virgil van Dijk just being hustled, just being hassled. Could be a chance still for Jockson. Lay on into this one. Back to it. Oh! Just goes wide of the post, and that will be the result for Fiddle. He books the first place in Championship Sunday. What a chance that was at the end, and you can see what it means to Fiddle. A massive win. A personal win for him as well. Takes on a player that is literally ranked 24 places higher than him in the world. And what a game. I think he's just completely out of everything there. Energy, emotion. What a game that was. Out of 9 goals scored, and Edwin van der Sar just saving the game at the end.
What a game, going back and forth between these competitors. Fiddle had the lead. Jockson would have the lead. They were just exchanging blows, basically. It came down to the wire, and it just shows how happy Fiddle is to take down such a good competitor in the North American region. That definitely is going to boost up his confidence.
I mean, we're lucky enough as well that we are going to be joined by Fiddle now after that unbelievable result from him. Fiddle, talk to us. What a game that was. 9-goal thrilling. You just bagged yourself $5,000 and a place into Championship Sunday. How are you feeling? Talk to us.
Hey, man, I mean, that's what FIFA's about. It might be late in the year, but, I mean, what a game. Honestly, probably should have conceded about 3 more goals in that second leg, but, I mean, what a game. This is why I do it. I love to compete. It's been a while since I competed. Just happy to be back out there. Hats off to Jockson. What a game that was. Hopefully all the spectators had a good time watching it as I did playing it.
I mean, Fiddle, what a game. Sorry, Alan, I was going to say, talk to us about a few close moments there. I've just got so much to talk about, Alan, from that game. Unbelievable scenes there from Fiddle. I mean, talk to us about the header from Virgil van Dijk. We haven't seen a header going like that for about 6 months.
Yeah, all right. So, I mean, the thought process is there. That second leg, I mean, he was all over me. I was like, I've been trying to break him down all game. It hasn't worked. Why not just throw one in the box, old Brexit style, see if Van Dijk can get on the end of it. And surely enough, it worked.
Fiddle, you thought you were playing FIFA 19 for a second there with that header. But, Fiddle, so now you advance to day number 3. You have tomorrow to relax, take a break. Walk us through your game plan preparation heading into day 3, because you have that one day where you're going to be inactive.
Yeah, when I was talking to Spencer, Jimmy, and Mike, I was telling them I haven't played a single game of Weekend League in 2 months. I played 1 friendly game before this weekend, so I was kind of coming into this thinking, I just want to get out of the groups, but now I'm 2-0 into the Championship Sunday, beating some guys that are really top players in the region. I mean, Jockson, in my eyes, he's the best player to ever come out of North America. So, I mean, it's good to get a result against him. Now I'll just rest up, watch the rest of my friends play, and hopefully finish the job on Sunday.
That's amazing, Fiddle. And one more question. How does it feel representing, your club, FC Cincinnati? About time, winning something,
Yeah. I mean, this year with FC Cincinnati's been great. It sucks that a bit of it was cut off by all the COVID stuff, but I mean, it's one last chance to show what I can do, show what I can showcase on this game, represent my club while doing so. They did pretty well in the MLS's back tournament. They got some decent results. So maybe I'm just trying to copy what they did and see if I can go all the way this time.
Awesome stuff. Thank you so much, Fiddle, for joining us, and we look forward to seeing him in Championship Sunday. But Alan, what a game that was to kick things off. That's got to be game of the day.
It has to, man. Props, hats off to these 2 competitors. Amazing scenes. I feel like playing FIFA now after watching that game.
Amazing stuff. And again, a huge congratulations to FC Cincinnati. Books the first place in today's Championship Sunday. Of course, that takes place in 2 days' time. But we're going to throw it back to the guys on the virtual desk, we'll call it. Jimmy, Spencer and Mike, what do we think about that one? What a game that was in the Summer Cup Series.
Yeah, it was an epic game. Thank you so much, Brandon and Alan. Back and forth affair between 2 of the very best in North America. My question, and I'm going to throw this one to you, Spen, is with regard to a trend that I'm seeing, a negative trend, I'd say, for Jockson. Even though he had the lead and gave it up late, which went to extra time and Fiddle did the business, he's given up the first goal in 4 consecutive legs. And that has to be something he needs to address moving forward.
It's very problematic. Even when I'm playing weekend league games, like many of you that are watching, if you go down early and you make that a repeat pattern, you start to say, even if I'm making these comebacks at some point, if the game's going to go against me, I'm not going to be able to get the bounces. And that kind of happened to Jockson as well. He had 2 or 3 really good chances, and 2 of them hit the saw the crossbar and the post. And sometimes that's just the way it goes in FIFA, and it didn't bounce his way. I was super entertained. It was back and forth action. It was high intensity. We saw a variety of types of goals. And like Alan kind of said, makes you want to get on the sticks. I'm ready to load up right now. Give me some gameplay.
Yeah, hard luck, though, let's say, for Jockson. Spen, is there anything you saw maybe in his game in particular? I mean, as Mike suggested and as we saw, he hit the post a number of times, and Fiddle even mentioned he probably should have given up 3 more goals.
He did, and if you're looking at Fiddle, you'd have to say hats off to him, but you'd also have to say in both his matches he's had a little bit of luck, maybe with the bad use of the offside trap in the game prior to that, and then obviously just a bit of finishing not working in Jockson's favour. But watching Jockson, it seems to me like he has these purges, these like 5-10 minute spells, usually where he's just gone down a goal, and he realises, hang on, I need to buck my ideas up here and get back in this game, and he turns it on. He's putting out the skill moves, and that's in one of the sections where we saw him hit the woodwork twice. The issue with Jockson right now, I think, is one of concentration. I just don't think he's maintaining this level for 90 minutes, and you've got to, because what you're seeing is teams get goals against you against the run of play. In successive matches, he's conceding a lot of goals for someone that we believe has championship potential. That needs to change. And as we've seen in the 3 of the 4 Summer Cups already, it's a winner's bracket person that has won the whole thing. And right now, is one of 2 people going to be in the winners' final. Jockson won't be in that winners' final. So if he's still going to maintain, his pre-tournament favourite status, he's got to improve.
Well, in the off chance you didn't see that match, which for me was probably the best so far in the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series, Mike's going to show us the highlights. So good luck, Mike.
Oh, I've got this covered. And if you missed that game, you're welcome. Welcome to the recap, that is. And we have the first leg, which included goals both ways. I wouldn't say it was nearly as open as a lot of us would have maybe hoped for in the first leg. You see the opening goal there from Fiddle. Typical play there, finds the gap, first time finish. Johan Cruyff, one of my favorite foot items to use this year. But Jockson battles back. And he gets the equalizer. And I'd like to echo or mirror some of the things that Spencer was saying, that we're seeing amazing moments from Jockson, but he does seem to be struggling a little bit of focus throughout those 90 minutes. Big takeaway, opens up his body, finesse shot. And you see the reaction as well. Both these players were pretty adamant, especially Fiddle. Every time he scored, he gets out of his seat. You see that emotion, and it's what really triggers him to stay motivated. And you got to give a lot of credit to Fiddle and his adaptability. He's been able to shift what kind of gameplay he wants to use versus different types of opponents. And a lot of times FIFA is about just working the rhythm for your advantage and dictating that rhythm. I see a beautiful goal here with the scoop turn, a layoff. Jockson finished. He's going to have a back-to-back. And when he scores the second goal that you're going to see here, working the end line, which is so important in FIFA 20 in general. If you want to be a high-level competitor this year, you have to have the face shots, the drag backs, the ball rolls, the simple skills on those end lines to open up angles. And you can tell that Jockson is very happy about that. But Fiddle does not give up. He throws body into the box. Very rare that we see a corner kick goal scored directly. Typically, players go short and they look for space, but he gets the equalizer and won extra time. And this is often just who wants it more, who's the most focused between them. You see so many extra passes and recycles here to find the perfect opportunity. Mbappe, 5-star weak foot, never a question. And you see what it means to him. Almost throws the headphones out. One last chance for Jockson. Wasn't quite enough. He thought it went in. We kind of thought it went in. I would have taken penalty kicks, as I'm sure any neutral would. But credit to Fiddle getting the job done, solidifying his position, and exactly what Spencer was saying. Not only is he now qualified for Championship Sunday, he's also in the upper round. He's in the winner's bracket. He only has to win one more game, and he's into the finals, and he has a massive competitive advantage because if somebody was to come from the lower bracket, they would need to reset the bracket or that matchup. So they have to beat Fiddle twice in hypothetical.
Well, 3 great matches are in the books, especially the one we just watched. But more great FIFA action is definitely coming up because it's our first elimination match of the tournament. Squirrel versus GN10. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be a good one.
Going to be FIFA 20 tournaments every single week.
Up in the air and into the back of the net. With an absolute laser beam to that top left corner. The next PlayStation FIFA superstar. Neymar is in. What a finish from Neymar.
Bosniano is writing himself into the history books. It's the story of dreams.
PlayStation.
If someone asks you what you're made of, don't just tell them, show them. Show them that you're made of proving the doubters wrong. All the doubters, every single one of them. Show them, whatever happens, you don't have to raise your fists to beat your enemies. Show them you're stronger when you stand together. And you never leave anyone out on their own. Show them that where you're from is as important as where you end up.
Raheem Sterling has called for players and fans to unite against discrimination and abuse that's overshadowing football, demanding action.
And show them, whatever our rivalries, whatever our differences, we stand shoulder to shoulder against all forms of prejudice. So it's got no place to grow. Because when we show our best side, we don't just play the game, we change it.
The FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series North America is presented by Gillette and brought to you in part by Turtle Beach. Make sure to follow @Turtle Beach on Twitter and tweet using the hashtag #BuiltToWin for your chance to win an Elite Pro 2 headset. All right, now let's take a look at the bracket. Spence, what are we seeing here?
To be honest, we're seeing good games. We've seen some. We had one leg that was 0-0, but the second leg then delivered. So I've been really impressed with the games. The last game we just saw was that winners match between Jockson and Fiddle. Could have been a final, and it could still be a final. That's what I like about this feature, is that Jockson's now he's to earn himself another chance to beat Fiddle, which he may well do. But obviously, before all that happens, we're going to see Squirrel versus GN10. We're calling it the losers match. I don't like calling it. Let's call it the people that didn't win match. Okay, they're going to take each other on, and whoever loses, whoever doesn't win, I should say, is going to no longer be in the tournament. And whoever wins is going to get a game against Jockson, which is no easy feat. We know. but he's a little bit of a wounded animal right now. He's either going to come out fighting and want to prove himself, or it's a good time to play him if he's not quite at his best. I'm looking forward to seeing what Scribble and GN10 can offer us.
Yeah, it should be a good match. But let's take a look at Championship Sunday. Mike, we got one name in there already.
And I'm glad that we have this graphic on screen because I was trying to explain before the importance of being in the winner's final, because you're only one game away from being in the grand final and having a massive advantage over whether it's the loser semis or the losers finals, whoever comes up from the losers bracket, because they have to beat you twice in order to win the event. And we saw that happen in Asia, but it's uncommon. 3 out of the 4 previous winners have done this the traditional route where they were the favorite through and through. They went through the winners final and no one was able to upset them.
Well, we have our first elimination match about to begin. It's Squirrel versus GN10. But what I think is funny is that whoever wins this one gets to play Jockson. That's their reward for surviving. But that's part of it, right? If you have your back against the wall and you lose, you got to figure a way to punch back and get back into the winning side. I mean, that's how you have to become a champion. But about Squirrel in particular, I know, Spencer, you're talking about how you like his game. He maybe hasn't pushed on to greater heights just yet, but maybe this is the beginning of a really formidable career.
Certainly. I mean, I was really impressed with him against Jockson in that first game. I thought at points he might have taken it home. You know, he went up a couple times, and he's clearly got about him. He's qualified for a number of events in the past, but yeah, top 32, top 32, 64. He's not making it to the latter ends of tournaments, and if he loses this next match, it's going to be the same old story. It's a question of what he's learned from those experiences, what he can apply here, how he's going to adapt to this new scenario we're in terms of playing at home and on a different kind of remote location. But if he gets a win against GN10, he's got a good chance. And going back to your point about not wanting to play Jockson, you know, this is an 8-man tournament. You know, if you had any aspirations of winning this, you knew at some point you were probably going to have to play Jockson, and you're going to have to beat him.
That's true. If you want to be the best, you have to beat the best. Let's bring Squirrel on now. He's going to join us for an interview ahead of this big match against GN10. Now, Squirrel, you had mentioned in your profile that you'd been in an elimination game before at a tournament in Manchester. It was against F2 Techs Business, especially in the second leg. So I want to know, to Spencer's point, what did you learn from that experience that can help you here?
I think that game was just kind of crazy because, I mean, it's Tex in the second leg. He's never been Swiss before, so it's kind of a tough matchup in general. But I think, like, what I kind of just have to take on the chin is I haven't made it far in tournaments like you guys have said, and I'm still kind of, like, developing myself in the scene. But if I want to make it to the top, I just have to beat the best players, and playing against the best players is the best way to do that. So, yeah, I just got to beat them.
A question from me, Squirrel. Where do you see yourself now in terms? We know where you've come in previous tournaments, but that doesn't always tell the full story, right? Where do you see yourself in the North American region, and what's your aspiration? How far can you take this?
Yeah, because I mean, this year I was like number 2 in America, and I know like that doesn't really mean much in the global grand scheme of things. But I mean, I was pretty consistent in qualifiers this year. I made it to the spot every time. But I want to do more at the events, you know, because qualifying is just step 1. So I want to take it a step further, and maybe next year I can be the top-ranked American and have myself higher on the global series.
And you've talked a lot about online qualifiers. I'm sure that you've played against GN10 on multiple occasions. How do those matchups usually go?
Yeah, so I've only played him once in a qualifier, and it was the last one, actually. And I played him for the spot, and I think I lost by a lot. I'm not sure how that game went. I think I came from the loser bracket, and I was just really tired, and I think he got the best of me from there. But we've played a bunch of friendlies like throughout the year. We practiced a lot, and I mean it's pretty even, honestly. It really is pretty even. So I don't know. This game right here could go either way.
Hey, Squirrel, we wish you the best of luck, and we'll see if we're talking to you at the end. If not, I'm sure we'll see you in a competition very, very soon.
Yep, thanks, guys.
All right, Squirrel, everybody. Well, now let's talk a little bit about his competitor. And get one of my favorite parts about our broadcast. It's the player profiles, because we get to know these guys a little bit better. And here's GN10's.
I think my gameplay is pretty aggressive. I try to always attack as quicker as I can. I'm also very aggressive in defense. I always try to press my opponents pretty high in their field and try to get the ball so I can attack again.
2-0 lead here in leg 2.
My name is Gustavo Nascimento. I'm 24 years old. I'm Brazilian but living in the US, and I go by GN10. I've been competing my whole life since I was like 5 years old, either playing soccer or anything in my life. I was always a competitor. I think I enjoy the pressure that makes the winning like even like more tasty, if I can say like that. I think playing soccer in a high level, that helps me as well playing FIFA, so I can handle the pressure pretty well. I don't believe there is a decline in skills because of age. I think that's just a myth. I believe it's all about practice. We can see that in some of the guys that still playing still today.
To the box, that's the first goal of FUT Champs Cup 3.
I think the best free item coin for coin in the game is Gold Neymar. I think there's still people that maybe he's using him today. Throughout the whole year, you just see Gold Neymar in every team. I just think he's the best one. I would say the best player in NA this year was probably Harry. I also have to say about Maxi and Jockson. They won a major for NA, so they also like are top players in the region.
This guy, man, he's a North American legend.
Not many people know that 8 years ago, I qualified to the World Cup in 2012. So I played in the grand finals in Dubai. After that, I stopped playing and I just came back playing this year. A lot of things changed, but I still think I can compete in a high level.
It's fantastic work, Byron.
This Summer Cup is also a very good opportunity for me to show how good I am and that I deserve a spot in a big team next year. I believe I can be a really top player next year. I've been kind of proving that this year. No one really knew me this year. Kind of came out of nowhere and qualified to 3 events out of 4. And yeah, I think I already shocked some people this year, and I hope I can do even better next year.
Fortunate to get it off the rebound of some really good defending.
I feel like if I play my best game, I could probably beat anyone in the tournament.
All right, so we've heard from both players throughout this broadcast today. They're facing off for the first time since their last qualifier, according to Squirrel, and he couldn't remember the score, which I thought was hilarious. But he thinks it's a coin flip between both of these guys. Mike, what do you have on predictions? Is it a coin flip as well?
No, it's not a coin flip for me. And 2 reasons that I believe GN10 is going to get this result, regardless of form that's happened today. Number 1, that they've played in a qualifier, and I heard an excuse from Squirrel. He said, I don't remember the score, which means it was not a good score line for him. And number 2, GN10 has qualified for 3 out of 4 Champions Cups via online qualifiers. This is an online tournament, and he's been able to get those results when the pressure is on.
Okay, I like it. I like that analysis. Spencer, your turn.
It's a good argument for Mike. I believed him. I believe what he was saying. I believe that he believes it. For me, I'm partial to, there's a few of them in the industry that these the FIFA players that can also do play a little bit of football at a decent level as well. GN10 fits that mold. It's an argument to say how much of that crosses into FIFA and how much of it doesn't. I definitely feel that GN10 gives off a more of a confidence persona, if you like, and believes in his ability, and that comes with time. He's been around for 24, But I am actually going to tip Squirrel for this one. I saw some stuff in him in that first game against Jockson. He can channel that performance again. I think it will be enough. So I'm going to go with Squirrel.
All right, we have a split vote between these guys. It's time to throw it over to our captors, Richard Buckley and the world-famous Gorilla. Take it away, guys.
Cheers, Jimmy. Thank you very much, guys. You heard the predictions there from Mike and Spencer. I'm not going to ask you for a prediction. I want to get a little bit more of the mindset coming into an elimination game. You've been there in the past, Gorilla. You've been in a do-or-die situation. What is the mentality? What is the mindset going into an elimination game of FIFA?
I think it comes down to how your previous game went. Obviously, we commentated over the GN Fiddle game, and GN made 2 massive mistakes. I think that's what he's got to focus on and maybe refrain from using the offside trap, because if he goes 1-0 down again via an offside mistake, it's really going to affect him, and he might give the game away before it's even started. So in terms of GN, I think he just needs to make sure he doesn't do that again. And I think Squirrel, he just needs to keep playing how he's doing. I've been watching the games, and I thought he played pretty decent. So it's all or nothing now. Maybe, hopefully, we'll see a bit more of an attacking play. So we'll have to wait and see.
I mean, it's either going to go one or two ways, isn't it? We're either going to see an open, expansive game of FIFA, or because it's an elimination game, we're going to see a 0-0, no real chances, no real mistakes being made. Here we go, though. This is the elimination matchup. It's going to be Squirrel kicking from left to right in the blue, black shorts and blue socks. From right to left, all in white, it's going to be GN10. Just having a look to see from the get-go, looking at the two teams. They both look pretty similar as it stands at the minute. I can see Kevin De Bruyne in there in midfield for GN10. He started pretty well in his first match, in the first half, shall we say, that we saw Gorilla against Fiddle. He was probably the better player in the first 45 minutes.
Yeah, I think the first leg between GN and Fiddle was literally a game of two halves, as you did say. So hopefully he can bring back that form and just keep the ball. You know, it's a fresh game. It's a new opponent. You know, you need to feel out the opponent, see what his tendencies are. Does he want to keep the ball? Does he go down the wing, or is he switching it from fullback to fullback? So, you know, there's no rush, you know, to play a quick game. So I think you just need to take his time and wait for the space to open for him.
And that's exactly what Squirrel is doing right here in this attack. Slow build-up. Saw Kylian Mbappe involved. Now Johan Cruyff, a starter for a number of these North American pros. He's in Europe and then, in Oceania as well, who was more of a substitution player. Johan Cruyff, is he a starter for you, Gorilla, or would he be someone coming off of the bench late on?
I think he's a starter. I remember when I had my European Summer Cup Series tournament, I was a bit 50-50 who to have in that cam position, because you have team season Neymar that I think a lot of people kind of forget about because everyone has access to, you know, prime moments, Eusebio, Cruyff. So I think Neymar's definitely an option down the middle, but I think Cruyff is definitely the one for me. I think it comes down to personal preference. If you're a skiller, it's either Neymar or Cruyff. If you kind of don't do that many elasticos or reverse elasticos, you're going to see yourself pretty leaning towards that Eusebio. That Eusebio is crazy. I remember using him on a draft once, and let's just say I won the draft. So yeah, he's a crazy player, but it just comes down to preference, I think, on the skill moves.
I seem to remember Primark on moments Eusebio in a Tuesday night football tournament. It was Dragon. He was using Eusebio. He had like a 5-game loan of Eusebio that he got as... I can't remember why he got him. And he got him to a final. He was unbelievable. Kevin De Bruyne on the edge of the box. His strike charged down very quickly and no real chance to open up for the Belgian there on the edge of the box. But Primark on moments Eusebio, I think we're all in agreement. Would you say, if not behind R9, the best out-and-out finisher in FIFA?
Purely finishing, I'd have to agree. I think prime moments, I think in the top 3 for me would be prime moments R9, prime moments Eusebio, and probably, honestly, Foot Birthday Mbappe is really, really clinical for when I've used him in a previous event.
I know it's a little bit... I mean, it's all personal preference, FIFA. You can have prime moments R9, and some people might not like him. They might play Weekend League with him, say he feels clunky, but I feel like whenever we see him at an event, he always performs. Beautiful elastico there from Squirrel. The timing of that skill move, Gorilla, absolutely picture perfect.
I really like what Squirrel's doing here. Not just the elastico, but he's trying to bait GN's defenders out, his CDMs. And this is what I was saying in the first game that we did commentate over. I like to see people controlling the opposition's edge of the box. And this is what Squirrel's done. It's not the first time that he's been doing it. You know, just watch out for these drag backs. He's doing it intentionally. GN's just done one there. But I think Squirrel's been playing really well on the edge of the box. So I wouldn't be surprised if he gets another good chance in the next 20-30 minutes.
GN10 looking to create his own chance. Johan Cruyff on the edge of the box. Virgil van Dijk brought out there and wins the ball back. You speak about him waiting and sort of pulling players out of position. Do you think that he might have had his eyes on the game earlier where Fiddle lost against... Fiddle beat GN10, I should say, and saw the offside traps? How much do you watch of your opponents? Do you see a weakness in somebody's game?
I think that's just personal preference. You know, you never know. Some players might over-assess opponents, or some players just might focus on their own game and not actually look at how their opponent plays. So for all we know, Squirrel might actually not know that GN is going to be doing an offside trap potentially, unless hopefully GN has refrained from doing that. But it's definitely a viable option in terms of looking at what your opponent does. And if he did see what GN did do in the last game, maybe it is a tactic, or it might just be the way that Squirrel was playing. But I'm still waiting for this offside trap, so hopefully it doesn't happen. But I'm definitely keeping my eye out for it.
Ah, nine, beautiful finish there on the edge of the box. Van der Sar equal to it on this occasion. We were just talking off camera as well before we got into this game and saying, look, we'll give GN the benefit of the doubt with the offside traps in the first match, but if it happens again, you've got to sort of say, look, that's your own error, that's your mistake. How, as a pro player, you're playing FIFA, it's a game where if you are at the top level, how hard is it to look at yourself sometimes and say, that was my mistake, that is my bad? How do you often own up to your mistakes? How much do you watch back your own gameplay?
I like it when it is my fault, which sounds a bit silly because at least I know then I'm in control of rectifying it and not doing it again. For example, if I'm in GN's position and I kind of know the main reason why I lost was down to my own mistakes of doing the offside traps, then I'll definitely go back and sort that out, head into the next game or the new game against a different opposition. But it is difficult sometimes because you kind of want to feel like in your head that you played the best game and you deserve to win, but sometimes it's actually okay to admit where the opposition probably played better or the mistakes that you did make, because everyone's not perfect. Even the likes of Tex and Dosri will make mistakes, and I'm sure they'll go over their gameplay afterwards and see what they've done wrong or what they can improve. So I think it's definitely a thing that everyone will be doing.
Yeah, nobody is perfect in FIFA. That we've never had somebody. I mean, Tex was the closest to sort of doing a clean sweep, but even he hit roadblocks throughout his year in FIFA 19, FIFA 20. We've had multiple different winners. As we're coming to half-time here, nobody winning as of yet between Squirrel and GN10, and both players sort of shaking the head a little bit at half-time. Again, the possession very much favourable to one of these two players at the break, but if you're not going to... Is it sometimes wasted possession? Is that a thing where you're just keeping the ball but you're not really progressing up the pitch?
It's tricky because if you are keeping the ball, then that obviously means you're limiting your opponent to chances, but you got to do something with the possession. You got to kind of work your way. But I don't mind people taking 5 minutes, maybe keeping it with their CDM, switching it to a fullback, but you got to progress the ball up the field like he's doing now, like GN's doing now. He's got the ball with De Bruyne. No, nearly gave it away, but this is what he needs to do: control the CDMs, use them, and here we go. He's in his final third before you know it. So possession is key, but using the right positions.
Yeah, possession where you're progressing up the pitch, not sort of possession in your own defensive third. Johan Cruyff on the edge of the box, rifling that shot in, out of the back of the reverse elastico. Chance still alive on the edge of the box and shoots from quite a hard angle there. Beautiful use of skill move. And executes the shot there on the edge of the box.
Was lovely.
Is it one of your favourites this year?
It's either that or the Elastico. The reverse Elastico is a bit more sharp. I think it kind of, you know what you're going to get with it, and it's really good for leading the push shot. You know, a reverse Elastico outside the foot shot near post is very, very effective, and it nearly paid off there, but unfortunately hit the post.
Look at that again. I'm not sure if you saw that offside trap played yet again. These players sort of flying forward and space has opened up.
Yeah, GN seems to be playing a bit of a dangerous game here, but I think he's getting a bit confident. You know, he just had that chance with Cruyff down the other end, and maybe he's feeling like he's clicking, because it does happen. You know, you kind of keep the ball a little bit, you create a few chances, and your game kind of opens up a little bit in a good way, but also sometimes in a bad way. And as you said, doing an offside trap, it could cost him before you know it.
Ruud Gullit here in the middle of the pitch, looking for that driven pass into Johan Cruyff. I've always wondered, you're in this situation, you're a pro player, you've got 30 minutes left to play. What's actually going on inside your brain right now? Are you trying to just compute your next move going forward? Are you focusing more on defending? Or is it just more instinctive? Are you not really thinking about anything? Johan Cruyff on the edge of the box there. Wriggles past his man, does win a free kick here. Well, hear your thoughts. Just after this free kick has come in, he's pulled a man out of the wall. He's sort of tempted to go back onto the line. You see the goalkeeper just edged into the middle of the goal as well.
I think that's still open, the near post. I think that near post is open. He might go for the shot here with KDB. He's going to pass it.
Ruud Gullit into Kevin De Bruyne again. Ferland Mendy flying out at him. But Kevin De Bruyne keeps hold of the ball. Played back to Kylian Mbappe now. 25 yards out, looking to turn. Finds Cristiano Ronaldo. Elastico looking for the near post shot. And does well to close down the angle. and he was actually offside. But just going back to what I was saying previously, Gorilla, what are you thinking? Are you thinking a lot, or is it just instinctive?
I think a lot of it's instinctive. I'll be lying to you if I was saying that I'm in this position and I'm going through thoughts in my mind in different scenarios. I think it is all instinctive, but it's all the practice over the months and years that come into play. And you need to remember, it's the first leg. You're still a long way to go. You just got to hope that you're going to be getting that first goal, because it's all well and good having a bit of patience now and maybe not committing men forward. But as soon as you go 1-0 down, that plan A is completely out the window and then you're on to plan B. And we saw with GN, kind of a 4-2-4, it leaves you open for the opposition to counter. So I think both players will be comfortable right now. I don't think anyone's really overcommitting and everyone's really cutting the passing lanes. But I do feel like Squirrel's played the better in the final third as I've been watching this game.
De Bruyne, fantastic tracking back there to get the interception, almost steal it off his toe. We'll talk more about Kevin De Bruyne in the break because there's so much to say about him. He's an absolute game changer. Is Kevin De Bruyne. Frankie de Jong there. Into R9. Virgil van Dijk comes across. And it's Cristiano Ronaldo winning the 50-50 against Phil and Mendy. Now playing into Johan Cruyff. De Jong tracking back. Pressuring. Kevin De Bruyne. Cruyff. Look for the movement of Cruyff on the edge of the box. Finds him. Just a little bit rushed, Gorilla, on the edge.
Yeah, very, very rushed that was. I'm not actually sure why he played that pass into R9. Again, I think it just comes down to instincts. I think he maybe thought the AI of Ronaldo would maybe drop off a little bit using that AI intelligence. But yeah, again, great position, and I like how they're both attacking down the middle. You know, using the wingers, but coming back to the edge of the box into that into the D. But just rushed it. I think he could have actually scored from that if he just wait maybe a second, hold the ball up in an R9, maybe got into a better position. But it wasn't to be.
De Bruyne tracking back. Kylian Mbappe gets the foul, I should say the tackle off Zambrotta. And here we go into the pause menu. What are the changes going to be? It looks like Neymar coming on. You spoke about him earlier. Is he worthy of that cam spot? Two pretty decent subs, him and Eusebio.
He's a crazy player. If you're a skiller, which I've seen some nice skills out of GN so far, I think it will suit him very well. But I think Neymar, for me, is one of the best players in the game, if not the best.
He's absolutely incredible. I see a lot of people packing him in red, sort of out of weekend league rewards, and I'm just like, where's mine going to come? Where's my Neymar ever going to come? It just doesn't seem to be happening. Eusebio here, potential counter-attack opportunity after that poor corner played by Squirrel. Fresh Neymar introduced for both players here with 10 minutes left to go. Will we see a winning goal from the Parisian? Van Dijk. Played over to Carlos Alberto, and you spoke about this earlier in the match that we were commentating, Gorilla, the sort of slow possession that Squirrel was trying to play, but he sort of forced it then down the line.
Yeah, I'm watching this game and he does have options in the middle. I saw Neymar had a little pocket of space in the middle, but he does like going down the wing, doesn't he? So it's interesting now with 5 minutes to go, who's going to get the last chance? Because I called that one of them would get a chance, but it was always back and forth. None of them really kept the ball until the last kick of the game. So, you know, I think Squirrel has a chance now to keep the ball and make sure that worst case scenario it's going to be a 0-0, or could go down here Brendan now and get a goal, but we'll have to wait and see what happens.
Yeah, he's played quick down this line. Prime icon moment, Eusebio leaving Zambrotta for dust. Into R9, edge of the box, good chance, drag back. Into the full drag back, on that left foot, R9 Ronaldo. Beautiful goal, Gorilla.
What he's just done is it looks so simple and you don't actually realise what he's just done, but those step overs on the edge of the box to create that space is really, really effective, and that's very well done. And also that drag back, pausing, waiting for your defender to commit, and then you open that space. That's honestly such a simple goal, but very, very well done and very effective. So that was a great goal. And like I said, you know, he kept the ball a little bit, and he had the last chance. And here we go. He's 1-0 up, and that's going to be a massive boost for him into the second leg.
Might even got 2-0 up here. Cristiano Ronaldo, Vieira the only man back for GN10. Ronaldo into the box, drag back, finds Eusebio, 12 yards out, right-footed shot.
Oh my God.
That could have been massive if he went 2-0 up right there.
That was 2-0 in my eyes. That should be going in. Prime moments Eusebio, wasn't it? Crazy chance.
What a chance right there by Squirrel to make it 2-0. Unbelievable game here. We're tied I should say we're 1-0 up at the break in this game. Not only FIFA that's happening right now across the summer, the Apex Legends Global Series Summer Circuit showcases the best Apex players in their regions as they go head-to-head to compete for their share of a $500,000 prize pool. Coverage starts Monday the 10th of August at 9:45 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Stay tuned to twitch.tv/playapex to catch all the action. And speaking of action, that game right there, Gorilla, picked up towards the end of the second half, I should say. One player, GN10, hit the post, and then he had the chance to almost, I would say, win the game. A 2-goal lead going into the second leg. What an opportunity missed by Eusebio.
Yeah, it was a fantastic opportunity. I was actually surprised he got another chance after getting that first goal, because normally what would happen is if you score a goal, the chance of you then getting a second goal within like the space of 1 or 2 minutes is very slim. So he got possession again and had a great chance. And it just like that, within 2-3 minutes, it could have easily been 2-0, even when it was 0-0 for about 85 minutes of the game. So crazy chance, but hopefully it doesn't affect him too much. Remember, he's 1-0 up, so hopefully he can keep his composure and maybe make it 2-0 in the second leg.
Yeah, we saw some great moments in that game. Let's have a look at some of the best highlights from our first leg, and I'm going to pass it over to you, Gorilla. Talk me through what is happening in these clips.
Well, that was a kind of a pot shot. The chance of that going in is very slim, but it's still a shot to have, and that was unlucky. I think the animation of the outside of the foot wasn't how it should be. I think if the animation is correct, that could easily go in, but a very good chance there by GN, if I'm not mistaken. But hopefully we're going to see Squirrel's first goal, because here it is. What a goal this was. It just uses Eusebio, left stick dribbling. See that step over there, fantastic, and watch him stop here. See, commits the defender, goes back where he came from, and a nice near post finish with R9. Never going to miss that. That was honestly a very, very nice goal to see.
And here we are into the second leg. Everything to do for GN10, needs to turn this game around if he wants to stay alive here in the North American Summer Cup Series. The winner will be playing Jockson in our deciding match, final game of the evening. Will it be Squirrel or will it be a comeback by GN10? Just a quick note as well on that half drag back. Ronaldo here inside the box. Vieira comes across. Ronaldo still on it. This will be a perfect start for GN10. Kevin De Bruyne!
Oh my God.
Wide.
That should be good. That's a crazy opportunity. That's a really good opportunity. I think he done well with CR7. I thought he messed it up, but he kept his composure. And if that's R9, Eusebio, I think that's 1-1.
Yeah, just not enough on it there for De Bruyne. This game opening up right now. Ronaldo trying to get past Fiddle and Mendy. Does well, does Cristiano Ronaldo. Finds Mbappe inside the box. On the rebound, it's not going to happen.
What a save. What a save from Van der Sar, as per usual. But again, within the space of 2 minutes, two really, really good opportunities. Could have easily been 1-1, but it could also easily been 2-0 there. But Van der Sar keeping GN in this game.
Zambrotta down this right-hand side, just offside. I just want to talk about, you spoke the half drag back, the sort of drag back sort of fake, shall we call it, where you don't fully execute it. I feel like that sort of skill move has only been sort of made famous, I would say, by Tex. He sort of started doing it a lot last year, and then we saw it becoming more and more immersed in the sort of culture.
Yeah, 100%. I remember last FIFA he kept on doing the fake stop, would you say, and then maybe doing like an elastico as well, because you can kind of do a lot of skill moves. You'll see some people may doing a stop and then doing the Lakaketa, but it's very such an easy thing to do and so effective, because basically what you're doing is stopping on the ball and maybe trying to get the opposition to press you, and it's worked in Fiddle's favour, not Fiddle's favour, sorry, Squibble's favour in this game. But very, very overpowered technique, and I think a lot of pros do use it.
Just on side. Just on side there was rude. I thought we were offside. But yeah, you're just sort of waiting for your opponent to commit when you do that skill move. 15 minutes gone here. Squirrel still with the lead, but in the first 15 minutes we've seen end-to-end football, hoping that that will continue throughout the rest of this game into the latter stages. R9 Ronaldo into Johan Cruyff on the edge of the box. Mbappe, R9. Vieira standing strong again.
I just want to know, look how many numbers GN had committed forward for that attack then. I think he only had his defenders back. So he just needs to keep an eye out on that because, as you can see now, Squirrel has a counter-attack and look at his team's already pushing back now. So if Squirrel's a little bit quicker, he could have probably took advantage of that counter-attack.
Oh, that's beautiful. That is absolutely fantastic. Johan Cruyff hit the near post, Van der Sar. What a save. Beautiful. Drag back fake there from Squirrel. He's just playing with such confidence. Whipped into the near post, all the way across. How's that not gone in?
Oh my God. This is so entertaining, this second leg. What's happened? I want to know what they've been drinking after this first leg because it could have easily been like, I don't know, 3-3, honestly. So many chances.
Yeah. It looks as though we have had a loss of connection there. We'll get back into the game as soon as possible. But 20 minutes gone, Gorilla. Unbelievable so far in this series. Truly end-to-end FIFA, back and forth all the way through the game. And we spoke about sort of the impact that the skill moves can have. We saw a perfect example of it right there with that little drag back fake into the shot. And again, if it wasn't for Van der Sar, what are you thinking? Maybe definitely 2-2, even in this second leg.
100%. Again, I think what we're seeing now, because GN's obviously 1-0 down, and it's the loser bracket for both of the players, so I feel like they're letting loose a little bit. They're not as kind of passive the way they're playing. Obviously, they want to keep the ball and they don't want to just driven past 30 yards up the field. But what you're going to see now, and what we are seeing is, you've seen a lot of skill moves, reverse lascos, fake shot stop, elasticos, step overs. So I feel like we're going to see more of this when we resume the game. But it's still 1-0 somehow. I mean, again, going back to it, prime moments Van der Sar, keeping Squirrel and GN in this game. So it's going to be interesting to see how this continues.
Yeah, absolutely. You did mention how when GN was attacking, it was only his defenders back. What do you think the custom tactic sort of change will have been in the break between the two legs?
Honestly, I don't know if it's a custom tactic necessarily. It might just be the way that GN's controlling the players. He might be using teammate contain. He might be dragging the players up manually. So it could either be that. He could have maybe a different D-pad tactic, same formation, but maybe like 5 or 6 step. We don't actually know because we can't actually see what he's done. But he needs to watch what he's doing when he's attacking because he's committing players forward, which obviously he needs for a goal. But it's still, 60 minutes to go, give or take. So, he's not out of it just yet. He's creating some good opportunities. So he just needs to watch out for that counter-attack because Squirrel will pretty take advantage of that.
Yeah, absolutely. The changes that could have potentially been made have been astronomical in the first 20 minutes there. I'm shocked we didn't see a goal. We get to look at the teams that both players are using here in this elimination matchup. We'll have a look at Squirrel's team first here on the left-hand side. Talk to me through what you're seeing here, Gorilla. Anything jumping off of the screen straight away?
2 things, actually. Team Kante, obviously he's a crazy player and he's got some fantastic stats, but over a De Jong or De Bruyne, which is very interesting, you don't see a lot of Kantes, but also Alisson in goal. I'm not sure why he's not using prime moments Van der Sar, but Alisson's a bit of an interesting one.
Yeah, and as we are playing here on the esports sort of competitive version, we can start the game from the 22nd minute, so no time has been lost here. Still 1-0 for Squirrel. Chance for GN10 to make a mark on this series. R9 Ronaldo at the far post.
So close.
How's that not gone in?
Honestly, I thought he was going to shoot on his left foot, but then he stopped and turned inside. So he created a really good chance for himself. And I think just a little bit less power. Maybe you'll see in the top corner. But honestly, I would have pretty shot that near post without turning back inside because he had the better of the defender there.
And you've mentioned it a few times, just for people who maybe aren't really that sort of into the meta of FIFA 20. You've mentioned the outside the foot shot. What is the outside the foot shot for people who might not be aware, and sort of what's the importance of it in FIFA 20?
So obviously some of the players, you have to check what traits they do have that you can actually see in the foot menus now when you go onto a player's bio with their stats. You can actually see what traits they do have as well. So make sure you check out if they have the outside of the foot shot trait, because players like R9, for example, and Mbappe, I do believe they have outside of the foot shot trait. Basically, when they shoot on their strong foot,
right here.
When they shoot with their strong foot, the animation and the technique is a lot sweeter, and they connect with the ball a lot better, basically, because they're using the outside of the foot, and that's basically their speciality. So it's definitely an important feature, an important trait, should I say, and it's think people don't. I'd be surprised if not a lot of people know about it because you don't really maybe go and look at people's traits. But I know a lot of the good players, even like non-icons, you'll see a lot of them have outside the foot shot trait, and that is why it gives them an edge over people that don't have it. Because especially with a 5-star weak foot, it's a deadly combination to have.
Yeah, absolutely. Cristiano Ronaldo won for me straight away. The way that I packed his inform weekly reward back in sort of November, December, and for like 2 or 3 months he was carrying me, just scoop turn outside the right boot at the near post every single time. It's a deadly combination if you can pair up the outside of the foot shot trait with 5-star skills, as you were talking about the reverse elastico earlier. This is where you start to see the combos coming together.
Yeah, I'm just looking to see the way GN's playing now. I feel like he's gone a bit more, not defensive in the sense that, 2 or 3 depth, but you're not really seeing him commit as many men forward when he is attacking. Obviously, we're going up to half-time now, so it'll be interesting to see if there's any changes at half-time.
Chance inside the box here. Phil and Mendy does well just to intercept that double-tap pass all the way back. When is it where you start to throw the kitchen sink? Do you have a minute in mind when you're playing FIFA Guerrilla where you're losing and you think, I've got to attack this game now? Or is it just sort of dependent on how many goals you're conceding?
Well, it depends for me. As soon as I concede, I want to go all-out attack. But no, seriously, though, I think it all depends on, the kind of situation you are in. Now, GN is 1-0 down with another half to go. So... And he's had chances. That's the thing. If he's not having chances, then yeah, maybe go a bit more all-out attack before maybe the 60th minute. But I think just keep it as it is now. Maybe make some changes to some of the players. Maybe bring on someone else instead of maybe the centre attacking mid, and just see if that can spice things up a little bit. But if he's still having struggling to create a chance or score a goal before the 60th minute, I'd probably look to go to 4-4-2, press on heavy touch, and trying to press Squirrel in a little bit and make him give him the ball, basically. It's very hard to get the ball out of your half when people are pressing you. It's very difficult.
And I always say the sort of final 5% that can take people from being good players, top 100 players who are verified, is all inside the mental side of the game, all inside the brain, all inside the head. If you're in this position mentally, if you're leading the game and you're in Squirrel's position, what's going in your head? Are you thinking see to a specific minute, maybe 70th minute, and then try and get a winning goal, keep possession? What's going on?
I think the way I do it is I say to myself in my head, I make sure it's, I'm winning or I don't concede by 60. Give myself like little targets to hit, because, if you're looking at it as like 45 minutes to go, it kind of looks like a long way to go, and it's a lot more work to do. So for me, I do little targets, make sure I don't concede in the next 10 minutes. But he's comfortable, he's been playing well. Obviously, GN's had some really good chances as well. I think Squirrel needs to watch out for the reverse elastico, because GN does like doing that. But I think so far he'll be comfortable.
Nice little play inside the box from Mbappe there. His shot just hitting a sea of blue shirts. Hullet on the edge now, playing into Kevin De Bruyne. He's got a rocket on the right or a left boot. The Man City maestro, R9 Ronaldo, look potentially to play that in behind. A very high line coming out in the second half from GN10. I've spotted it straight away. It's noticeably different from what he ended the first half with to what he started the second half with, Gorilla.
Yeah, he does seem a bit more aggressive, especially with his defenders. Look, he's putting out his fullbacks. He's not controlling his CDMs. If he was 0-0, I think he'd be a bit more conservative in the defending. But again, it's not really a bad thing. You got to expect players to go a bit more aggressive and kind of not throw the kitchen sink at the game just yet. But the one thing with GN that I'm not liking, in the sense when he's in the final third, he's rushing the play a lot. It's all well and good getting to that final third, but if you're spamming A or just trying to do quick play and not kind of taking your time and waiting for a space to open, you're not going to get the goal. So he's getting into the chances, he's getting the space, should I say, but he's just playing it too quick for my liking.
There's a chance here for Johan Cruyff inside the box. Curse of the commentator right there. You've only been on the desk a couple of games, Gorilla, but you're already affecting the match as Johan Cruyff. Beautiful play, dragged back into that outside the boot finish there at the near post.
To be fair to
from
me,
GN.
To be fair, he did take his time a little bit. He didn't rush that one, so I was right, and it was perfect timing. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see what changes now. And now Squirrel's going to be on the back foot a little bit, with 15 minutes to go, 20 minutes to go. GN's equalised. And I think GN's probably had the better last 20, 25 minutes. So it's going to be interesting to see where this goes. I would not be surprised if we see an extra time. I would love to see a penalties, though. I want to see a penalties.
Oh, absolutely. I would say that probably since the restart, GN's been the better player. Nice drag back there inside the box to create the space. And Johan Cruyff living up to that icon status with a big goal for GN10 to keep his Summer Cup series alive. If you are just joining us here, Richard Buckley and Gorilla on the desk. Elimination match between Squirrel and GN10. And it's the winner will be playing Jockson in that deciding match to find out who will be joining Fiddle on Championship Sunday in day one here of the North American Summer Cup Series. R9. Play through to Ruud Gullit. Look inside the box. Couple of step overs on the cutback. Van der Sar doing so well. And it's not Alisson in goal. I didn't think it were Alisson. I didn't think I saw Alisson. It is Van der Sar. I think he might have swapped that back.
Oh, has he changed it?
Gorilla.
Okay. Well, yeah, good decision then. Good decision. I mean, that was Alisson. Who knows? Maybe he would have conceded that. But yeah, definitely, like I said, like I keep saying, Van der Sar is definitely the one. And if you just watch when GN's attacking, especially down the left-hand side, I saw it just before he had that attack then, you'd always see one of his CDMs open. So just keep an eye out for that. Maybe he'll use that to create a chance. Who knows?
We might see it right here. Zambrotta inside the box. Cristiano Ronaldo. Look for the cutback. You named it perfectly. That's Kevin De Bruyne coming forward from CDM. Johan Cruyff now. Reverse elastico looking for the drag back, but great analysis right there. Kevin De Bruyne, the free CDM, and potentially could have had a shot on goal. You never know with where the rebound could have gone from that shot.
And that's why it's vital to have KDB there, because if you have Vieira, I don't think you're as confident. And maybe with Vieira's work rates, he's not in that position. So maybe it's a tactical thing from GN to have that high Kevin De Bruyne. But he's just so smooth on the ball compared to someone as such as a Vieira. Like De Jong's a really good CDM option there as well, which I don't think we've actually seen. Maybe I think De Jong. Oh yeah, Squirrel is actually using De Jong. So it's interesting to see De Jong versus De Bruyne. But again, De Bruyne's open yet again. So Squirrel needs to keep an eye on that because I think the goal will come from using the CDMs.
Yeah, absolutely. I know that another player, you might not see him in these sort of circumstances, but the premium flashback Modric, another player that is absolutely fantastic at CDM when he was available. Just an outrageous CDM. Would he go into that category as a CDM that can get forward, like a Kevin De Bruyne?
For me, that Luka Modric is probably the most agile CDM on the game. I think he's more agile than KDB, and I think he's more agile than De Jong. I actually really, really do like Modric. The only problem they have with him is a little bit too weak. But he's a great option to bring on maybe in the 60th minute, especially if you're going from like a KDB or a Vieira, because he adds that agility. And if you're on the edge of the box, the left stick dribbling you can do with him, it's the same as like a Neymar, for example, and it's very rare to get that from a CDM position. So I wouldn't say from the get-go, but definitely a really good viable option to come off from the bench for sure.
Yeah, 100%. If Gorilla's telling you that and he'll bring him on in a competitive game, if you've got him in your club for Weekend League, certainly get him involved because he's going to make a difference. He's going to be a difference maker in this game. 4 minutes remaining in regulation time. Squirrel gives the ball away and lets GN10 potentially have the last chance of this game. Ruud Gullit into Mendy. Little dink over the top to Kylian Mbappe. Carlos Alberto a long way from home at right back. Pressed all the way up to the halfway line there, and he's been brought out of position again. You can see the space that he's wanting to exploit here. Johan ball. Dicked over the to Ferland Mendy. Alberto in a running race. Wins the header, but only as far as Virgil van Dijk, and that could do us for the 90 minutes. One final chance. Cristiano Ronaldo up against Ruud Gullit. Ronaldo does well. Gullit's back there. He's gone backwards. The referee's letting it play on. R9 on the ball, inside the box.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Late winning goal from Kylian Mbappe. What a finish to this game, Gorilla.
Honestly, in my head, I was thinking, why is GN attacking? Just keep the ball. Wait that extra minute, because that's what happens. You need to make sure when your opponent gets the ball and they attack, the whistle's going to blow before they get to the halfway line. And prove them right, but unfortunate from GN.
What a finish. Squirrel does it there. GN10 will be the first casualty here in the North American Summer Cup Series. He'll be eliminated from the tournament in the worst way possible with a last kick of the ball from Kylian Mbappe. You mentioned it earlier, Gorilla, when you were talking about waiting and biding your time for the last chance of the game, making sure that the last attack that you have, as soon as that ball either goes in the back of the net or gets cleared, is game over.
Yeah, it's a vital situation. Again, it just comes down to experience, I think. But all GN had to do was keep the ball a little bit, even when he was doing the little dinks over to his fullbacks. I think that was a little bit risky. Just keep switching it to fullback. Squirrel's not going to push because he doesn't want to commit men forward. And then start attacking when it's 90th minute. Because worst case scenario, you lose the ball, the whistle's going to blow, you're going into extra time. But what's happened is he's gone for a chance too early with 2 minutes added on. Squirrel's gone down the other end. Luckily, he got the ball back off at it with CR7 and created that chance. And yeah, he's won the game just because GN didn't keep the ball well enough.
You heard it there from Gorilla. That's enough from myself and Gorilla for today. Let's head it back to Jimmy, Spencer, and Mike.
Yeah, dynamite insight from you two. In particular, Gorilla, that's some good stuff. I'm writing all of it down. Those are good notes. But yes, Squirrel advances with its back against the wall. He gets through. He does the business. Now, I know there's a knock on low-scoring games, and we see it off the virtual pitch as well. People are like, I want to see more goals. Why aren't there more goals? I love it because it's a tactical battle, right? It's a chess match to see who can break down the opposing defenses. And that's what we saw a little bit today until Squirrel made that play at the end, became a hero. He looked pretty shocked that he did it himself. Spencer, I'm going to come to you first. How big of a reliever is it for him to have that kind of result, and how that maybe that momentum can help him against Jockson, who ended up losing?
Definitely can help him. Let's remember, it set up a rematch, a game against Jockson where he looked quite decent in the opening game of the day, and I think he's got a chance of beating Jockson the way things are currently going. That's why I took him as my prediction. You forgot to mention that bit, Jim, that I predicted that, and might got that one a bit wrong. But what I liked about it, the boys there talking about sort of time management, right, and using the clock. And it's very apt as we're in the North American region. You know, American sports are so well designed to have that moment at the end of a game. You know, whether it's basketball or American football, whatever. Football, you do see a lot of late goals, but usually that's because of stamina and whatnot. In FIFA, you can actually create that buzzer moment, and that's how you use the ball at the end of games and towards the final whistle, whatever, half time. You can create it artificially. It doesn't have a timeout in football, but you can make, by keeping the ball at the right time and having that attack and stopping your opponent doing it back to you, that's the equivalent. And it is a very much a thing in FIFA, and you've just seen how effective it can be, or how effective it can be against you if you don't manage the clock properly.
He called it soccer earlier. He switched back to football. Spencer Owen, everybody. You're going to call it soccer by the end of this one. Let's bring in Squirrel now, the winner of this very dramatic affair between him and GN10. Squirrel, congratulations. What was the difference for you in this match? Because it was the really finest of margins.
Honestly, I don't know. I feel like I honestly played really good. The goal, of course, don't get me wrong, at the end was absolutely terrible. He definitely should have got the ball back. But I feel like throughout the game, in the beginning of the second leg and at the end of the first leg, I definitely deserved to score at least one of those chances. So it's going to be tough for Gustavo. He's one of my best friends in the scene, but I feel like it was definitely a deserved win for me at the end of the day.
Yeah, fair play to you, Squirrel. I think you've been decent throughout the day. I think you were good earlier against Jockson. You've got a rematch now against him. What are you thinking going into that game? Because, I mean, you probably feel a little bit hard done by that you didn't get a better result when you played him earlier?
Yeah, because, I mean, when I lost to him earlier, I feel like I played decent, like you said, but I feel like the issue with that game was I wasn't as clinical. I was making dangerous attacks, and he was for sure backed up against the wall, right? But I just couldn't finish. I had a lot of attacks that I just choked, and hopefully this game I can keep creating and keep actually be clinical this game. But I feel like I understand some of his tendencies, so hopefully I can win.
Well, first off, congratulations, Squirrel. Big time result, keeps yourself in the tournament. We're going to do the gameplay. I want you to walk us through some of that gameplay. And I would agree with you. I know Jimmy brought up saying that he loves a good defensive game, a tactical game. I feel like both of you
Mhm.
guys had chances, and it came down to who was going to be more clinical.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely low scoring, but I feel like it was honestly very end-to-end. Because when I played Jockson earlier, there were more goals in it, but it was definitely a more defensive game. But I feel like me and Gustavo were both like relatively attacking players, so I feel like it was always going to be more end-to-end. But because like we've played so many times, we kind of know like our final move to like get in the box and get a goal.
Can we
But,
talk about that goal?
I mean, I don't know.
That was amazing, the goal you scored in the first leg. To use the drag
The
back
first
to
leg?
stop, and then, yeah, the double drag back.
Yeah, because I mean, like I said, we've played each other so many times, so I feel like I have to do like an extra move versus Gustavo to try and get the shot off because we know each other's tendencies and it's kind of hard to create. As I mean, we both created a lot of chances, like I said, but it was definitely low scoring. So I don't know, I just had to get an extra move and it worked.
And here's the final attack. I know you felt like you had it
definitely a
once it got to the
terrible
back to the middle of the pitch, because it was down the side that he
Yeah.
had the opportunity with Ruud Hullet on the takeaway. You didn't really see it in the replay, but once you got to the middle, I could tell like your eyes even opened up. You're like, I got it, even before that
Yeah.
pass came through.
Yeah.
So, Squirrel, before we let you go and get prepared for the next match, what kind of momentum does this give you now going into this rematch, since you're coming off a win heading into it and Jockson's coming in off a loss?
Yeah, for sure. I feel like the format like that, it definitely benefits me because I'm hot and Jockson, maybe he's cold, who knows? I don't know what he's been doing during this break, but yeah, like you said, I feel like for sure it definitely benefits me.
Well, good luck in that next one, and we look forward to seeing you on the stream very soon.
Thank you.
All right, that is Squirrel, the winner of this last match. So day one continues to bring the heat with each passing match. So cannot wait for the last one of the day because it's a rematch of the first one that we had. Do not go anywhere. This one is going to be saucy.
If someone asks you what you're made of, don't just tell them, show them. Show them that you're made of proving the doubters wrong. Show them you don't have to raise your fists to beat your enemies. Show them you're stronger when you stand together. And show them, whoever you are, you stand shoulder to shoulder against all forms of prejudice. Because when we show our best side, we don't just play the game, we change it.
The FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series North America is presented by Gillette and brought to you in part by PS4. Welcome back, everyone, to the last match on the first day of the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series North America. I'm Jimmy Conrad alongside Spencer Owen and Mike LaBelle, and this one is an elimination match. Whoever loses is going to be watching the rest of the tournament with us, and whoever wins goes on to Championship Sunday. They're going to book their ticket for the final day for a chance to win $10,000. And it is Jockson versus Squirrel. This is our first match of the day. Jockson won that one 4-2. However, Squirrel did score first in both legs, but it didn't amount to a win. But I think that will give him some confidence. This is a good one. I'm excited that they have another crack at it, both players, specifically for Squirrel, since he lost the first time around. And here is the look at Championship Sunday. Fiddle is there. He's already booked his ticket. He won both of his matches today. Whoever wins this goes into the losers semifinal. And we're trying to work their way back from their backs against the wall. Now, Spencer, let's talk about Jockson. He was my player to watch in particular. We know he's a special player. He's done a lot of great things. But today, one win, one loss.
Yeah, I mean, he was the right player to pick out in terms of player to watch for. The games aren't going to be dull. You know, things are happening. Good things attacking-wise, not so good things defensively. But I still maintain, when Jockson is in his full vim and vigour and he's firing on all cylinders, he's the best player in North America, in my opinion. The question about him is how many minutes of the 90 can he do it for? Because so far, I've seen some worrying periods of the game where he goes to sleep. You know, some of the stuff he's doing here, the finish itself is easy. You know, but it's the work he does to get the player free. The work he does on the wing in breaking down defences. When he's going, you know, on all cylinders, he's fantastic. And, you know, he's had a bit of bad luck, for sure, in his game against Fiddle. A couple of post hits and some near misses. So it could have been a very different result. But I'd be probably more concerned if I was Jockson or his coach or something about his defensive elements that aren't going right. Because you'll have another game in a minute where all those shots will go in. And he'll score 4 or 5 and he'll look amazing. But if he keeps conceding on the counter, he's going to have an issue.
Okay, and now, Mike, let's talk about Squirrel. Because he's got to be feeling pretty good getting that last-minute winner against GN10 to find himself in this position to get another crack at Jockson.
Indeed. And we're talking about Squirrel as well, and I want to stress this. My favorite games of day one are always the decider game, which is what's coming up now, and I love when there's a grudge match, and that's exactly what we have going down here. Squirrel's showing a lot of glimpses of that premium quality FIFA material, where he has the skill moves, he has the intricate details. I love this goal. It might be my favorite goal on the day. Where he's got this layoff. Now watch his drag back. He drag backs and waits and then sets up with that first touch to have a secondary drag back to change direction. And to have that level of composure, it's just one of those things most people don't have in their arsenal or in their locker. He gets a little bit of good fortune here. He gets the winner in the 90th minute. And I feel that was deserved going up against GN10. And it's a matter if he can now take that momentum and then apply it into this secondary matchup against Jockson.
Okay, so we saw some highlights. We've got some context about how these guys are playing on day one. Mike, I'm going to stick with you here. What's your prediction?
As much as I love an underdog or an underrated or maybe even an underappreciated player making the moves and coming out of the bottom drag bracket or the losers bracket, or in Spencer's case, the not winners bracket. Is that the new rebrand that we're going for, Spencer? I just can't see Jockson folding. He's been in these types of positions regularly and often, and he's one of those players that does really well with his back to the wall, and he's now starting a matchup kind of with his back to the wall. This is an elimination game. It's not free money here. You win, you continue the dream. You lose, you're going home.
All right, so Jockson for Mike. How about you, Spen? Same?
I definitely think Jockson will decide who wins this game. And I mean that with no disrespect to Squirrel, but if he delivers, full Jockson experience, he will win. He has that ability in his fingers. But I'm not convinced that it's not as easy as I thought it would be, this decision. I thought this would be a fairly easy prediction to go with Jockson. Like Mike, something in me is telling me to go with Squirrel. It's probably because I predicted Squirrel to win the last game against Mike and got it right. Sorry to keep mentioning that, but
You're not sorry to keep
it's
mentioning
just the context.
that.
No, it's context. But listen, if I was putting money on it, if I had to go one way, I would still back Jockson. So that's what I'm going to do.
All right, you heard from these two characters. Let's throw it over to the two other characters, Brandon Smith and Alan Avi, who have the call of this last match of the day. Guys?
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yeah, this is the big one now. And not just, as you said, a grudge match, to the words of Mike LaBelle, but more importantly, Alan, it's a $2,500 game. And the question I want to just throw straight at you, Alan, is who would you say is the sort of mental advantage here? You've got Jockson that started with a win, then lost, then drops down. On the other side of that, you've got a player that started with a loss, and now he's off the back of a win. I mean, coming into this game, it's an elimination game, but whoever wins books a place into Championship Sunday.
Yeah, it goes both ways. We did see that Scroll said at that final interview that he sort of feels like he's on fire right now after that game against G and Gustavo. However, though, Jockson, on the other hand, he can feel sort of fired up, motivated because of the chances he missed. Now he wants to prove himself, score the chances second time around. He did get unlucky at the post twice. We've seen what Jockson is capable of doing. However, though, hopefully he was preparing well in that game when Skrull and Gian was playing, right? Because he had the chance to analyze what he did wrong, why he missed those chances, and we'll see what happens at the end of this match.
I think we'll see as well, Alan, if the break has helped Jockson. He's had, as you said, about 30 to 45 minutes out of that last game. On the other side, though, Skrull with a late goal, a late chance to ensure that he will stay in the tournament. One of our only free agents coming into this North American Summer Cup Series. But here we go then, no waiting around, straight into this elimination game. Whoever comes out on top over the two legs books a place in Championship Sunday. It's as simple as that. As I say, but I'm sure over these two legs, it won't be an easy ride for either of these two. But the biggest storyline of this is that they did play in the first game of today. They played in a really tight game. It did kick off, and Skrull actually went 1 goal to the good with Johan Cruyff. Seems like Jockson loves conceding to Johan Cruyff, and then Jockson did bounce back eventually and won the game 4 goals to 2. What's that do as a pro, Alan? You come into a game against someone that you've played against, but someone you've lost against before.
Yeah, the thing is, you got to take what you can from that game, analyze it, and not do the same mistakes that allowed you to lose. The thing that is very interesting is that Jockson, throughout the day, he's been taking he's been losing the lead first. He concedes first, and then he has to make a comeback. On the other hand, Squirrel, he's been taking the lead, but at times he can't hold the lead. So that's definitely what's been affecting both of these guys. I feel like Jockson needs to score first and then double his lead, play the Jockson play style that he's so accustomed to playing, seeing out games. On the other hand, Squirrel needs to take advantage of all of his chances and be clinical, as he said in the last interview he had.
Looking at both of these teams. If you missed out, they set up earlier today. Both choosing to start Frankie de Jong in one of those CDM roles. No sign of Kevin De Bruyne for either of these two in the starting 11. I'm sure he'll come in at half-time, as he always has. More complexity, Jockson. A couple of other changes to talk about. It's the fact that Johan Cruyff is starting in this game for Skrull, also as a starter for Fiddle. It seems like North America, Alan, loves starting the Dutchman up top.
Yes, for sure. We probably are seeing Skrull trying to send Jockson a message, tease him a little bit, because Jockson definitely has been feeling the receiving end of a Johan Cruyff. He conceded, I believe, 2 very big goals from Johan Cruyff. So we'll see if Skrull can benefit the use of that Cruyff.
Okay, Mbappe striving nearly off the pitch and able to get it down the byline eventually. Back to Edwin van der Sar, and chance to play out on the opposite wing for Skrull. As we said, came into this tournament ranked 39th in the world. A very decent year as well for Champions Cup Stage 2 and Stage 4. He did make it to, as he said, it's great making events. It's making a name for myself at those events. For you personally, Alan, looking at your career and looking at what you've been able to achieve over the last couple of years, sort of getting on that big stage and making a name for yourself, that must have been E-Champions League last year.
For sure. It was definitely a big moment of my esports FIFA career. Getting to that top 8 in the E-Champions League definitely wasn't easy. I had to take out some of the most known players in the global FIFA esports community. It wasn't easy at all. And I feel like in this game, Squirrel has something to prove. He has a giant in the FIFA scene, sort of say Jockson ranked number 7, and Squirrel's ranked number 39, like you said. So definitely he's playing not only for the money, not only to advance to day number 3, he's playing sort of to make a name for himself.
As he said, he's waiting for the right opportunity, the right club or the right esports organisation to come knocking on his door. And if he can get himself into Championship Sunday, it'll be
moved in the right way to do so. And what a big statement it will be sent to the rest of the competition, knocking out such a big name, and be thinking, no, surely this can't happen. I mean, it already has. Look at South America. Zizinho knocked out in the first day. Resende knocked out in the first day. Spider Kong, the list went on in a couple of other regions. We saw, see, Foot was Jamie crash out the tournament quite early on in the Oceania. Although this is a competitive game, I mean, Global Series rankings mean nothing coming into the Summer Cup Series. It really doesn't. Chance, this could be a mistake, and I've no idea how that has landed. Onto the right, but you can see the apology on the celebration, because I think he took a deflection off his shin pad, and I mean, it's a gift of a goal for Eusebio, but no idea how that ball found its way through.
I must say, Squirrel is probably questioning how the ball got to Jockson in such an open position to score. Jockson with the apology. Fair play, but definitely happy to take the lead there.
What have I been telling you, Alan? Like, he doesn't need 4, 5, 7 chances. He needs 2. He needs 1. And if it's R9, if it's Eusebio on the ball, there's something about Jockson that in front of goal, he's just so clinical.
Absolutely clinical for sure. You just can't give a player like Jockson the space inside the box, because he's going to bury the ball. He's going to find the back of the net. However, though, we did see Jockson sort of, maybe his mental game wasn't fully there against Fiddle. He missed a lot of chances. He also did hit the post. So hopefully that doesn't affect his confidence in front of goal. We've seen there the first opportunity that he has had in this game. He buried it.
It's a long ball forward, but slightly too long for R9 that. I mean, it's a setback for Squirrel, but it's a setback that he's going to have to put to the back of his mind. Still plenty of time to play in this one. Still a second leg in front of us. But Jockson has certainly been entertaining in day 1 of the North America Summer Cup Series. Still 2 days of action in front of us. We build up into Championship Sunday, where there's $10,000 on the line for one lucky player. We know that FC Cincinnati's Fiddle's already in there. Who'll be joining him? Whoever wins this game, chance R9 back to goal. It's party time. What's a save then with Van der Sar to keep Squirrel alive?
What a beautiful save there from Van der Sar, showing what he is capable of doing. If you guys have yet to try Van der Sar, Moments Van der Sar to be exact, what are you waiting for? Try to acquire the coins, because let me tell you, he's going to make your life a whole lot easier.
The one more pass that I don't think any of us saw, even those at home. Jockson's in the box. It's just liquid football.
Of 2 minutes of added time.
He knows exactly what he wants to do. He knows the skill moves that he wants to input. Mbappe into Eusebio. Another chance to get that ball forward late on into the tie. This has to be a chance. Pullet drives forward. He drives on his own. It's going to be a penalty. And it's going to be a red card as well, which makes Squirrel's day much worse. Will he concede from the spot? It's saved, which is the only positive to come out of that scenario. But now he's got 45 minutes with 10 men on the field. And at the moment, he's 1 goal down, moving into half-time.
Wow, Brennan, that is game-changing. Let me tell you, as we see by the match facts, it was all Jockson. He had all of the opportunities there. And in the 45th minute, Squirrel getting a red card. I'm interested to see if he's going to be adjusting his lineup. I would definitely do the same, as we see his right back is the one who did receive the red card. That can open up a lot of opportunities for Jockson going forward for sure. Squirrel, I don't know if he's expecting that red card. I don't know if he was expecting it. It's going to be interesting to see how he bounces back from this red card.
I mean, hear me out here, Alan. I'm sure you'd rather your fullback get sent off any day than a Virgil van Dijk or a Vieira. I mean, it was Carlos Alberto that got that red card. We'll see what changes have been made. So Ramos comes on, I believe, in at fullback, and obviously a player will be sacrificed further up the field. But at least it wasn't a Virgil van Dijk. It's the only positive I can look at right now, or a Vieira.
For sure. Like you said, it was Alberto, but this still is going to change his whole game plan moving forward. He's a man down. He's probably going to have to sacrifice an attacking player, which is no fun at all, especially when you're coming up against Jockson, a powerhouse. You have to have all 11 men. It's going to be even more difficult to hold Jockson down with 10 men. So if I was Squirrel, I honestly would see this game out, try to just leave Jockson at a 1-0 lead, and then just regroup in the second leg.
Well, it could be 2. It could be a lot worse. In just a second for Jockson. It drops the shoulder and Mbappe. Back to R9. Unbelievable block at the back from Virgil van Dijk. Back to R9. It falls again. And I'm sure Squirrel will be thinking to himself, what can I do right in the final third? Every time I try and defend, every time I try and make a block, the ball is just bouncing back to Jockson, and unfortunately bouncing back to the right boot of R9, who makes it 2 goals to the good against the 10 men of Squirrel.
Oh man, Jockson right now, he's feeling comfortable for sure. Let me tell you, Jockson, it's really rare for him to lose the lead. Squirrel is not in the best position he can find himself in right now. It's going to be very difficult to come back. Jockson, definitely when he takes the lead, he likes to hold possession. He likes to control the game. Squirrel allowed him to do that. We did see in Squirrel's interview, Squirrel did say that he sort of felt like he understood Jockson's gameplay, mentality heading into this rematch. However, though, Jockson, he's unpredictable. He has so many different weapons that he can choose. We're seeing that right now.
It's another great save there from Van der Sar. Potentially still could be 3. Cristiano Ronaldo Elastico into the box for Portuguese man. Can't find a way through, though. I mean, even at 2 goals, it's still a massive scoreline. You might really not look into it too much, but 2 goals against a player of Jockson's quality, it's difficult, Alan. It really is. And I mean, yes, there's still 30 minutes left in this. If Jockson goes and gets a third, I think you honestly are looking at game over.
For sure, Brandon. It's not easy at all to break down Jockson's defense, let alone with a man down. As we see, he is bringing in Johan Cruyff for Eusebio La Pantera. We'll definitely see how that benefits him. He's using Johan Cruyff, the player that scored a lot of goals against him, against Fiddle. And, you know, we'll see if he can replicate that for his own good.
Well, a couple of changes, as you mentioned. Cruyff being one of those changes, and the luxury that Jockson has is that he's actually got 11 players on the field still. Squirrel, something magical will be welcome right now from Neymar towards the back post. There's a lifeline.
Oh man, Brandon, that was so beautiful. What composure from Squirrel there. Skilling, inverse elastico in the box. We have seen throughout today that Squirrel, whenever he's feeling confident, whenever he's warmed up, he's definitely going to throw some skill moves at you. You got to be prepared. And Jockson was just simply not prepared there.
Well, well, well. He really was silky from Neymar. Elastico's a handful of different basic skill moves that any pro will tell you is so effective. And at the back post, Cristiano Ronaldo, even there was a player in the way. Ronaldo still found a way through Jockson. Another pause cue. That goal's given Squirrel a bit of confidence, Alan. It will certainly push him on these next 20 minutes. Here he comes again with R9.
Confidence is at an all-time high right now for Squirrel. You guys can see the quick passes. That's definitely how he likes to play. Honestly, respects the Squirrel for finding a goal with the man down. That goal right there is very big for him.
That goal certainly picked him up, hasn't it? In terms of giving him something to hold on to. He's got to think second leg. He'll, as we know, of course, have 11 players on the field, but let it be a goal down. I mean, it makes you think, well, he has made a pause for Jockson here, Alan. Is it a case of maybe he thought he wanted to capitalise on the 10 men and send a few more players forward, a slightly more attackive set of custom tactics? Then he conceded. Now he's thinking, okay, I actually want to return to what I was playing with because I'd rather just see out this game.
Yeah, knowing Jockson, I feel like he's going to try to go forward and try to capitalize on Squirrel being a man down. I think a lot of us would do the same thing because, let me tell you, Squirrel with 11 men is a whole different beast. Definitely a disadvantage being a man down.
Never saw that for Screw. I might be thinking, I'd happily leave this game at just 2-1 down. I've still got a goal. I've half the deficit. If you could find an equaliser, it would be remarkable. 6 minutes left in this tie. Still a second leg to come up. Let's not forget that. Remember, as we said, winner will be going on through and will be booking a place into Championship Sunday. Guarantee themselves at least $2,500. Here comes Jockson again. And in time to follow in just a second, Mbappe. Remember, Cruyff's fresh. He's off the bench. He's got an eye for goal. And a 5-star weak foot. Can't get past the DMs, though, of De Jong and Huller, who have been a staple for Screw in this tie. Any time up just 2 minutes. And to be honest, this is actually a little bit of a better outcome than it could have been for Screw, in my opinion, Alan.
For sure, honestly. If I was Scroll, I'd try to get the second goal, actually. No, that result, like you said, brilliant from Scroll. He found the goal. Honestly, I don't think any of us expected, probably Scroll, not even himself expected to score a goal a man down against Jockson. That goal's definitely going to help him and be super important this upcoming leg.
Unbelievable scenes. We said 2-1 against 10 men. Jockson does take that slight advantage into the second leg. But it's that time again for everybody at home to link your EA and Twitch accounts. If you haven't already done so, as we said, over this weekend, we are dropping a Jumbo Rare Players Pack and a 94 Prime Icon Moments Rude Hullet. These items will be dropped to certain Twitch viewers with a linked EA and Twitch account. Drops may take up to 72 hours to appear in your account following the last day of the tournament. That is on Sunday. And of course, you can still link your accounts right now over at www.ea.com/Twitch linking. I mean, we saw what Rude Hullet could do in that last game, Alan. He's a player that I think anybody would want in their teams. A man that can certainly change your weekend league.
For sure. You definitely want to hold it in the midfield. You can definitely change your entire weekend league, help all of your other players play even better. So if you guys get lucky and you get that hullet, you better let us know.
Yeah, please do let us know as well on Twitter. And of course, make sure you tweet EA with the hashtag Summer Cup Series if you are watching this tournament from all over the world. As we said, last game of day one of the tournament. We still got day 2 and day 3 to come up over this weekend here in North America. But I'd also say that was a bit of a weird game. I mean, Eusebio gets a chance out of nowhere for Jockson. Next thing you know, a penalty happens and Jockson misses from the spot on the penalty. That's an unbelievable chance. He's not going to get a better chance than from a penalty. And then Skrull does get a goal back, later on into the game. And I think if I'm Skrull, I'm actually pretty happy I've come out of that game. Yes, I'm still losing, but I'm going into a fresh game, 11 players on the field, and I'm only a goal down.
You could say, yeah, Skrull was on the ropes right there, battling for dear life. He did concede that penalty. That save was so big for him. If Jockson would have scored that penalty, it would have been even more difficult for him to come back. So I feel like if Squirrel comes back in the second leg and shocks us all and defeats Jockson, I feel like it's going to be a sweet, sweet victory, knowing how easily he could have lost.
Yeah, absolutely crazy, Alan. As we said, we still got that second leg coming up in a second. If you don't know what the Summer Cup Series is, we are over halfway of the journey now in terms of this incredible tournament. And we are actually, as we said, looking for our 5th champion, which will happen on Sunday. If you missed the action so far, we've been to Europe, we've been to Oceania, we've been to South America, we've been to Asia, and of course, North America this weekend. And then next weekend, we will see the world champion from 2018, MS Desari, alongside 7 other players in action. So, of course, make sure you stay tuned on twitch.tv/EA Sports FIFA over the next couple of weeks. Again, as we said, only one player is in Championship Sunday in North America, and that is FC Cincinnati Fiddle. $5,000 guaranteed. Saw him on Twitter, seemed very happy, and I mean, so you should be. A great performance from him today. Just the question is, Alan, who's going to be that second name going into Championship Sunday? And just one game of FIFA time at the moment, Jockson leading by 2-1 against Squirrel in the grudge match.
Yeah, I definitely think, I don't want to sound super biased, but I feel like my boy Jockson sort of got us in the bag, right? We both play for complexity. I know what he's capable of doing. However, though, you can't rule out Squirrel. He sort of proved us wrong. Everyone thought he probably was going to go down after conceding that pin. He's showing some awesome resilience. Now he has a full 11 side instead of being a man down. It's all going to come down to the wire.
It really is indeed. Well, here we go. We're underway. Second leg in front of us. Of course, it's Jockson kicking from right to left in the team complexity strip. Another one of those kits that have been added into the game of FIFA 20 Ultimate Team. Alongside a handful of esports teams from all around the world. On the other side, Squirrel from left to right in the usual PSG strip. As we said, he's 2 goals to 1 down. This time, 11 players on the field. And one thing he would have learned from that game, Alan, don't dive into tackles in the box because it will be a red card and it could be a penalty.
For sure, diving is not even what he did. He slid tackle, which was very, very questionable. Definitely got to maintain your organization. You can't let anything slip through. Don't get another red card because definitely the second time around, it can definitely bite you even harder.
Here's Jockson. Looking to get his first attack registered in this game. Half a drag back into R9, back to R9 again. It will fall. He gets bundled over in the box. And the referee says, no, we're playing on that occasion. That was very close to being a penalty. It would have been the worst possible start, just 10 minutes in for Squirrel. A little elastico from Mbappe. Unfortunately, can't get past. Defender, though. Really early pause cued here from Squirrel. Looking to change something. I'll let Alan talk through those changes when we do get into the pause, but certainly interesting. Just 12 minutes in. Any idea what's maybe going through his mind?
I feel like if Squirrel bags the equalizer, I feel like Jockson's mentality definitely can take a toll downside, knowing that he was up 2-0. His opponent had a man down. So it'd be very interesting to see that, Brandon, to be honest. If Squirrel can definitely come back and equalize, it's going to be interesting to see how Jockson just pulls through. Honestly, though, Jockson, like today, he really hasn't been holding the lead how he's used to. He has the lead right now, and he can double it right here. And he does just that with the banger from Eusebio. Squirrel, honestly, he's going to have to do even some more different changes. I bet you he did not expect to concede that goal right there whenever you press the pause button. Jockson up by 2 now.
Bad news, Alan.
Oh, by 1. Oh, man. Yo,
sorry.
I actually just noticed that. I got trolled.
Well, there you go. If that's not another lifeline, I don't know what is. Jockson so close to sort of getting a 2-goal cushion for the first time in this tie. Corner played in towards that front post, and this is Squirrel. Only a goal down, and potentially not for too long. R9 scoop turn into that shot. Run straight into Virgil van Dijk, and there's no way you're getting a shot past him. But yeah, so close, Alan. He was just offside, Eusebio.
Just offside. I feel like everyone thought it was going to be Jockson taking the lead even more. The 2-goal cushion. I certainly did, as you guys can see there. Squirrel, like you said, another lifeline. Squirrel has been in there.
Have a long ball over the top, Mbappe. Trying to find a way through. Lovely ball into R9 again. Goes for that classic scoop turn that we see a load of pros back. It's a really effective way. Trying to get past defenders, but it just doesn't seem like it's possible against Virgil van Dijk. Honestly, Alan, it could be R9, it could be anyone.
Virgil van Dijk, honestly, is a center back. You know, we're seeing why he's being used so often with all these pros in tournaments that mean so much. They're playing for a lot of money. Virgil van Dijk is that guy you need to have at the back. He offers it all. We've seen what he's done in real life, leading Liverpool to a title. He does it all.
I mean, even scores goals that we've seen in the Summer Cup series today. Scored a header for FC Cincinnati's Fiddle. Our only player that's in Championship Sunday so far is Jockson. Looking for that third, looking for that 2-goal cushion to be reinstated. No way through again. Squirrel doing everything he can to hold into this tie. Only a goal down. All it takes is one good chance.
It's game on. It's 2-2 again, as you said, Alan. That goal goes in. You really are asking questions of Jockson.
For sure. We're basically waiting to see who scores the next goal. This next goal is going to dictate the rest of the match, in my opinion. If Scroll takes it, we got a game. Jockson may get into his head. Scroll may get that extra boost of confidence. On the other hand, if Jockson scores another goal, it's going to be even more difficult for Scroll to come back and climb the mountain and try to advance to day number 3.
He's got to be patient in the final third of Scroll. Knows when he gets in the box, he can be deadly. Is that chance now? R9 goes for a finesse! And that's what he can do! A couple of step-overs. Into a left top corner. Absolute bullet.
What a finesse shot from R9, Ronaldo Nazario. My goodness, outside of the box. Jockson wasn't expecting it. Van der Sar wasn't expecting it. And now Squirrel is back in the game. It's going to be interesting to see how Jockson goes from here. Knowing he was 2 goals up against Squirrel. And now it's back level 2-all.
When we said about this, we said what could happen, ifs and buts, but it has happened now, Alan. 2-2 the scoreline, and you've got to be thinking, Squirrel must be feeling confident. First time I've seen a finesse go in about the last 3 months. I've missed them.
Let me tell you, that finesse shot had me out of my seat. I couldn't believe it. That's a banger. Definitely one of the goals of the day at a very crucial time, an equalizer as well. We did see that Squirrel had the extra pass, but instead of making the extra pass, he decided to go with the finesse shot. Maybe he has scored a lot of those finesse shots in FUT Champions and the friendlies he was playing leading up to this tournament. He definitely felt comfortable taking it from there.
Wait a minute, here's Frankie de Jong, last chance of the half. We have time just to get that ball forward. Eusebio, he nearly got it into R9, but the error. Right place, right time. What a game. What a last game of the day we've got here.
Oh, for sure. It's
5 minutes left here, Alan. I mean, you said it perfectly. That goal goes in from Squirrel. The game comes back to 2-2, and now you're asking questions of Jockson mentally. He started the day off with a win. He knows he's beaten this guy before, but now he's just, he's suffered a defeat. He's now sort of hasn't tasted a win for a while, and he'll be thinking back to that game where Squirrel had 10 players on the pitch and saying, why didn't I try and score more goals?
For sure, it can definitely affect you mentally, knowing you were up 2-0. You could have taken the lead 3-0, but Squirrel, he saved the penalty kick. We did see that Jockson made some tactical adjustments. He did bring in Kevin De Bruyne. So now he has a little bit more of an attacking presence in the midfield with that Kevin De Bruyne. We'll see if he utilizes him in the attack. Maybe he scores a goal. But yeah, if I was Jockson right now, I definitely would try to forget about everything that happened. Act as if this was the first game, 0-0. Just play your game. You made it here for a reason.
Unbelievable start here to North America. We've still got 2 more days of it. Second half now, it's the usual changes you alluded to, Alan. For Jockson, it's Kevin De Bruyne on for Frankie de Jong. And on the other side of that, Squirrel staying loyal to the Dutch CDM. And that's been so good for him. But one thing that Jockson does, he scores goals. Scores so many of them. De Bruyne back inside to Ruud Gullit. It's taken a wicked deflection and it's just tipped around the post from Edwin van der Sar. Unbelievable reactions. Cat-like reactions. How long will it last for? Back to De Bruyne! He's the super sub!
Well, we were just talking about Brandon. He brought in Kevin De Bruyne for a reason, to add more attacking flair to his attack, and he just did that, scoring a goal with Kevin De Bruyne, a very important one with that 5-star weak foot.
I mean, it's what Jockson does. He concedes goals, but it's one of the only players that we've seen score them other than Fiddle. Kevin De Bruyne, not only being a CDM, a player that can get forward, can be deadly in front of goal. And now Jockson back in the lead. He's going to be doing everything he can to reinstate it with a second chance. R9, lovely little dink pass there from De Bruyne. Just couldn't latch on to the pass that could Ronaldo Nazário now back to Squirrel. That question goes back to a lovely little skill move there. Let's get pulled back for a free kick. Into the pause menu we'll go again, Alan, and let's have a look at these changes.
The same change. He's bringing in Cruyff again. We did see that in the first leg. We'll see if he can have a better impact like Kevin De Bruyne. Kevin De Bruyne, Brandon, he came into this game and he's already doing so much work. Not only in the attacking side of things, but defensively as well. He just conceded that foul. He almost took the ball away from Squirrel's attacking player. Oh, man. What a golden super sub.
I mean, what a game as well. What a game we have here. A couple of changes for either side. It's De Bruyne making his way onto the pitch for Squirrel. Offside trap. That's very clever from Jockson. One of those defensive tactics that is such a high risk, it's high reward. Me and Richard always talk about it. I've seen it more sort of risk than reward, in all honesty, Alan.
Yeah, we've seen it. A big risk for GN. Gustavo, he conceded 2 goals because he did the offside trap against Fiddle, and Fiddle wasn't having it. He countered his offside trap. So we can definitely see the positives and the negatives that come with offside trap. And Jockson with the amazing goal. R9 dusting. Van der Sar scoring the goal to make it a 2-goal advantage. What a big goal that one is, Brandon.
I mean, what a massive goal that is, Alan. A 2-goal cushion. Reinstated again. It's what he's been looking for. It's what he's been vying for. There's Jockson. He was 2-0 up in leg number 1. He threw it away within the first half here. And now you've got to think 2 goals to the good. 22 minutes left in the tie. You'd like to say he's home and dry, but as we see it in competitive FIFA, anything can happen. Games can turn. He finds a goal before the 80th minute. Does Squirrel. Who knows? If he doesn't, 2 goals in 10 minutes, I just don't see it happening, Alan.
It's so difficult. Definitely Squirrel is going to have to go all out. He's going to have to go team press. Press after heavy touch. Press after possession loss, because if he wants a chance of making it to day 3, securing $2,500, he honestly just got to leave it all in the final minutes of this game.
Time's ticking down. 15 minutes left. 2 goals down is Squirrel. Jockson will not be wanting to go to extra time. He's been there before, and I think he's already in a mental battle, as we've seen over these 2 legs. The goal to conclude the game. Cruyff on his own. A great save, Van der Sar out for a corner. It will go. Key thing for him, though, is that he's got the possession and he's got the time on his side. Jockson again. That's a Virgil van Dijk who's very far forward. Get the ball off him as soon as possible. Now at that 10-minute mark, Alan, only 10 minutes left in the game. 2 goals. Just seems like too much of an ask, doesn't it?
It really does. We can see that Jockson feels super comfortable on the ball right now. Not losing it, dribbling, making the correct passes. However, though, Squirrel does get the ball right here. If he wants some life in this game, he needs to score right about now on this attack.
Well done. Here he comes. R9. Everything has to be perfect. Every skill move, every touch in and around the box. Back to R9. Could it be a chance? Fantastic defensive tackle. Unbelievable interception there from Patrick Vieira. There's just 5 minutes left in the tie now. Still needs 2 goals to Squirrel. Might be able to find 1 if he's lucky. R9 dancing around the box. Finds the feet of Neymar off the post. When he gets into those positions, he is so good. His Squirrel is going to be offside there. And I think that will be game over, but something that Squirrel has to take away. When he gets into the box, I don't think I've seen a player that is more silky with his combinations.
Definitely so dangerous in the box. We've seen it today. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. Any other day probably could have been enough. Amazing stuff. You probably learned it from the training grounds. mastering the Rice's Dig analog skill moves. Nearly scored there. Unfortunately, hit the post. I believe that right there is going to be game over, Brandon.
Yeah, it certainly will be indeed. Added time of just 2 minutes. Jockson will book a place into Championship Sunday. It's been a rocky road, but who cares? You've got over the line in the end. Commiserations to Squirrel. This man will be picked up by a team next year. I can tell you that again. But there we go. Jockson guarantees himself $2,500 and a place into Championship Sunday. And all I've got to say to you, Alan, is, you know, Jockson, you two, you live together in the same apartment. He's just bagged himself $2,500. Is he taking you out for dinner tonight?
I hope so. I'm about to message him right now. I'm definitely going to be seeing him after the stream today for sure. Dinner on him, food on him, everything on Jockson after that victory.
As I said, commiserations to Squirrel. He does leave the Summer Cup Series. A great year for him, though. Certainly the best year we have seen from him in the competitive scene. But Jockson gets the job done. FC Cincinnati, Fiddle, and Jockson win the game. But that's enough from me, Alan, Gorilla, and Richard for day one here in the Summer Cup Series for North America. What a day of action it's been. Jimmy, Mike, Spencer, surely you guys have got to agree.
I mean, of course. Why would we agree? Great call in the game for you guys, Brandon and Alan. Appreciate your insight as always. That was a lot closer than I thought it was going to be after leg one, fellas. It was 2-0. It looked like it was going to be all Jockson, but somehow Squirrel finds his way back in before I think the quality of Jockson and the experience of Jockson really made the difference, Mike.
Well, it reminds me of their earlier matchup today where I was talking about how I feel as if Jockson digs a little bit deeper, has something extra, but I want to give so much credit to Squirrel. They mentioned it on the commentary team talking about how crispy his edge work is. It's better than a fresh trim from the barber. The way that he gets into the box, you can't predict those combinations.
Where do you come up with these lines? Do you write these down? Like, I'm going to use this on the broadcast? It's unbelievable.
Do I
like
like
it.
I'm reading something off right now? What are you talking about?
I'm just kidding. You're Mr. Creativity. All right, let's bring in Jockson now.
Okay?
Let's bring in Jockson now. Let's bring in Jockson now, the winner of this one. Jockson, congratulations first and foremost. But secondly, how are you feeling at 2-2 when Squirrel got back into this? Because I could feel maybe a little bit of a squeaky bum. They're like, oh, man, maybe this isn't going to go the way that I thought.
Hello. So like after Squirrel scored the second goal, I was kind of shook, but then there was still a lot of game left, so I just kind of like did my thing, you know. But when he scored the second goal, I was like, damn, he's back. So now I have to clutch up.
Jockson, congratulations on securing your progression through to day 3. My question for you might have heard some of our analysis today. I've probably been a little bit hard on you in respect to saying that I felt your defense wasn't necessarily as top as I've seen it in the past. How do you feel about today? I know it's been a tough bit of time since you played competitively in that way, so I think it's completely natural that you wouldn't be at the height of your powers. But how have you reviewed your action today?
So I feel like I did pretty good. I'm not used to playing a lot of online, so like whenever I play my best, I think it's at LAN. So I kind of adapted to like the online game style. But I think I did pretty well. A bummer that I lost the second game, but you just have to keep pushing. So I think I did pretty decent at the end of the day.
And just to build off that, and I don't know if it's just because we hold you to such a high standard as being one of the best players in the world the last few years. I feel like you have more room to improve, especially with conceding some of these early goals. Is there anything that you're going to do to give you a day off now to kind of shift to prepare for day 3 in terms of maybe reviewing your own gameplay, looking at other competitors, anything that can give you a little more of an edge?
Yeah, so I noticed that I've been conceding first, like these games that I played. So whenever like going to Sunday, I'll make sure I score first and then control the game. So like try not to concede first. That's the game plan for Sunday.
All right, Jockson, we appreciate your time and congratulations on getting to the final day. We wish you the best of luck.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, Jockson, everybody. So let's take a look at the updated bracket. We've had a nice, eventful first day of this tournament. And we have 2 people that remain standing headed into this one, Spencer.
We do. And listen, based off their game when they played each other, which was an unbelievable matchup, I'm pretty happy because I think, and we've still got to see the guys from tomorrow, of course, but I think we could be set for a great rematch down the line between Fiddle and Jockson. And if it delivers like the last game, it's going to be an unbelievable matchup. But obviously, tomorrow's action is going to decide whether that game will or won't happen. But yeah, I mean, Fiddle's obviously going to be the happier of everyone that's taken part today. He's gone through the minimum possible games. He's in the winners' final. And he's not lost a match, which is massive. He's got a little bit of room for manoeuvre if he needs it.
Yeah, that was a look at the bracket. I got a little ahead of myself because I want to go back and actually see the highlights of this past game against Squirrel, because it was for Jockson, that is, because it was an identical scoreline to the 4-2 match that he had the first time through. So, Mike, why don't you talk us through the highlights of what we just saw and what makes Jockson so special?
Well, similar to what we keep discussing, and even though Jockson said he was happy with how he played, he can't be happy about conceding early and doing that often. You cannot make that type of pattern. He did get off to a positive start against Squirrel, missing a penalty kick. And anytime you miss a penalty as well, you almost feel as if it's going to be one of those games, one of those matchups where the game's going to punish you. You're going to concede. Something's going to go wrong because you didn't take your chances. FIFA is one of those games that always keeps you very, very humble. And you've got to be efficient when you have your chance in the box, when you have a penalty, you have a set piece. Any of the above, some good fortune there for Jockson, but he extends his lead. And I think most people, after a red card, myself included, I said, well, all right, Squirrel, we're going to see what you got here, but I don't think the chances are looking good for you. You're down a player. You're up against the most decorated player in North America, and you're losing by 2 goals. But he gets one back, gives him a little bit of hope, gives him some dreams. And you saw his confidence go up as well, especially with this goal where you're seeing the step overs. He could have laid it off, but he unloads this gorgeous finesse shot. And regardless of the final results here, Squirrel scored maybe the best mix-up of goals in terms of some of his work, just right around the edge of the box. But you see Jockson here, steps to the inside. KDB, his super sub, and the super sub of dreams, converts for him and adds a little more insult to injury here. Takes it around the goalkeeper. Van der Sar watches as it hits the back of the net. And Jockson gets the job done, advances to day 3. And then it's a reset at the end of the day. Anything can happen.
Now, you spoke about that rematch with Fiddle potentially, Spencer. Do you think that Jockson will learn from that? And do you think he would be the winner in that one? Or do you think Fiddle's just got that confidence right now that's somewhat unshakable and sometimes hard to beat?
I wouldn't, if I was Fiddle, I wouldn't allow myself to get too confident based on the fact that these guys are probably going to go back and watch their earlier game, right? And when they do, they're going to remember how many chances Jockson had. You know, the double post hits, the near post misses. You know, he could have easily scored 3 or 4 more goals that game, which is why it's perfect. It's perfectly set up for a rematch because the guy who arguably had the most chances didn't win. So he's going to be coming out angry. You know, you won't like me when I'm angry.
Mm-hmm.
That's the mentality that Jockson's got to have going into that and say, I'm going to get revenge. And then Fiddle's got to do it again. You know, I'm really impressed with Fiddle, but I would say if I had any criticism of him, which is hard for a guy who's won all his games, is he rode his luck. He rode his luck in both his wins, and he might have to keep doing that if he's going to, you know, be the champion.
Yeah, that's some good insight there. Now, we've seen a lot of games. We've seen a lot of plays, so I don't know how Mike LaBelle does it, but he's got our Gillette Precision Play of the Day. What did you choose, Mike?
Well, it only seems right that we take a bit of a revisit down memory lane to the success of Fiddle and one of his decision-making plays in the final third that I just think is so clever, and you often wouldn't see it in the original match. So he pulls it back. He's got Cristiano Ronaldo. So what he does here is he's using free information to his advantage. The easy pass is to take it right outside the box. You got your midfielder position. But instead, he's going to do the unexpected, and he looks for a penetrating pass to inside the box. And what that makes, or what that forces your opponent to do, is to take his defenders, his midfielders, and you got to make decisions. You've got to move players out of position. It really starts as attack. You can see how it's getting a little crazier in the box. You stop, you pop, you turn, Mbappe, 5-star weak foot, back of the net. And that was such an important goal, not only for Fiddle, but just for the whole bracket and shaping that bracket. Goes undefeated, gets the result in extra time. And he said he hadn't even played FIFA the last 2 months.
I mean, he might be slow playing us, as I like to say, because I feel like he's been practicing or doing something. I don't think you look that clean and sharp if you're not playing a little bit. But I appreciate that. That was a great play to choose. So let's move to who you are most impressed with. Mike, I'm going to go back to you on this. Throughout day 1, who has really stuck out as like, this guy's pretty good?
You know what I'm going to say. It was my player to watch for the day. Fiddle got the results today. And we just looked at his gameplay. I thought that he looked confident. I thought he handled situations really well. And he was able to maneuver and really read or make the correct decision in tight scenarios when you had small windows, and then also being able to pivot against different types of opponents. Some players are really fast, some play narrow, some play with width, and you have to be able to counteract that, and Fiddle did the job today.
All right, nice choice. Even though it was your player to watch, I'm feeling a little biased there. Okay, Spencer, how about you? Who you were most impressed with?
But it won't be my player to watch because he doesn't play till tomorrow, and that's Maxi VIP. But obviously, Fiddle's an obvious choice. He's done very well and he's gone through, and Jockson's gone through as well. But I'm not going to say I was impressed by Jockson, only because I know how good he is, and it's a bit of unlucky for him that we're not waxing more lyrical about him because we know his standards. I'm going to go with the man that we saw, narrowly get beaten then, Scribble. And we talked about how it was the same scoreline as that first match, but this was a red card. He'd improved from that first match in a matter of a few games. And who knows what would have happened without that red card, Jockson got a little bit unlucky against Fiddle, but to get the red card there, albeit, something that his opponent has done to get it, who knows what would have happened if that had been 11-11. To only lose 2-1 with an early red card is really impressive. And you've got to keep your head, to allow yourself to still be in the game for the second match. He could have easily fallen apart. He didn't do that. The guys mentioned about him being unsigned and maybe a team picking him up next year. And one of the things that's great for me in this event is someone who I only usually get to see the North American guys, unless I'm obviously watching at home, this up close and personal when they're at the events where they're in a much bigger field. And, only a handful of them actually progress late into the tournament. But now I'm seeing how much talent there is out here. And I've got to say, Squirrel's really impressed me there with a number of elements to his game, his attitude, his mentality. And I think he'll be one to watch for the future.
Do we have a hashtag Squirrel in our future? Nobody knows. All right, let's look at the schedule for tomorrow and see what we have cooking for you guys. We got Maxi taking on Villamor and Timbers Tigre taking on Agit Power. Should be a good day. And then the other subsequent matches will be the winner's match, the loser's match, and then the decider match. And the winner of that decider match will then move on to play Jockson, which will be very good. And the winner will play Fiddle, or the winner that wins two. So it should be a very exciting day. But that is it. It is over. We are done for this North American edition, the day one of the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series, and I cannot wait for Due 2. And we hope you feel the same way. So on behalf of Spencer, Mike, and all of our amazing casters, I want to thank everyone for watching. I want to thank our incredible crew behind the scenes, who I assure you make a very difficult production look easy. That's how good these guys are. And of course, I want to congratulate Fiddle and Jockson for making it to Championship Sunday. And as a reminder, make sure you join us tomorrow for day 2, which is happening right here and starts at the very same time. 12 p.m. on the East Coast, 5 p.m. in the UK, and 6 p.m. in Central Europe. We'll see you then.